it also feels like one of those things where when you do have a lead, that's that great,
right?
And you're playing with no pressure essentially at all. It feels like things kind of tend to go your way in PUBG a little
Selamat
bit more
datang
often.
kembali di Watch Party bersama Rifqi LAMY ya kawan-kawan. Kita Watch Party Esports World Cup 2026 PUBG. Ini final day 2, kemarin day 1 seru banget sih. Banyak mortar, banyak satu orang ratain satu tim. Seru. Banyak gerakan-gerakan yang seru dan mantap. Nah, hari kedua ini kita nggak tahu nih apakah ya yang kedua apakah akan ada kejutan-kejutan. We never know ya. Let's go, bismillah ya, semoga SE hari ini mantap. Semoga SE hari ini step up, langsung naik. Anjir, rambut gue belah tengah guys sekarang guys. Mungkin pakai topi tapi males, nggak usah lah ya, biarin ya. Kalian peduli juga gua mau gimana juga ya. Kenapa pakai topi guys? Jangan lupa nonton replay, dibantu like-nya streamer kecil ini biar bisa jadi streamer besar insyaallah, amin. Jadi streamer yang baik hati, tidak sombong, terkenal, ramah, ya piap semua ya. Pokoknya yang baik-baik semuanya. Dan selalu tidak melupakan. Let's go, yang pertama bismillah, share sport yuk. Langsung aja digaskan share sport yuk, bismillah yuk. Ini share sport ya. Aduh, share sport ketutupan sama ini gua, sorry, gua agak matiin dulu. Tuh share sport tuh di kiri bawah ya. Nah, ketutupan sama gua, sorry guys. Jadi share sport ya. Gila yuk. Mortar kill tuh. Nixi kemarin gila sih. Ngeri kemarin tuh Nixi bener. Ini smoke main gila ini. Mortar aja. Gila yuk, SE yuk. SE ada di kiri atas ya, Zarki. Wah, rotasi bahaya nih. Kembali lagi dengan pertempuran AGAM melawan GK ya guys ya. Selalu di sini dan di sini ya, kita lihat nih. Kemarin yang menang GK. Sekarang apakah GK juga menang? Lihat ya. 4 lawan 2 nih, sama lagi 4 lawan 2 lagi sisanya. Kemarin nahan sampai phase 3 atau phase 4 ya. Kalah lagi AGAL, ya ampun. Ya ampun, kali ini kalahnya cepet banget. Nice try buat AGAL ya. Bener-bener loh, kemarin kalah, sekarang kalah lagi. Kacau deh. Udah, kamu pindah aja gitu. Ngedropnya jangan di situ lagi, Dimas dan kawan-kawan ya. Bagus sih tapi. Ya aman nih, cuman zona, kasih lihat lu zona di mana, weh? Server, wah si aman sih. PC pasti maju. Nah ini masalahnya nih, SE ini mau tetap ngambil ke arah sini atau dia mau langsung nyebrang. Kalau nyebrang sih nggak tahu ya. Tapi menurut gue emang pasti zona di daerah sini nih. Entah Yasnaya, entah Rozok. Menurut gue pasti di daerah situ. Anjir, bisa kesini juga ya, open ya. We never know guys. Kalau open gitu sih nggak tahu lagi ya. Jangan lupa guys, sambil ngopi biar santai kita. Ngopi jangan lupa. Kalau nggak ngopi ngeteh, kalau yang nggak ngopi ngeteh, kalau nggak yang ngopi ngeteh nyusu ya.
nobody
Minum
in a
susu maksudnya
position to really
loh,
third
bukan
party onto that
susu.
geek fight.
Aneh-aneh
You
guys.
didn't even give them time
Kalian nih
to
jangan
third party onto it and immediately hop in vehicles. They're
kalau
going
aneh-aneh
off back over
pemikirannya
to
lah.
mansion to loot up a little bit more. But you see Navi and Boostic starting to lead their way over here from the south.
Most of the teams, there's like 4, 5, 6 teams that have somewhat prior to get in and research and get
Ya
information.
rotasi kemana nih? Kalau lurus masih bisa, visinya aman. Tapi kalau dia nyebrang langsung, ada Vitality, ada Liquid. Bawahnya tadi ada Genji kalau nggak salah. Ada banyak itu rotasi kalau ke bawah. Berbahaya ini. Oh kan tuh visinya udah jalan pasti. Mungkin juga aman kabur deh, cabut ya.
$200,000 instead for 30 some. Surely it's worth playing for to get the most out of every game. And now they lose a second hot drop here in Erangel. Sure, it's 18 games, but you know, 1/3 of our games is played on Erangel, and it feels like it's just not worth throwing a little bit of a lottery ticket when you do a hot drop, especially against Geeky. They've been so concise with their own and the way that they're approaching their games.
Yeah, we'll see if they continue that. I mean, obviously we got a few more games to play.
Sure.
Going to that final game, though, we'll see what things are. We'll get a kind of a better picture of what that mid pack is looking like. So, opposite side of the coin, they win that hot drop.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're jumping up the leaderboard. So it's a tough call to be sure. But Geek, they're going to be happy. They're now right there, tied with AGAL.
Dah gas, Sisi sama Genji dah bertarung deh. Loh, pan bawahnya cepet.
They got Genji. Just
Terlalu
to their south,
lama ya.
looks like they're avoiding each other for the most part.
And out of the 23 points GK now has, 8 is purely on AGL.
Oh, saya ke bawah dia, ke atas dia. Nice. Masih aman kalau ke atas.
Now Shadow Esports in 7th place right now. 7th place is gonna net you that top 8 that requires you to get into that club championships that so many other teams are looking for. Twisted Minds outside that top 8, and it is crucial club points you need for the club championship.
Yeah, such a surprise there for Shadow. I mean, it was already a surprise to see Shadow Esports.
That's a special rotation right there.
Yeah, you know, that's fine. He's got it. He's good. But yeah, I mean, like, look, most of their games yesterday were kind of forgettable, not great, but they got a win, right?
Yeah.
And if you get a win, all of a sudden
against AGL as well.
Against AGAL, yeah. and if you get a win, obviously you find yourself now in 7th place. So really, I think that's what Shadow Esports is kind of is doing, is just try to make it to late game, keep your 4 up as much as you can. If you get in any early game fights, do what you can to keep everybody up, disengage from it. But you know, they've got a plan, they've got a path forward that they're sticking to, and so far finding some success with it.
And AGL is right now 3rd in the overall club championship, so they need the points.
Yeah,
they are already eligible for the club championship, but to get in there and be able to win it, you need a win. And for sure, definitely think with that lineup, him as Delwyn, former champions of international tournaments, Delwyn winning PTC 2024 as an IGL. It's definitely a roster and a lineup that's capable of winning big tournaments. So let's see how far they can go for the rest of their campaign here in the final. Before tomorrow we start the grand final for sure. Oh yeah, okay. So they've got some secret keys to open things off here. That's actually kind of wild. Let's see what they're able to get out of this one here, Paul, because it's a rare sight to see. There's a Gillian here. There's plenty of loot. There's a C-fall. You're gonna grab that, put it in the car. What else did Shrimsy get? He's probably also got a 3 vest from this secret room here. So gonna be an interesting one.
Sementara ini belum ada pertengkaran yang terjadi ya guys ya. Masih ada Mayem aman aja. Sementara masih pada rotasi-rotasi semuanya. Liquid rotasi ke loh, kok dia ke arah atas sih kiri? Zona ke atas kah? Nggak lihat lagi ya, main HP guys. Dia nutupnya ke atas kah? Belum kan, tuh masih P1 baru mau nutup. Shooting range. Ronaldo lagi ngeliat ini apa, fishing cam. Oh, bukan fishing cam, apa fishing cam? Bootyard. Fishing cam anjing beda map, fishing cam. Bootyard.
centering up
beda
more
mah
than anything.
Bocah.
And they also know
Gak jelas
they're
Bocah
like
nih.
not even within 8 or top
Nah,
10
udah siap
prior to
kan,
get
guys?
into this circle, and it could go anywhere. So why would they prioritize, you know, rushing
Masa
for
AC air
that
AC
central?
netes
And with a
mulu.
western shift like that,
Tah kan rozok
their
fix
play
ini mah.
actually paid off. They now have to figure out if they're going to be swinging around on the northern side to get on the lesser populated side
Kata
of the west
gua
side.
ge
or if
apa
they're gonna go
guys,
south
rozok
around.
ini
So
mah.
that's going to be an
Fix.
interesting one here, and with the
SE,
amount of water
wah
that's in
SE
play,
di
we might be
Yasnaya.
ending
Kan gue
up with a
bilang
lot
pokoknya
of water
entah
where
dapat di
it could
rozok
shift
atau
still
di
north and
Yasnaya.
south and
Fix
have
bener
quite the
anjir.
impact. So these compounds, these high ground structure, even the bridges that
Wah,
are
Gam
around
enak
this
banget
circle
tuh,
here
Gam.
could be very valuable as rain.
That north side of the river is looking hectic right now.
Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, already 4 teams up there. Geek is starting to head that
Santai
way
baik
as
kita
well.
gas,
You
oke?
see Virtus Pro making their way past,
Dari
wow.
ngops
Those
sans
If they can
cuy.
get that,
Ya nggak ya
that
nggak.
could be an absolute banger game for them once
Kelihatan ya
again.
muka gue ya.
They're locking it in
Nih gue
already.
balik deh.
Gam is on the east.
Topinya gue pakai topi
Good
aja,
spot
gue
out there by
lihat
Virtus
gue
Pro,
agak
and that's
kurang
bad news
jadinya.
for everybody else in the
Tapi lo
lobby. That's not
goreng.
a team that you want to see get put
Better
in,
lah, ya nggak?
farming
Setidaknya
position
lebih
once
better kalau
again,
pakai
but
topi.
that's
Rambut gue
exactly
lagi
where they find themselves as Falcons.
potong rambut guys.
Still moving in
Cukur
from
ini.
that southeastern, more eastern side now. They've got Myth
Guys.
just in front of them.
Gocap guys,
Playing around
Monet.
Volcano, but
Ngerti
no
lu,
shots
gocap
have been
Monet.
sent over in this
Lu cukur?
direction just yet. Shrimzy kind of scouting by
Tanda
feel
ya.
more than anything as Beamy does get
Kita lihat di
knocked
sini
by
Tanadol
Polaris.
mendapatkan tian-tian, Gam mendapatkan BMI.
Exactly where everybody is, where they need to be a little bit careful of getting peeked from.
Masih selamat
They're
BMI-nya.
aware that it's Gam. Our current last place team.
Shocking, to be honest.
Dua
Absolute
knock ya?
shocker to me. There's star
VP-nya
power
dua
on
knock,
that
apa?
roster. There's experience on
Gas
that
VP
roster.
sih.
There's
Biar nggak
international
ini dia
wins
gila
on
udah
that
91
roster.
sendiri loh.
Tenbu, remember last
VP
year
harus dimusnahkan
just
dulu
an
nih
absolute
terus-terusan nih
superstar.
dimusnahkan nih.
This year
Sementara
so
belum
far,
ada
we've not
yang
seen
ngakil-ngakil lagi ya guys
that
ya.
level.
Masih terakhir di
To be
GK,
fair to
Akil
Gam,
lawan
I
AGL
think
ya.
any team
Dia kemarin
that's
bertempur juga tuh di rumah
16th in this
pertigaan
lobby
itu
would
tuh.
be a little bit shocked because
Di
they just
rumah
had
yang
so
sama
much
dengan situasinya
talent in this lobby.
mirip lagi, cuman ini lebih cepat banget. Kemarin benar-benar nahan 4-2, 4 lawan 2 juga, AGL-nya 2, ininya 4. Lihat Falcon apakah keculik sama MTH. MTH yang keculik. Gue denger dong pasti Jacob-nya sih. Soalnya matiin mobilnya. Waduh. Pancingan kah? Pancingan kah? EP ini. Kalau nggak nyampe sih di bom, nggak nyampe sih. Cuman kalau maju ditabrak sih, we never know ya. Oh di spray juga ngeri sih. Oke, SE split ya. 2-1-1, Kamalnya nahan. Nice, Setsuna sama siapa namanya? Sama Jackson di depan. Maju ke depan sini bisa sih main sini kayaknya nih. MTH-nya masih. Oh, Falconnya langsung cabut ke. Nggak jadi tadi mau nabrak itu deh. Mau nabrak apartemen guys, nggak jadi. Apartemennya Twisted Man ya, iya. Apartemennya Twisted Man. Anjir, mobil jadi ada 5. Siapa yang bawa 2? Bisa gitu? Dan tadi Rozok masih ada 3 squad ya. Gam, FS sama VP. VP apa udah cabut? Aduh, MTH kita lihat nih. Tetap ke depannya ada Twisted Mind. Akankah ente? Aduh, nabraknya gitu lagi jelek. Ya ampun. Dah,
They realize that there's so much going on already. Scabby flushes Kiv. And then Jacob goes down to Petulins.
That's a really rough pull up there by Myth, but
Navi juga masuk ya dari belakang.
Got taken by surprise by Virtus Pro, and you see Navi.
Wah, itu harusnya yang tinggi jangan dilepas ya. Cuman namanya perang. Good. Di tempat lain kita lihat ya tim Liquid, Virtus Pro, Gam lagi bertempur ya di Rozok itu. Di sini juga pertempuran 3 squadnya anjir. Gelo. Gas kah? Weh, VP-nya aja sih menurut gua. Digas mah.
when we had a circle around the area where they pulled up on Twisted Mind because they had an idea that
VP
Twisted
musnahkan
might
dulu
be
dia biar
spread
nggak
out all around the
ini ya kan,
areas.
nggak terlalu jauh gapnya.
This is why it's
Biar
so
SE
scary.
juara gitu.
VP and Team
Aduh,
Liquid
knock Luke.
have a battle here. Pretty Critical goes down for a flush as well. Nixie's
Mati
knocked
dong.
to Luke 12.
Confirm kill kah? Oh enggak, masih bisa
It's
mundur.
gonna continue this fragging power as they do. We know they have.
Masih aman. Luka Ruknya kena sama Davis dari kanan jauh.
Yeah, Virtus Pro going to be kicking themselves onto that one because they knew that that's the spot that they just got knocked at just moments
FS
ago.
nggak ngeliat kan anjir itu. Mending ngelok. Hakatori dapetin perfect anjir.
Dance around
Nice.
a little bit too
Oh,
cavalier.
confirm kill sama Ferris.
Get knocked, but they will get Nixie back on his feet as Team Liquid now down to just.
Woi, gila perang di mana? Ya ampun, Elo.
It's the immediate
Aduh,
knock.
2 zone woi.
Gonna be able to get the flush.
Kenok
He's
dong.
gotta run. That
Kenok
is
dong.
the blue zone.
Nixie.
That's gonna take it down. Well played
Nixie.
there by Alo.
Lo
He should be
Nixie
able-
santai kali bos,
Yeah,
jangan
it was
ngepus
Alo that threw him, so he should be able to
terlalu
get the res.
cepat.
But no, yeah,
Dari
now
belakangnya ada
third-party
Visi,
Vicious,
udah.
They had to come over here eventually, and they've timed it perfectly. And will find the flush, but won't get
Steal
Luke.
kill lagi.
Luko don't have.
Udah makan steal kill, dia kenok. Sungguh terlalu guys. PT nggak menurut kalian? Masih dapat Luke loh. Rene deh. Rene kena tapi. Awas jangan ditabrak temennya. Dakmai. Wah masih selamat, VP masih 4 loh. Kit jago banget ya VP ini. Lagi menyala gini VP guys. Genji sekarang masuk lagi, Vitality juga masuk. 5 tim guys. Apartemen. Oh Genji ini pakai emergency pickup ya. Guys 5 tim lu di apartemen school guys. Alasia Nixie-nya.
Dogma gets multiple members down as well as Pau is super low. More shots come in here. Can he connect onto Dogma?
BME has that sniper, the bolty in hand, waiting to see Dogma's head just peek through the window. Won't find
Kabur
it.
aja nggak sih
But,
menurut gue itu mah? Nggak worth it lah.
Pretty heavy at this point, and this is kind of
Lah,
mutually
boleh.
assured destruction for these guys. Dogma will find one, he'll find two, and then grenade is going to fall just shy.
Kena Dogma-nya.
Get him, and it's going to throw him even further out of the blue. Now Pau, the last
Double
player
pasti.
left alive for Vicious.
Pau kamu mau ngapain?
Few kills from this as they bleed out, and even the 4 kills with Corexi getting that last one here, they end up
Lah,
with
VP-nya rata
95
juga
points.
kah?
It took them only
Iya
6
rata juga
games
anjir.
and 16 minutes
Kena bom apa
to
kenapa?
break the record that
Wah
Twisted
sini
Minds
nih
had
seru nih.
yesterday, but Vitality
Pertarungan
is
di
right with Gen G, and
apartemen
Twisted
school
Minds
guys.
is right here with Myth.
5 tim sini loh.
Good news for
MITH,
everybody else in the
Twisted
chase is that
Mind,
Virtus Pro is out,
Vitality.
so you can
Datang
try to
lagi,
make a
Gam
little bit
datang,
of a
ada
come down,
Genji,
Scam tries to make the full set.
ada
Yeah,
SE.
loaded into everything. That's not
Gila,
what you wanna be
ini
in that tree. The
woi,
shoes will get taken
setengah
low,
tim
he'll
ada
get
di
taken out.
apartemen.
Wongef able to get into
Gokil.
the door frame, but he sees the grenades
Wah,
come through.
Genji
He
dapat.
sees somebody shooting at him from behind as
Rata
well.
Gam, nice.
It is just
Dapat berapa SE? Dapat 1
anarchy
kill. Oke
going
lah
on in
lumayan.
the apartments.
Oh ternyata SE udah 2 orang udah. Oke gue nggak ngeh ya. Weh guys ini rame parah rame ini anjing. Lagi mau ngitungin tim tiba-tiba masuk lagi ada tim ini. Ada SE, Twisted Mind, Vitality, terus ada MITH, ada Genji. 5 tim loh, tadi ada Gam juga masuk 6 tim. Navi, 6 berarti. Jadi kalau Gam masuk nggak mati, 7. Gila. 7 tim ngapain lagi ya. Deol dapet Tanadol, Batulin sama Sampel dapet MITH-nya. MITH sisa 1 ya. Ya, senjangnya kill.
As we saw the next circle pop, it still holds in Falcon's compound. Vicious is out in
Abai Visi mati zone
and we
dia.
have absolute
SN
insanity
masih aman
going
sih.
on
Bisa sih
inside
SN nih
the
dapat 5
apartment
kill mah minimal ya.
Just shepherding Myth exactly where they wanted them to go. There was nothing that Myth could do about it. And now they are down to just 1 player who is hiding in the corner in the smokes. Just hoping to survive a little bit
Jaga,
longer.
guys.
A number of teams now still inside those apartments. Vitality, Gen.G, Navi, even
Semoga habis
Shadow
mati dong
have
dia.
a little bit of a foothold. And you still have 17 over in school that have to make their way over. Meanwhile, Full Sense up on the hills to the south. They've taken a knock, but they've got to move in.
And they have to pull up on either one of the
6
complexes
tim
of the
ya
apartment or go to
di
GK of
daerah
Falcons.
apartemen
Falcons
school.
on a edge compound.
Aduh,
Makes no sense
17-nya
to do
ngegas
that,
kah?
so I know they're gonna join the fun
Wah,
inside
SE3
apartments, or
17
they're
dah.
gonna have to go to GK. Let's see what
Guys,
they
ini
end up
sudah
with.
diris
They
lah
have
guys.
some riches
Knock
on the
1
south
lagi.
side. Where the shacks are too. C4 onto Jexy. Jexy gets Chow
Anjing
down.
pantesan
Lorenzo
pakai
now joins
C4.
the fight onto 17 as Kamal
Amal,
actually
oke.
steals that away. T1's gonna have a little bit
MDRILL
of a
udah.
path in here with the smoke, but it's gonna be difficult because Falcon is just raining bullets towards him. Tickleton finds raining and Wenbo goes down to Levante
Masih
inside
bisa
the
dires kah?
apartments.
Oh, that is just
SE ini.
so tough for T1. Not really much you can
Dapetin
do
2
at this
kill
point.
lagi, tambahan
As
kill.
he and
Jadi 3 kill,
manages
dapat
to
tambahan
get to
killnya
the
alhamdulillah.
shack. And Tickleton, oh, he's
Trigonometri
got so
Israel
many
kah
orders.
guys?
He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Trigonometri
And
kita
here
lihat.
they come. They will start to land. We
Pedo
know
Esports ke
trigonometry
10,
is a
oke.
thing. See where
Oke.
they go.
Trigonometri
Just a little bit
kurang ke
outside.
kiri.
But all the damage is still being done and have been done, and if they're inside this,
Tapi kenanya malah
concrete
pakai
shack, they're
mini,
not gonna be able
anjir.
to blow that away.
While that was going on, 17 did manage to make their way from school.
Right.
They did take out Shadow, but they took a lot of damage in return. Only 2 of them left alive here.
So this could be a defining game for the catch-up onto VP if Falcons gets
So,
a little bit of love.
ya
It's
still
a
Belmont-nya.
slight corner of the
Kena lagi
compound is still
flash di
in
sini.
this next shift here. This
Polaris.
could be the catch-up game that they need. Polaris finds flash.
Susah ya,
Yes,
Full
Full
Sense
Sense has
kamu mau
gone into
kemana
the
sih,
southern
bingung
part. We
juga.
were talking about where
Masuk
the shack
sih.
is, but it's difficult with all the
Nggak
teams
mau.
coming in. Gustav is getting closer here. He's going to have some blue zones. He's going to be deploying towards T1 that Ian and Type is inside.
Gonna get a good bounce there for T1.
Mati dong, Type.
Right on top of where it needs to be. Type will
Sampai
have to run
Type.
out. He'll get
Aduh,
knocked a
masih ada
little bit low,
lubang.
but they
Selamat
do
dia.
have
Masih ada 2
dips to
lubang
play,
sih.
and that is where that destructible terrain comes in so
Tempat paling
handy.
enak sih.
T1 alive a little bit longer.
Twisted
Next
Mine
circle's
ini.
about to pop.
Paling
Let's see
enak
where it's
Twisted
gonna
Mine
go.
ini.
Keeps the
Cara
apartments
zona soalnya
in,
masih agak ke
but
tengah, jadi kalau
Falcons
masih
now
nutup,
have to
tetap
move,
masih
so
aman.
T1 is on the clock.
Cuman secara vision paling enak Navi. Kalau secara vision ya, karena dia bisa di atas. Cuman atasnya dia paling tinggi, nggak bakal kelihatan dari atasnya Genji. Cuman terlalu terbuka banget. Kecuali League 1 di atas bahaya. Trigonometri Israel kah kedua ini. Mau kemana, nggak ada yang di luar ini.
And now Falcons is setting up shop here. They're going to be using the mortar to make some playable space inside this next circle here. Let's see where we land up.
Nggak ada apa-apa ya.
Oh,
mau bikin ini, mau bikin zona dia. Mau bikin tempat buat ini apa namanya, berhenti. Kirain mau kenain orang ya. Oh iya, nggak zona, di zona harus maju. Aku dapetin 3 di sini. Buka lagi.
Couple of dips that they've created for themselves. They know that Ian and Type are still there for T1. Oh, they are keeping eyes on this. Long range smoke. Just I think this
Trigonometri Israel kah? Guys, anjir. Ini gimana caranya sih dia naik turuninnya?
Concealed so that they can't just free farm.
Mana smoke-nya kemana itu? Hah? Bisa di naik turunin gitu guys?
So good.
So smart. I love that. Does take damage, does get knocked
Loh.
in.
Oh, dari amal dulu kena cu. Kirain dia jatuh di mobil.
I think the rest is definitely safe here as we see more teams fight on the south side.
Yang dapetin flash, Pyro-nya dapat Genji. Wah, GK lumayan juga sih. Cuman kalau zona nutup, nah, kayaknya zona nutupnya ke arah ini deh, ke arah apartemen deh, menurut gua. Wah, GK udah 9 kill ya, tiba-tiba anjir. Tambahan 5 kill dari tadi AGAL.
Just maybe the circle will pull away from apps and onto them. so they can live a little bit longer. Everybody just kind of sharing their apartments right now. You hear the shots being sent back and forth through windows. Genji actually over to try to get a little bit closer, but Apacer is right on top of it. We'll spot him out before he can get close.
Yeah, and Faris on the top of the roof here has the absolute insane corner. Levante continues to put mayhem out with their 3. Bean goes down 2. A nade drops from Bean, takes down D, and Chan joins in onto the fight with Na'Vi. Huge fiesta going on here in the apartments.
This is a really aggressive push by Genji. I mean, their apartment building was still in at the time, but they try to make the push over into Na'Vi, and as a result, they're going to take a couple of big losses there. I think Bean or Soul, the last player left alive.
Atasnya enak secara vision, Na'Vi, cuman kalau kena knock satunya agak-agak menggetarkan dia pasti. Tapi visionnya enak banget. Zonanya tuh udah. Kalau di tempatnya Twisted Mind, kalau nggak di kirinya ada rooftop aja, buset udah anjing OP banget. Di Na'Vi masih ketutupan tuh. Arah-arah Twisted Mind.
Or we're just going to have
a fight with GK because that's where there's some more points available. Utilities being deployed. That's going to do a lot of damage to Falcons. They're going to try to get safe, and GK is already really close. So they're going to be spending all their utility to try to get some knocks onto Falcons.
Oh, if that gets into the shack, no, it's going to bounce just out. And GK Songjang will get taken down. Gustav using the hard cover from the vehicle. Keep himself safe. They're holding GK at bay for now. EJ taking a lot of damage here. Twisted have now looked over in this direction as well. The smoke's the only thing keeping GK alive here.
Luar biasa ini. GK lawan tim lawan Falcon.
Shrimzy will get inside the shack just in the nick of time.
And now it's about reinforcing his stun grenades are coming in too. Sure, they lost a player, but they still have utility. And shots coming in. Parkro gets Tickleton down now, and Falcon's gonna have to turn heads.
Just so many grenades in the bag for GK. And Falcon's trying to survive the onslaught, but it was just
siapa sangka.
He'll find 2. Shrimzy staying alive, keeping Falcons into it, while Kickstart trying to provide him some support from range. Shrimzy is gonna go down the blue zone in the end, and it is all done for GK. Kickstart the last player left alive for Falcons.
And now surviving. Fulton's going down as well. That actually managed to get another point for Kickstart here. Gives him sixth place. He's not inside. There's no more dips to crawl into. That was created by the mortars that they deployed earlier. And we're gonna have a 5-team fight.
Tadi mati zona ya.
It's home turf terrain. You have some angry tenants that's coming towards you.
Wah, ini dia dah. Nah, ini enak banget nih di sini sumpah. Visionnya nih. Dan nih visionnya enak banget nih naik di sini. Mata gua kan.
And it's just to get himself over to the roof. Yeah, drop a smoke down. You got the rest of your boys are going to come on over. Kickstart will just donate himself over to the blue. Can't say I blame him. But Falcons do manage to collect stack points, not as many as they would have hoped. But the Circles just unfortunately did not agree with them as Twisted Minds finds themselves
ayo 17 bingung. Vitality masih bisa maju. Jadi kuasain depannya.
Now, kind of the one that everybody's going to be looking over towards.
And also the problem with Circle is it ends on the corner of the building that Twisted Minds has. But you cannot get on the roof with that. But Hakatori did some magic.
Wah, Shaolu selamat anjir. Udah di bawah Hakatori dia. Agak ngeh kah Fayerisnya? Gak denger cuy. Timing banget anjir.
Where he has high ground, and he's gonna definitely try to get some damage done onto Vitality. As Vitality tried to defend this smoke push that 17 is right now doing. Xiaowu Chan is in there. Vitality has
wah, jaga di situ anjing. Cakep banget sih. Atas bawah lagi.
On Tian right now. Goodness gracious.
Vitality fans showing right now
mati dong kena bom.
For the support of the Vitality guys. They might have a fantastic game here. Shots come in. Example finds tons of damage onto Chan.
Starting to run low on ammo though.
Lah kagak dimasak bomnya anjir. Nggak jadi dilempar kah? Sama Gedros.
That's a great fort to deny any entry into this.
Anjir. Panzer depan muka. Kaget nggak lu? Kabur sih dah.
Looking for the next player from Vitality. He's not able to spot him out. It looks like he was able to retreat and rejoin the rest of the squad. So Vitality with 3 will play this one out as Gedrox does get flushed out by Xiaowu, and they just have the smallest little bit of this building that's still inside the zone. So they can at least put a pause on things now and see if maybe they can catch another knock onto Vitality.
Okay, so how this plays out is 17 dies to Vitality unless 17 does some magic. Then Navi kills Vitality and Twisted Minds wins with a few kills. That does look like how it's happening right now, and that's what all the players realize too. They're going to try to maximize, trying to make the most of it. But now Navi, they're trying to deny, they're trying to say, all right, our winning opportunity here is to push Twisted Minds as Vitality is trying to defend from 17.
Depannya lu di luar tapi.
All these teams.
Lu yang nahan sih.
So much to gain from this one. Soul still hiding in the midst. He's going to find one.
Anjir, dapat dua dong.
Oh, the micro Uzi in Soul's hands is so dangerous. Boostic will take him down in the end, but will it be enough time to get these reses? You can see Twisted Minds already trying to capitalize. They're going to throw in the blue zone grenade. And it's going to be perfect.
Anjir, dia steal dapat.
Boostic, the last player left alive.
Berdua kill. 3 dong harusnya.
That's so unfortunate for Navi.
Masih selamat.
I saw them pushing on to Twisted Minds and just leaving
Soul behind.
No, they had to try to clear him. It was a little bit too late though. Super unfortunate. Now down to just 3-man Vitality. Boostic solo. And Twisted Minds with a 3-man. Boostic finds Levante.
Anjir, masih dapat Boostic ya.
They're gonna have to push through the smokes and they have
dari sini Twisted Man kalau kata gue yang WCD ini.
Boostic does go down in the end, but Navi do manage to collect 4
kills
in
dilemparin.
3rd place.
Blue zone.
Tetap
panik lu kurang sih. Kurang kiri blue zone. Twisted Man, let's go. Mengerikan.
What a way. Sure, you have some home turf circles here, but
mengerikan Twisted Man. Seru banget ini, gila nih zonanya. Kacau nih zonanya anjir. Gila. Masalahnya ini main TPP. Zona di bangunan gini anjir. Wah. Ini bisa ngintip-ngintip, orang jadi pada sabar banget mainnya. Kalau FPP sih udah nggak bakal bisa sampai segini, jarang banget anjir FPP. TPP orang udah sabar-sabar anjing.
A pretty decent lead, but now there's like 3 or 4 teams I believe
game pertama oke lah. Masih game pertama ya pemanasan. Kayak dulu nggak sih game pertama ya nggak. Chill aja game pertama mah.
That's what you gotta do. Some points on the board, keep your averages high, and even 4 points. It's not a 0, it's not a 1, and if you keep that average up, and they're definitely going to be having those fights throughout the day, then still it's going to put it somewhere around 120, 130 at the end of the day, plus the match points cut off for tomorrow. It's going to be difficult to try to catch it. If it wasn't for the circles, it did feel like Falcons had a great opportunity to do so. They realized with the Geek push, the most points we can get from this one is definitely trying to fend off Geek and get the points there. Good job. Expected when you heard in the comms, it sounded like.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. And look, Twisted feels like they're expected to win every game, don't they? And I can't say I blame them too much. That's such a successful team that we've seen. And I mean, honestly, we've seen them have trouble holding those apps before. So we saw it yesterday. So doing a great job of getting that done here today. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready for match number 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Where did that gremlin go?
where's that gremlin gone? I really, really need to do my predictions on the EWC Play app. Okay. Hey, I need this. I need to do my predictions. I need to do my predictions for Mr. Portal. Give it here. Give it here. Yes, I got it.
They stole it from us. Stupid fat paper thin.
All right, guys, we gotta let you guys know what time it is. It's game time, baby. Let's go.
Hi, Polaris here at the Esports World Cup, and we've got some of our super fans for GAM for PUBG here. We're in the finals. So I guess my first question is, where have you guys all traveled in from? How far has it been?
Oh, it's quite far. Like, I have traveled for almost 20 hours.
Oh, wow.
But I feel happy to be here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. How have you guys been enjoying EWC so far with the tournament, everything going on around?
You know, this is the first time I engage in a big event like this. Everything is so big, everything is so good, people, staff, everything. Yeah, I really enjoy time here. So exciting now.
So what do you think about GAM's chances? How is GAM going to do here in this final?
I feel a little worried. This match is very thrilling. So I think this team will be better in the future and this game. And I trust my team will be the champion in EWC PUBG Battleground 2026.
Awesome stuff. All right, we're going to do a GAM time on 3, 2, 1. It's GAM time.
I know they definitely had GAM on their pick'ems, and for whoever had Twisted Minds on their pick'ems as well, congratulations. If you haven't been able to go over there to the EWC website and the app, make sure you put in your pick'ems. And while you're at it, don't forget that you can sign up to your Esports Foundation Creator Program. If you're live streaming, or if you don't even live stream, just start live streaming. Why don't you sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program? Make sure you scan a QR code, which hopefully will start appearing at some point. There you go. Now we're talking, and you'll be able to earn rewards, and maybe, just maybe, we might interview you tomorrow on the final day. No promises, no trip for 2. I'm still trying to figure out what trip for 2 means, but a trip to win was granted to Twisted Minds as they came out on top in that first game.
You know, we opened up the show by saying you can't count out Twisted Minds, and you can't, because this is what they do. They found a good way to win. They fought through there, and they come away with that victory. Also worth noting, AGAL, who's in the cup race, elsewhere, is getting hot dropped still and wiped out before the game even really starts. They just need to go somewhere else.
That's a big problem. Yeah, you have to. I mean, you know how I feel about hot drops. I absolutely can't stand them, especially a team like AGAL where they're in the club championships. Just go somewhere else, boys. It's not worth it. I mean, honestly, you guys are currently sitting on 23 points. Twisted Minds was on 25 before that game. Now they're at 43. That was a big game for them. But the most important thing, obviously, is the fact that Virtus Pro fell early, but they still managed to get 4 kills out of it.
That's right. And when you look at Team Falcons, they were able to only get just 2 more points. So for a squad that we were looking to be able to close the gap even more, it's not going to be looking like that. For Team Falcons, they're going to be hoping that VP once again gets eliminated very early on. One squad that I was looking at, though, that was able to get some points was none other than Na'Vi, because today at the start, they ended up just being 46 points away from first place. So for those squads that might not be Falcons, that might end up being a little bit more towards that middle of the pack at the moment, they need to take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're talking about VP and they're so far ahead, but it does seem like they can bleed and go out a little earlier than we expected. And for teams like Na'Vi, who have been able to find their center, Steve, and been able to do so much work from their early game macro, this is, again, another good game for them. Did they win it? No, but they still made it to the end game.
I mean, you got to expect Twisted Minds to win this. Home circle, right where they drop, they're all set up. The good news for Na'Vi and Vitality in that situation is they're very practiced at this. They know exactly where Twisted Minds is going to be upon arrival at that location. So you saw Na'Vi come in, they sort of cleared the upper building, they were able to get some extra points on the board. Everyone else kind of knew they were there, but they're not as practiced at dealing with Twisted Minds in a heavily embedded position. So it's good news for everyone except VP, who, got caught by Vicious, got knocked out. Vicious paid the price, though. VP was if you kill us, you too must go. But that said, the whole crowd, not the crowd, but the crowd of players was very excited to see the end of VP, because it does mean if they can do that 3 more times, then everyone's back in the game.
VP, I like how you were able to perform yesterday, And I was kind of happy that you ended up getting eliminated early on because I want to see some of those teams just close up and we have an amazing finish tomorrow. That's just me being biased for some amazing storylines and just a nail biter because I'm usually a sucker for that. A team that you just mentioned actually earlier between AGL and Geeky. Geeky is actually winning that hot drop. So if you're Geeky, continue to do your thing pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, GK shouldn't change anything. If anything, they're the ones winning those fights. So
Nah, fit of damage-nya tapi tetap heal-nya ya anjir.
to actually have a good tournament here at EWC, or if they just kind of want to throw it away in hot drop, which I think would be a massive mistake.
Well, and if GK really is, like, they hubrisly believe that AGAL is an easy win for them. I mean, 4 points is 4 points, right? When a team is this far out in front, if you really want to win, you got to become kill stalkers. You got to watch that kill feed. You got to look for trouble. You got to go after those kills. So that's what I hope to see from these teams in 2 through 6 position, is look at those kill feeds. See when Virtus Pro is weak at attack, or see when any other team is limping and just aggressively hit those third parties. Hopefully play that edge. Look for those people to get caught on rotation and be the one that signs their death warrant.
And I'm glad you said that and you brought that up about GK, because the more times that they're able to wipe AGL and get those early points, the more confident that's also going to build for them moving forward. So that's a dangerous proposition. Again, I would hope AGL would make the adjustment, but so far, it doesn't seem like that's been the case.
Looking at that overall, there was some squads that weren't able to improve on their performances. That's because we saw a bunch of donuts. Actually, I think that might be some of the most donuts we have seen on the last game. Hopefully, Myth, T1, maybe they'll start showing up, especially with
what is going
having
on
a hard
with Myth?
turn. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we're getting ready for that second match today. So let's send it over to Polaris and Paperthing on the stage.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh my god. Okay. All right. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Never mind. We'll talk about that later. We've got incredible stories going on here at the Esports World Cup already, I think it's fair to say. We've had so many great individual moments, apart from our acting, of course.
Mulai weh, game kedua cepat. Jangan terlalu lama bertele-tele lah.
Was one of the most clutch moments of the event. We got to see that individual skill on display, and then just from like a personal bias perspective, I got to see Soul land that mortar onto Myth yesterday as well. That got all 4 with 1 shot. That was crazy.
Lo Paperthing, kok nggak follow ya? Kenapa kamu nggak restore follow Paperthing?
But yeah, it's so I think that's been fantastic. But the overarching stories, really, you'd be remiss if you don't focus on Virtus Pro looking as consistent as they do. But still, Myth, even though they're not having the easiest of times here in this final just yet, we saw them from PGS, from that group stage, look fantastic, and I hope they're able to kind of have that bounce back here.
I agree. I mean, it was so cool to see them, be so consistent so far this year, and that it's not a fluke. It is, this team is just that good, but they need to show it a little bit more here in the grand finals. Also, I want to talk about the underdog stories like Shadow Esports coming through, really impressing us all with a steady, well-balanced gameplay. Yeah, it's a little passive, but it's getting them deep into games and getting them points, and that's what's huge. They're here and they're doing well.
I think it's fantastic, and I really wanted to interview them earlier on. I couldn't get the translators ready to go and everything like that, but I really want to hear their perspective on being kind of the underdog story and how well they're doing so far. But anyway, my friends, I've got to go. The casters! The casters! The casters!
If I never see that again, I will be very happy.
Okay. I gotta get some props.
I have to see it every time I see it.
Yeah, I gotta get some props though. The acting from these guys have been next level. They're too good at what they do. If you're also able to act, there's some open theater opportunities for them maybe later on here for sure.
I know. It creeps me out every time. Well, we got one game. Oh, look at that. We got. I don't even know what that was. What was that? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know it's time to tango, Poro. Let's get over to the games here, as we are starting from that southeast side you see here on the map. And we're going to be going up to the northwest, so very pleasant plains today. Most of the teams are going to be able to get into that area that they want to, or at least grab a car, as we do take a look at the 64 players. 60 very concerned players right now. Where the
Game 2, let's go guys. Bismillah SE ya. Step up SE. SE school ya. Mana tuh? Tuh kan benar tuh, school. SE ke Sekul pasti. Bukan pasti, emang hotdognya di sana ya. Map Taigo. Please ke bawah zonanya yuk. Jangan ke atas yuk zonanya yuk. Tolong ini mah zonanya. Alhamdulillah dapet zonanya. Rotasinya setidaknya lebih aman lah naiknya. Waduh, dari ke-7 ke 9 sekarang turun 2 peringkat SE nih. Yuk step up yuk. Top 5 lah minimal. Ini kalau juara sih, ini VP-nya nih harus ditusunin terus ini. Kalau enggak sulit. Ngejar Falcon masih bisa lah. Kalau ngejar sampai 70 masih bisa tuh. Cuman masalahnya kalau ngejar VP gimana, udah mau 100 anjir. SM masih 33, 77 lagi. Kalau SE-nya kill 8 aja minimal. Satu game kill 8, terus pokoknya poinnya dapat ya 10 plus terus lah. 10 plus. Syukur-syukur bisa 20 gitu atau 15 plus. Terus-terusan gitu. Mungkin bisa VP-nya tapi harus tusun-tusun lah. Ya di atas hashtag 8 lah. Boleh lah 2 kill mah. 2 kill 3 kill boleh aja sih. Ini pertarungan T1 sama VC ya. Kalau di Rengga ada GK sama AGAL. Kalau di sini ada T1 sama VC. Wah jauh lagi setup T1-nya sih. Bahaya nih T1 ini. Satu side keculik aja udah sulit sih, cabut sih menurut gua dia kalau satu side-nya keculik, satu sisinya keculik gitu. Soalnya gini dia kiri kanan, kiri kanannya nge-cross lagi. PC masih bisa motong itu dia, sudah dekat-dekat lah. Dua-duanya sama aja, cuman lebih bahaya kalau ada yang keculik T1-nya. Kalau VC masih aman dia.
Well, Gen G, we saw them just a moment ago as we check in with Falcons.
Another secret key back to back. That's kind of crazy.
Look, hey, they're taking their time. They're all the way up in the northwest, right? They have no rush at all to get in there.
And the big thing is there's big chance in those secret rooms to also get an E pickup. So that could be a play for them as well. So let's see how that rains out.
Kemana nih dari terminal nih? VP nih. Mulai. Gak ada expect ke N-nya. Oh, N dijagain. Mampus anjing. Sama tapi dulu kenok cuma anjing. Ya kalah dong. Vision sudah dapat 2 lawan 2 nih.
Just managing to duck outside before that Molotov hits.
Nah, nggak ada heal lagi, cabut lah. Dari heal dulu sih.
Heals at all on Ian. He's left on 22 HP. And Pau, he's gonna have that M249 in hand and
Duh, kedengeran dong stepnya dong. Ian kedengeran dong. Ndet, Pau-nya diindet dulu dia.
best to not reveal himself while getting a little bit closer.
3 lawan 3 deh.
But Ian, as he said, no meds to speak of. He's going to go ahead and play the wall. Just wait for Pau to make an appearance, but Pau being very disciplined on his own, raining, keeping eyes on the other side of that compound.
Hype-nya cepet weh.
Coming out, we'll again pause down for a bit in that fight as we check in with Twisted Minds.
Kayak gebuk Sansa.
And we're back. Dogma back to a push here. Ian less than half HP on this corner with the AUG. It feels like Pau is aware. He've heard him. Step around this corner. Nades comes in though. Type is trying to help Ian get out of this mess. Oh, he gets hit by.
Wah anjir, expect dong dia.
Angle for Tycoon to get the flush comes in too, and now it's down to just Raining and Type.
Gokil Tycoon.
We expect no less. Oh my goodness. That grenade landing right in his pocket. It does not manage to take him down.
Ada heal lagi dia. Tak mainnya. Kabur. Selamat anjir.
Raining is just going to watch the wall to make sure he can get away as you see Tanvu. Actually, it looks like Gam going to run into GK. So that's going on that coastline. Remember, we saw Gam in good position. And it looks like they were in good position to camp or catch GK in the middle of their rotation. They're actually
Si Type-nya ngapain sih?
well. So we'll keep an eye on.
Kenapa nggak di grup aja ya nggak?
Keep an eye here on Vicious as well. Check back in with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP will be rotating on the northern side. There's actually quite the space ahead of them here. Type did find Pau.
Kalah dong. Dakmai. Wah anjir. Ya Allah. Terlalu nafsu kamu. Santai dulu bos.
Type does have some heals for himself, but Tycon will take down Raining in the process. We'll see if he can get Pau back on his feet. As Type will throw the grenade, it's going to land a little bit short. That blue zone, no, that's a flashbang. Never mind. Type trying to see if he can reposition himself. He's just trying to cause problems, right? Don't give him the time to go for that res, but unfortunately, it just doesn't have it now.
All right, great. Let's see where this circle goes as T1 and Vicious is.
Aduh, saya harus maju lagi nih zonanya.
Do go north here. The vast majority of the teams is actually more south-southwest, so a lot of teams have to move. And Buxan saw that a big area that's just completely open here could be an easy entry from these teams.
And Twisted Minds knows that Buxan is free because they just came from there and left, so they know that unless they were getting backfilled, they should have a free play.
Oke, lo Tanfu. Masuk semua itu anjir nembak. Anjir ngeri cowok Tanfu. MVP bro. PGC. Ngeri gitu Tanfu anjir. Buset Solozi langsung ngegas aja dia. Mati dong kamu Solozi. Terus-terusan mah. Kabur aja dong sih, jangan dilanjutin. Yakin gak mau diperangin. Tetep, awas jangan ditabrak temennya.
To the south, and yeah, the rest of Falcons are just going to retreat back off to the north. You see a few parting shots being traded, but no harm, no foul, as Falcons will just make that long wrap up to the north, which could
eventually masih loh.
They have got a wide split on the northern side, nobody else really up there.
And wouldn't that be something
to
see our first and second place team currently here in PUBG Battlegrounds for Esports World Cup go straight up against
Wah.
Day 2, of course, we are playing a total of
enak cuma sih dapat anjir.
But right now, VP is doing all they can to make it difficult for anyone to catch them.
Tuh, kenapa nggak bandage dulu anjir?
Once we conclude the day, we're gonna put some points on top of it, and that's gonna be the cutoff point for that smash rule tomorrow.
1v1 there between Type and Tycon.
Wah, tim Liquid enak banget ini spotnya nih.
currently looking at Liquid holding down the line on the western side. They've got 2 in the compound, 2 on vehicle, just hugging around the edge to see if anybody's coming in. Gen G is making their way in on the south side, just between Team Liquid and Shadow, and backfilling Full Sense. As we see, it looks like AGAL, after disengaging with Falcons, they do find an E pickup. They're going to pop that and try to make their way in as we wait and see where this next circle takes us.
Yeah, and that's the last kind of chance to do it as well, because the next circle pops, we go from circle 2 to 3. That's 1 damage per second, so they're going to have to rush in. We go dead center here. Buxansa is still in, but it's very much open terrain. Sure, there's lots of good ridges. There's so many rocks around this area here, but
Waduh, SE bahaya nih.
cover. A lot of teams are going to have to try and drive
Mau kemana nih SE nih?
into this area.
See, GK will get EJ back.
Maju kena.
Falcons trying to come in from that northern side. Looks like Virtus Pro going to take those cliff sides just on the west side of Buxansa, and they're going to get there just before Falcons does. But the good news for Falcons is that they have Kickstart in the air, and he's going to spot that out. As they were making their way towards that, they'll pull away and they'll regroup and decide where to go next.
Yeah, they leave Gustav behind here. He's going to be the front point man to try to get some information from the ground. As it continues, Kickstar's going to turn that glider on once again. Vitality here taking some shots. We're on the south side, and Shadow Esports, Gen G rotating next to each other just behind Geeky and Vitality. They are spread out there. IGL is further north, and Soul gets involved with Vitality as Hello My Bad goes down.
Vitality maybe a little bit too split up here as the circle collapsed. Weren't able to get everybody back together in time. They've got Gedrox uphill, and it looks like Levante and Quizzy will be able to escape the compound. So Gen G, with that knock and that flush, will secure themselves a spot in the zone to play, and Vitality will play forward with 4. It looks like Ferrist will get revived as well for Na'Vi. So Na'Vi back up to full strength. See if he can get a little loot for himself as well, as he's kind of scouting for the rest of the boys as they make their way in. But Twisted Mind's already in this position where they're headed.
And it looks like they've dug out some Foxhole. Now they peek out, shots come in, and it connects quite a bit. Good Foxhole here for Perfectix, and he's around the tree. And again, multiple effort from the guys, but Tulins gets it. Everyone is contributing towards the damage being done towards Na'Vi. They actually end up stopping just next to them as this circle gets extremely congested towards the south and central area. AGL has been able to get the east side of Buxansa, as VP has locked down the west and north. Team Liquid moving in behind on the west from Falcons, pushing them towards each other. And as we see, we're going to have potentially a fight between Falcons, Team Liquid, and 17 on that western side.
Yeah, it's starting to get really, really packed really quickly. But you see the wooded area that we're dealing with as Boostic will get spotted out as, once again, Na'Vi just running afoul of Twisted Minds. 3 men from T1 are back after Type wins the battle from the early game. And wouldn't you know it, Buxansa completely empty with the exception of Delwyn from AGAL. So all 3 members of T1 back. They might be able to get fully looted up here in Buxansa unless AGAL, and now the circle's going to go that direction as well.
Yeah, and Solalzi finds T1, finds Heather. Delwyn was aware there's birds in the sky, and that's going to turn them around. They're going to be aware that there's just points available. Perfectix does find Hagatory flush here with a nade. So Twisted Minds trying to maintain control. This is going to be a difficult circle for everyone trying to get in from the western side. Twisted Minds realize that that is their perimeter to shut down. And that high ground that 17 already has, it's being called towards that. Little Rich is going to be another King of the Hill fight here, as Falcons also gets involved here. There's going to be a huge fight on the western side. Shots already come out, and Batulins finds Zilghost from 17.
This could be a farm game for Twisted if they play their cards right. They've been dug in here, perfectly positioned. The grenade will come through, but not before the meds do for Batulins as the grenades.
Dapat sesunanya, let's go.
They're not finding the mark, but Batu gets the double.
Confirm kill bisa nggak?
Xiaowu is all by himself. He's got a UAZ and some smoke to keep him alive, but that's about it. Twisted Minds holding the line on the western edge.
Wah, dapat 1 kill. Nice. 17 dan rata sih. Jauh udah, kamu mati aja. Mati percuma juga. Mau kemana juga? Ada gam. Ayo, coba mau kemana? Mau mana Xiao? Xiao mau kemana? Udah dilemparin sama Gami. Tah, mati deh kamu.
Yeah, Liquid completely disengaging for Falcons, do the full wraparound on the south side, but unfortunately the path in there is not much better, as it looks like Xiao will get the heal off, but he's going to get spotted out by Lu, so Twisted gets theirs in the end. Team Liquid will stop down and spot out Gen G just ahead of them, as Gen G is looking at full sense.
And that's the first team out in 16 minutes. We are still at 50 teams. GK finds multiple from Shadow Esports, and Luke 12 finds Bean, as we're talking about it. The southern side is gonna have so many fights on multiple ends.
Big fights happening all around.
Alah Kamal teman sih. GK, sialan lu. Waduh kena juga sama Solo sih. Siapa tuh? Oke, mortar tuh.
Another one falls. Falcons just have to keep eyes on the skies as we see Vicious Esports does eventually go down in the end, and of course it's going to be EN.
Alah, Astra SE. Satu kill doang lagi. Kita terus rotasi sih menurut gua di game ini. It's okay lah.
We're going to have so many fights, it's going to be hard to follow. We're going to focus on some of the most important ones. VP and Twisted Minds. Knocks are coming in and damage is being done here. Multiple Molotovs connect. 56 damage onto Gustav, and he's going to continue to bleed out. And now Twisted Mind gets involved in this one here, cornering Falcons up towards the edge.
Those mortars were sent by Twisted Mind, so that was the pre-fire, and now they're going to send everybody on foot, looking over the edge of these ridges. Not over peaking though. They're not full pushing, not full committing. They're just looking to see what they can see from their spot, knowing that there's Virtus Pro on the other side. So they're playing it very, very safe, very carefully. Virtus Pro doing a little bit of the same. They are getting shots sent into their back from T1's E end, but it doesn't look like they're going to allow that to force their hand.
Yeah, just poking, just knocking at the door, trying to have an impact, trying to get those reses and utility used out. Gustav being on second res is having quite the impact here. Nixie getting picked up here by Correxi as they drive away. Shots damaged off, but he actually jumps into the back seat where you're a little bit more exposed. That's something that's also unexpected, so they're going to have to quickly switch over to it. VP still has a way inside and a foot inside the door on the next circle as Lukarux is set up, but Twisted Minds flexing out in the west, trying to corner and trying to hold down Falcons. They both know that it's teams that's worth to chase down. Especially after Falcons has hit 70 points so far in this game.
Yeah, Falcons' clock is definitely ticking, and Virtus Pro, they have nobody else in this lobby to really be concerned about other than Falcons, but Tiggleton will win that 1v1 against Beamy. Stays alive with 3 HP, but Nixie will spot him down, and that'll be it for Tig. Not flush just yet, but Correxi, that's
Waduh, T1-nya terbantu sama T1
kind of forcing their hand, and now Virtus Pro, they find themselves down to 2.
Lou steals Correxi even here now. Kickstart goes down to Nixie. Nixie gets so much damage done to him. Turns around and Twisted Minds is third parting this fight completely. Shrimps, goes down to the blue and now it's just down to Gustav. What can he do? Is he going to deny? Is he going to do something? Or maybe just go all the way north, try to get into the northern side of Buxanza. And maybe get closer here. Maybe he can do a drive-by. He has bandages. It's going to heal him just a little bit here, but it's going straight towards Lukarux, and he is ready for him. Shots come in and connect. Nixie gets Gustav on the bleed out, and Falcons is out in 12th place as VP goes up to 3 kills in this game with just Lukarux left.
And that's your primary threat down if you're Virtus Pro. Job done. Just take down Falcons. Don't let them get any closer. Lukarux now, everything else is just a cherry on top as Twisted Minds will pull themselves together, try to take him out in the end. Looks like they will have complete control over this northwestern side. Now the rest of T1, the duo of E-End and Raining, starting to make their way down here as well. Doesn't look like they've spotted out Lukarux just yet. And Twisted from their south side, they were a little bit concerned about Myth, but it looks like Myth has now instead wrapped down towards the south where they're right on the doorstep of GAM. And good eyes from Lou will spot out E-End, gets a lot of damage in, but doesn't get the knock.
Selamat lu, Lu.
Calls coming in on the last day of play for it, and with this circle going away from everyone, this could be the game that AGL needs to get back into the fight. We do see T1 trying to fend off this. Nades come in, utilities being deployed towards T1, and Lukarux gets raining down. That could be another valuable kill to keep that average high. FANTECH seeing that it's VP still alive here, and Ian trying to get the most out of this one here. Twisted Minds is running towards VP. They know that they need to try to stop them. He's on fire. LeGros get into the smoke here, and Utility's being completely committed to this. It's a blue zone on top of Ian. It's going to force him towards LeGros. That's an easy flush and kill for LeGros, and FANTECH with a great spray down onto EN, and T1 goes down, and Virtus Pro down in 10th place as AGL gets so much base on the northern side.
9 kills now for Twisted Minds. They're making a run for Navi's spot in 3rd as Gam will take down Myth. Only one player left alive, and that's going to be Scappy as the circle is starting to close. As you mentioned, AGAL, GK both so much to gain from this finish here. Twisted Minds, if they could just take out Navi, yeah, they will. Example knew exactly where to look for him, and that's going to be 10 kills now for Twisted as they continue their climb up the leaderboard.
You cannot count out the defending Esports World Cup champions of PUBG.
Absolutely not.
Twisted Minds with another banger game. There's 7 teams left, and they already have 10 kills. This is an easy grab for 3rd place. And if VP and Falcons continue to have that fight on the top, that could be them just sneaking in and getting close, getting within sight that strike distance.
Twisted Minds 10 kill, ya lo.
Trying to avoid in the top.
Ngamuk
4 kills
kah.
again for VP and only 2 for Falcons. It keeps them at bay, and GAM Esports is out at 7th place here. Luke 12 finds Tanwu 2.
Team Liquid having a heck of a run this game now. 7 kills, 8 kills for them as they hop up into 11th place, put themselves a little bit closer. Twisted Minds going hunting. They're going to find Luke 12. They're going to find Alo. They're going to find Team Liquid. Cleanly done by Twisted Minds, but they do take a knock. Batu's down. Lou is down. Full Sense starting to activate. Example, the last player left alive, is Vitality is starting to creep down to the south and try to go get their own points.
I don't think they realize there's so many teams here. Example's going to go down to that nade. Surely from Levante, he does.
11 kill, oke lah anjir.
Full Sense 2, Flash and Ticker's out. We're down to 4 from GK, 3 from Vitality and AGL. And everything just developed so quickly.
Aduh, AGL bahaya nih.
The south had so good controls as mortars are coming in too.
See where they land. Looks like
Tak
that
ada
might be
orang.
close to center. I think that might be what GK is looking at. Position themselves in a spot around the rock.
Yeah.
They know that they've got...
They saw a car.
Yeah. They know they've got a pretty full squad of Vitality. They probably... I'm not sure if they know that they're only down to 3. As AGAL, they get the little circle of there as it cuts back off to the north. So GK will have to make their way in. But those mortar holes looking like they'll probably go.
And they might have thought that car still had a player on it, so they're clearing it. Maybe their kill feed is not completely filled out here.
Apakah akan kena ya?
To double check if there's other teams left alive, but it's just 3.
Enggak ternyata guys.
GK being 4, they're trying to lock this down. They wanna get the most out of this one here. That's also a great setup here. And GK with the control from the east, with only Delvin holding the far eastern side here. This is going to be a pretty easy entry for GK to get into that eastern side here as Vitality's developing their area on the west. Delvin, good shots here from the barrel, does not connect enough onto the car, does not pop any tires. Okay, there's a tire gone.
Only 1 kill for Vitality so far, but you can see where they are on the leaderboard. They stand to gain so much from this. As I mean, they have to know that Navi is still where
Tadi
Navi
udah
is.
bikin lubang kagak di gas kah?
Wow,
anjir, mengerikan Cok.
To destroy. Not able to get the flush just yet, but they do have Gedrox in position, and it looks like Vitality is going to be active here. They're going to get aggressive and try to take down AGAL while they know they have a knock.
That's a great nade. That can probably connect. Oh, it didn't hit the tree. It went a little bit deeper. Gedrox close. That's a good nade from him as underhand here. More nades is being pushed, and this is just setting up everything perfectly for GK for a third party. They're running at this. Him as finds Gedrox. He's engaged in this one here. Gets the flush on him too.
A few more kills for GK would be huge if they can manage to get the win as well. 7 already in the bag, but this has been a slow fight developing here between Vitality and AGAL. Quizzy going to retreat back down to the south, leaving Levante all by himself up here to deal with the 3-man squad from AGAL. I'm not sure where Quizzy is going here.
It's going to be a bait.
Yeah, just trying to back flank, and I don't know if he knows. And yeah, Akan is right there. They're going to spot him out. That is an easy knock and flush there for GK.
Oh, there we go. It opens up. Levante Get some more damage done onto Delvin, and how AGL is just completely aware of his location here. Full 3 gear with a Lynx and an AUG is dangerous setup for all the opponents going up against Levante. He's such a fragger.
Who managed to get Destroy back on his feet, and while this was going on, Geeke, they've just put themselves in position for the win. That's all that matters to this point for them. 8 kills already on the board, and they have just rocketed up the leaderboard. Win will put them right back into contention here as Delwin will get the final knock onto Levante. Another point picked up for AGAL. And can they pull off the miracle here? 3v4 versus Geeke.
It's going to be difficult, but they have him as. Got Delvin and they got Destroy. It's definitely possible for them, but they have the zone control. Probably have some of the good stuff that was in the crates. It's just around them as well, as when Vitality was pushing. AGL was busy with that. No helmet for Destroy, but a 3 vest.
Yeah, hopping in the vehicle, it's really, they're just trying to bait Geeke into shooting or just revealing anything, because they have no idea where Geeke has managed to reposition themselves. Now Park Pro right up front.
Oh, what a spot.
That's a spot and a half right there. There's no way that AGAL spots him out. And Akan going for the western side flank, still staying kind of far behind.
Wah, hancur loh setupnya.
They just have to be patient. Like, AGAL eventually is going to have to leave
Geeke
this spot.
sini.
And they are in great position to capitalize the second that they do.
There's 3 more kills available. And to go from second to first is 4 more placement points. So
Geeke sih udah ini
7
mah
more
fix.
points for them would put them on 52. Just 1 point behind Vitality, 2 points behind Na'Vi. I could really make a great argument for Geeke having a chance at that top 3.
It's going to make that race for third that much more interesting, and it might even start becoming a race for second. Falcons have not really been able to get the ball rolling so far today, and the longer they wait, the closer the rest of the pack starts to get to them. There's EJ. Looks like he's been spotted out. Shots coming in from
C4.
Oh, that's a C4 play. We'll see if Delwin actually uses it here. Looks like he's getting it prepped, and yeah, he's got it beeping. Where is that UAZ going to get aimed? He's got the smoke wall laid down. Send it downhill. Hope for the best. Let's see how close they get.
Oh my God.
It will hit the tree, but it looks like Geeke already on the move. Will spot out Delwin, take him down. The C4 will not be successful.
They tried to nade it to disable it, but EJ pushed immediately off that. Delvin going down. Pakro finds it as well. That's going to be Geeke taking the win. They take it against AGAL, the team they have just been hot dropping 2 games in a row from today and yesterday. And they lock it down again. Pushing the challenge for podium.
I'm telling you, man, that Geeke versus AGAL storyline is starting to come pretty spicy, as it started off with the hot drop yesterday, and now it has turned into a leaderboard battle that I don't think any of us were expecting. But once again, Twisted Minds with a boatload of kills. They hop up and they are right on Navi's heels now.
And the mascot is in there for Geeke. Sung Jang and the boys have done it again. Been able to lock this one in here. Again, that was such a great game, so smart. And if it wasn't for Twisted Minds being so aggressive, they were the only team that was 4-4 alive. They thought that the Liquid push was so easy. They thought that no other teams were close, and all of a sudden they had Vitality on them, they had Geeke on them, and boom, Twisted Minds were out.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit of a misread, or maybe just aggression. I mean, they had already managed to get so many kills at that point. You know, they were just in farm mode as we see what the late game looks like. Hear that Geeke comms, get that 1, get that 2. They managed to also secure all of those kills as well, not allowing any of those to be donated over to the blue. So well done there by Geeke.
Absolutely, and all we can say to Geeke is kamsahamnida for that great game. What a way to finish our second game of the day. We got 4 more lined up for you guys. Gonna be a good one.
That is starting to get really, really interesting up there at the top of the table. And all eyes now have to be on Team Falcons. Can they start finding a little bit more success? They still have a decent buffer. It's a what is it, a 12-point buffer on third place. but that was a lot bigger at the start of the day.
That's the thing, though. If VP continues to have this kind of high focus when they finally find Falcons, you can see how much they're cornering them.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down.
No, that's going to slow down, and that means that Falcons is going to be held a little bit. And then for 3rd and down, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Vitality, now GK, now Twisted Minds, they're going to make an argument to try to chase down that 2nd place. And obviously a great idea from Virtus Pro is to stop that 2nd place team, but if that's all they do today and only get those 3 to 5 maybe kills every game, it's going to make everyone else catch up to Falcons.
It is getting extremely interesting here after match number 2, but before we go to match number 3, let's throw it down to Polaris. That's an interview with GK.
That's right, thanks boys. I'm here with Park Pro to talk about that game as well as what's been going on so far in the final. So let's start with, in fact, this win that you were just able to get. Congratulations on that. Talk to me about the decisions you had to make in this game, especially going into, I guess, some of the final moments.
네, 박프로 선수 첫 번째 질문을 일단 전판 치킨 일단 축하드리고요. 치킨 먹는 과정에서 있었던 좀 일들이나 어떤 좀 결정 과정이 있었는지 막 서클에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해주시죠.
저희 팀이 일단 남쪽 출발을 하면서 이재희 선수가 잘리게 되면서 좀 출발이 늦었는데 또 성장 선수가 동쪽에 팀이 이제 적을 확률이 높다 이제 콜을 해주면서 동쪽 시작한 게 도움이 돼서 이제 치킨까지 이어지지 않았나 싶습니다. 너무 좋은 결과가 나왔네요.
Yeah, started off with South. I think we had one loss, EJ going down early, but actually Songjung made a call that we don't have many teams in East, so if we got just positioning there, then we might have a chance. And I think that that call was actually very, very positive for us. So I think, yeah, in that sense, I think that call was the essential moment for us.
Yeah, definitely. It looks great. Thank you. And kind of a final question here to get things wrapped up. It seemed like coming into the finals, you guys had a bit of a harder time finding drop spots, and that has resulted in some interesting things going down. Can you talk to me about that and if it's been difficult for you throughout the games?
확실히 파이널 오시면서 좀 랜드마크를 좀 찾으시는 데 있어서 좀 되게 우여곡절이 좀 많으셨던 것 같아요. 랜마 싸움도 있었고 여러 가지로 좀 처음 이제 시작하는 과정이 좀 힘들었는데 그 점을 좀 한번 얘기를 해주신다면요.
저희가 이제 아직 정해진 랜드마크가 이제 저희 팀이 이제 GK에 오고 와서 랜드마크가 아직 정해지지 않았다고 생각합니다. 근데 이제 저희가 자신 있어 하는 부분에서 처음 교전 때 랜드마크 싸움이 자신 있다. 그래서 계속 할 거다라고 알아주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Well, I'm coming into GK. I think we're not decided on the drop spots yet. So that being said, we're going to show a lot of hot spots more. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Should AGAL still be scared?
AGL을 무서워해야 될 것 같나요?
AGL이 저희를?
네.
저희는 일단 한국에서 계속 초반 싸움만 하고 있습니다. 그래서 자신 있습니다. 조심하세요.
I mean, we've been practicing all the hot spots, hot drops in Korea. So yeah, you should be feared about it.
Okay, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for joining me here. Of course, we now head on back to the studio here for more games.
Hey guys, it's Porosaurus, and we had the community decide strategies that they would use if they were put into a PUBG type situation. Well, we need to decide how good those strategies might be. So to do that, I got some help from my friend over at Team Falcons, Mr. Tiggleton.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready to pass judgment.
Pass the judgment. All right. Strategy, Tig, you get to rank this tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits and an EMT. Hide and do fast heals in the blue zone until endgame.
All right, look. Honestly, this might be S tier, but life is about, you have to have a code of honor. And this is just the worst of the worst, disgusting rat strategy. Immediately
oh, no.
E.
Okay.
All right, no, your survival is not as important as honor. Apparently, is what I'm understanding.
Exactly.
Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click, left click, left click, left click.
Golden pickaxe.
I mean, yeah.
No diamond. I mean, this is not a bad one, but it depends where you are in the circle. Like, this could be good. It could also be terrible. So I think I'm going to smack it somewhere. We'll give it a C.
Give it average.
Yeah, average.
Okay.
You know,
if you know, a lot of things need to go right for that to
exactly.
go
Yo, yo, yo.
I'm just hiding until the very end, lol. I'm playing foe the win.
Foe to win. I mean, if you're looking to survive, that might be the tech. I mean, at some point you gotta stop hiding. But for the win, I respect that. I like that.
Okay.
You throw it in there.
So not like all the way up to the bad, but not too bad. But
I've lost to people doing that.
I mean, they were playing for the win, man. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
So find some adrenaline pills, and then hope for a glider.
Hoping for a glider.
Just
I mean,
stay above it all.
Kembali guys. Kalian nonton yang link aja ya. Mau mengganyam lu.
I want to say that the
best way to die.
Yeah.
All right, I know. Okay, well, it's only 2 spots remaining, so
they better be good.
These better be good, or you're going to be in trouble. I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet. I feel like you would rank that lower if you could.
Yeah, if I could switch these two.
Well, now you're stuck.
Yeah.
See, now you really got to hope that this is a good one, right? All right, dropping school and dying within 2 or 3 minutes.
I mean, it's just based. It's just based. It's alpha. This is honorable. This is respectable.
Well, that's that's what's most important.
There's a saying. It's the big dog eats. All right, it's classic.
Well, the big dog eats, and so if you're going to be honorable and win in a PUBG type situation that you find yourself in, you better go to school and die within the first 2 to 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I agree with Tig. You know, dropping school, dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
It's based. Yeah. He didn't say you have to do well on the 2 to 3 minutes of dropping at school, right? You just got to have the bravery, have the grenades to go there.
Gumption.
Until the circle starts tickling your feet, and then you end up having to move. If for some reason you end up surviving. But in this game, we got actually a chance to hear from GK as well, as they ended up getting the win. This is what happens, AGL and GK, when you don't end up hot dropping, when you actually decide to not do it, because we ended up seeing them both at the end.
Look, the problem for AGL still is GK, though, regardless if it's in the first minute of the game or if it's the last minutes of the game. Regardless, it looks like GK just has AGL's number. The problem is a lot of teams have AGL's numbers, even though they did manage to kind of skirt their way to the end game there.
It's almost like Delwyn in the drop chat said, "You can come for us," and they took that personally because even in the end game, it became this fight at the same guys find you at the beginning of the first and at back of the second. You just can't get away from them.
By the way, we're seeing here in the match report, Lou with the 5 kills. They ended up getting 13. Yeah, there you go. 13 kills total. This is good to see Twisted Minds wake up. And with that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that ends up pushing them to that 3rd place.
The longer the final is, the better Twisted Minds will be. That, when we move to these 3-day events, they tend to do significantly better. Again, as a reminder to everyone, Lou, who just got the kill lead, got off an airplane right a few hours before we started the last day of their group. So he had time to wake up. He got into the rhythm yesterday, and that could be it. I mean, it is still a very long journey for Twisted Minds to grind up here, but they were effective and they were active. They saw the fight. I actually think Falcons saw VP, that sort of engagement in that, it put them in the kill feed, and immediately Twisted Minds went, yoink. Okay, that's how we get to the top. We look for a third party against teams that are winning, we take them down, and then we get as many as we can on the way out.
Yeah, that was beautiful. As you stated, Twisted immediately recognized that it was just one member left of VP, and they just absolutely bum rushed Lucarex until they got him down, right? And again, this is another game where VP, although they've gotten a few points, they did not do exceptionally well. They did yesterday. I mean, we knew they weren't going to mirror that performance. 91 points in a grand final day is just ludicrous. But the fact that they are slowing down significantly, as we stated, a lot of teams have their eyes on VP, and they're not able to get going what they want to, or at least back as many points. I mean, half as many points as they got yesterday.
Yeah, one of those was Twisted Minds. This is why I wanted to bring that one up, because of those 13 kills. But then if we look at the opposite, right? If we look at Falcons, that is in that 2nd place, that is trying to close that gap. They're not being able to close that gap because even though they were fighting VP, they ended up getting eliminated very early on before VP, and they also got less kills.
Sacrifices have to be made, right? Someone's got to be the one to go out there and do it. Someone
someone's got to be the one that says, we're going to push them, we're going to fight them, and even if that means I lose a leg, I'm going to come hopping into the circle as far as I can. Now, that said, they did it. VP set a record in a grand final or for an event like this with that first day performance, but if one team can do it, so too could another, theoretically, right? And Twisted Minds is looking like they might be setting something up.
And that's the issue. Twisted Minds is actually very steadily gaining a healthy amount of points, and they're climbing that leaderboard. A team that, again, we said would start slow, and they have so far. And then for the other teams, Na'Vi is trying to catch up. As is Vitality, they're making it towards the mid of the end game, but they're just not getting the kills, and that's because the teams that are coming towards the end, I mean, these end games are also getting so frantic because a lot of teams don't want to overcommit, right? Because they know how important it is to get these points. So you're actually seeing a lot of passiveness from teams that you normally wouldn't see. Like Myth is one of those teams my eyes are on. They are, I mean, after the group stage, it's been pretty much silent.
I got to get Ice Tab 90 with a bold prediction that VP will lose just straight up. Confidence on that.
Followed by VP got this.
Salamence thinks, you know, VP's got this. So, I mean, either way.
I was clearly Twitch is up and running, so we got to know what you guys, which one do you think? It's ones for VP's got this, two if you think they let it slide.
That is a disgusting team. Well done.
They're just making up fantasy.
Agina, that's a nice team.
I mean, you even had today earlier on the Twitch chat saying, leave VP alone, man, feels bad. You just keep those comments going, and if you end up sharing anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. Talking about Myth, actually, that the first game today, 0 points. In this one, they were at least able to get 2 points, one of them coming from kills. We got to start seeing a pop-up performance here, either out of Kiss or somebody else from the squad. And I'm looking at something that happened with Falcons during groups. Like, they need somebody to just kickstart that team for Myth.
It makes me sad that we're saying, well, they got 2 this time, right? Because we go back to group stages where Myth was an unbearable force. If you go back to the starting sequences, they talked about other teams saying, we're the most scared of Myth. Myth could win this. We're really worried about them. And now what?
They were the #1 team that everyone had their eyes on, right? And even looking at Liquid, as we just saw, Liquid also, they're really struggling in this grand finals, and it is breaking my heart. But this also just goes to show you how difficult this lobby is, how good these teams really are, and how well they've adapted to the lobby. Because we saw in groups, some of these teams were kind of getting away with a lot of things that they shouldn't have, and now they're getting full-on punished.
I do, in the case of Myth and Liquid and some of those teams that are being punished, I think it's because they're going for what they need to get back in the hunt. And that is a punishing thing to do, to send yourself into fights where you're like, I wouldn't normally want to do this. I wouldn't send for this high point position, but I have to because of what VP did yesterday. My options are not what they were yesterday. My plan that I showed up at EWC with is gone. I got punched in the face. VP broke some noses yesterday, and everyone had to come up with a new plan.
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Damn right. Damn right. And right now, those teams are trying to figure out what that plan is going to be. Luckily for them, right now, VP is not just keeping going, punching them in the face, but I know they're going to be looking to perform a lot better in this next match, as we're going to be sending it to Polaris and Matt Rim.
Yes, we are. Just want to talk about the points and how things all line up here for this, as well as maybe even also the club championship as a whole. But what's great about day 2 of the finals here, Matrim, is that we have opened things up a tiny bit here with Virtus Pro at the top. Not been the easiest of times to start.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. It's down into them and Falcons. Falcons not necessarily having the best day either, so that's allowing some come-ups for squads like GK, Twisted finding some successes in this one.
Yeah.
Because when we look at everything moving into tomorrow, the Smash rules, I know a lot of people are kind of confused on. Remember, it's whoever's in first at the end of the day, then plus 10 points. And you can't get the 10 points in one game and then get the victory. You have to get the 10 points, and then the game after that, whoever gets the chicken, well, if they get the chicken dinner, then they win. And then everybody else has to catch up to that point total. So if we see VP somehow mirror a little bit of what they had yesterday and they can get enough distance, it could lead to a lot of fun tomorrow.
And of course, if you cannot actually get yourself that match point and then the victory down the line, you do play out the 6 games. So we would see the 18 games all play out. I'm of the opinion it's going to be very hard to get the win after getting that 10-point threshold. What do you think?
1, people are going to start hunting VP. 2, VP gets their points mostly off of consistency, right? It's not often a chicken dinner that we see them walking away with. It's like second place and a ton of points and kills and everything else like that.
All right, well, I'm going to send it on over to the commentator team here now for yet another game to get things rolling. Day 2, we're almost at the halfway point.
Yes, indeed, sir. We are 1 game away from the halfway point for today, and we've got 2 games in the bag. 4 more left to play, and Virtus Pro have been hunting down Team Falcons. While that hasn't allowed them to increased their lead, it's allowed a lot of other teams to start creeping up right behind the Falcons.
Yeah, that's the problem with this amount of games that's being played. And we're going to know, you know, after this game, once we're done, we're going to be at that halfway point for the overall tournament. And potentially, if we do play all 18 games tomorrow, as you know, once we're done, we're going to have that top team. We're going to put 10 points on top of their points. So let's say Virtus Pro end on 120 today, on 130 today. If it's 130, we're going to put it, the cutoff is going to be 140. We're going to have a minimum of 2 games tomorrow, but it could go all the way to 18. As we do have this circle, all the teams and all the players ready, we're going to be starting from the north, going all the way down to the southeast. A little bit difficult for a lot of the teams to try to get into the usual spot. Difficult to get into Jamacera, to Monte. You're going to have to steal cars or go to some of those alt drops. We know that is in play for most of the teams.
That whole western side of the map really kind of cut off. Well, so far today, Twisted Mind's been having a banger. Geeky also really showing up today. 33 points in 2 games. Not too shabby for Geeky as they've put themselves right back into the mix.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for a bad day yesterday, then it would have been looking even better.
Yeah. I mean, look, how much of that is having to do with AGAL donating a few points over? But yeah, I mean, 8. Not even. Oh no.
Okay. Jumped over it?
Sure, let's go with that. Luka Rux will get back into the compound, and Spiro is just laughing about it like, whoa, I had him.
He's laughing too.
I know he was dead.
Wah, game broken anjir. Hoki banget anjir.
Managed to live this one out a little bit longer as Spiro will get a few parting shots sent over in his direction. This is all happening just north of Los Leones, in and around Los Leones is where Virtus Pro decided to go. And they've got Team Liquid over there as well. But it looks like Liquid are going to grab a vehicle and get on out of Dodge.
With a northern circle like this, though, it's going to be difficult for our teams in the south to get in there. A lot of them with this plane path here, with the alt drops that's going on, have already locked down space. And as we saw yesterday, Shadow Esports getting a great game. And right now they're dead center on that map. They could have another one. The team with not much expectations coming their way. Twisted Minds. And you know, when the power grid is not even inside the circle, you know it's a wild one. You know it's somewhere crazy because power grid and Picado is dead center, and those 2 cities are out currently with a water treatment somewhat dead center circle here. It's looking good for GK to have a back-to-back game. And they are rotating straight into water treatment to try to get even more loot and lock down some of those central locations here. It's difficult though with water treatment, because you have so many high ground compounds.
Yeah.
And you have the gas station to the south, you have to the east as well. So you have to figure it out. Are we either going greedy here to lock down as much as possible, or we're gonna try to keep water treatment to ourselves, or at least know when other teams are coming in. And now it's 17, of course, in Picado. They're going to have to figure out what is their way of entry, because a lot of teams have already dropped out.
Yeah, it's. I mean, water treatment. It's kind of that same issue that Twisted Minds had, trying to hold down
exactly the same.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you know, you could try, but it's just
di mana guys?
at the end of the day, it's just too big, and you know that you're going to get crashed at some point, and have to deal with that. So we'll see how GK plays this one going forward.
Masuk top 5 lah, oke lah. Kayaknya kalau juara nih bisa. Wah, Hanzinya expect nggak ya? Expect nggak ya Hanzinya ya?
We already have Gam, and look at that. Doctors coming in now. That might be a bait here for him to run to the direction that Hwangef is in already. He's not okay. Hwangef is actually running a bit after him here. As Hansi is running, he might not be able to hear step. Hansi is trying to get disengaged from this because they already have really good locations. Now shots come in, and it's a drive-by. Hansi's down to half HP.
Alhamdulillah masih selamat.
It happens that quickly. You see, I mean, you saw Hansi. He was just running around inside the warehouse, peacocking, taking shots. All of a sudden, he hears just the faintest hint of a vehicle, and he's just like, "No, I gotta go!" and immediately runs to the car. And the second he gets away, he's just surrounded by getting shot at by GAM players. So that's how quick it can turn in lobbies like this. As we check in, Quizzy gonna get taken down by Gen G, and fortunately Gen G able to collect that point for themselves, because I know, you know, one of my favorite stats, especially when we get to these points where every point is so important is that plus minus, right? It's kills that you steal versus kills that are stolen away from you. Right now, Gen G is -7. I have not seen a number that high. And look at where Gen G is on the leaderboard. 13th place. Before that kill, we're 31 kills. 7. You add 7 to that, they're in 9th. And the difference in money that you get from that, the difference in club championship points you get from that is so incredibly huge. So it just goes to show what a priority these guys need to be placing on securing those knocks when they get them.
And look at the Vicious here in 28 points, just 6 more points. They're jumping up into 9th from 15th, right? We're talking from $21,000 all the way up to 37. You're effectively doubling the prize pool you're taking away for this. And you have a 3-way tie of 34 points. If Liquid gets one more, it's a 4-way tie. That's just absolute insanity how our mid-pack teams are trying to chase down each other. Who's trying to get up here, but Simon T's already waiting. It's a straight and easy kill for Simon to get down Lou here. And it's not even central locations, not even priority locations, but Simon's just ratting it. Trying to get that 1 point, and it paid off. Really well played by Vicious here to have an idea that Twisted Minds often do these high ground scouting locations.
It's absolute jump scare material there for Lou as well.
And Lou is such a big voice in the early game and mid game for Twisted Minds, so it's such a big voice to lose as well. Very unfortunate for them.
Well, Simon T gets a motorcycle delivered to him, at least, and yeah, it's I mean, additionally tough because the likelihood of them going back for that blue chip obviously pretty small. As
no chance.
Simon will be looking and seeing where Twisted Minds goes, feeding that information over to the rest of the boys, and they'll go ahead and make their way a little bit further into circle while also avoiding Twisted. So only a couple of teams still making their way in. Team Liquid, Full Sense, all the way down to the south. AGAL coming in from the eastern side, free and clear. But 100% playable circle means that, you know, the likelihood that you see a lot of early game scrapping pretty low.
Yeah, all the teams, they know what priority they have into this circle here. If you're early, you can get that center. If you're not that early, you're going to have to get info. You're going to have to check the scraps. And the most importantly is the teams try to get in and they try to get information. If you see teams that are in 2-2 splits leaving those compounds, that might be a playable area for you. So especially from circle 2 and 3 on, that's where we really see these teams having this pre-drive towards the center where you then can react and say, okay, we see a team leaving here. Let's try to take that compound away because that compound might still be good to play. All right, VP coming in from the south side. They are inside, but they have no information about who's ahead of them. So they're going to have to drive together as a car caravan. So if anyone peeks out, they can just straight pull up or straight drive by. So crucial, especially in the Nixie Corexi car. You have a front man gunner. Look at Na'Vi here. They're actually out. This might be a pull-up. It's a straight drive by. Hackatar finds Nixie, actually. That's a big name to take out this early. Corexi turns around. Spiro takes Corexi, and now the other guys have to get involved in this one.
Yeah, full-on pull-up IVP with no information, as you said, about what they're pulling into. Well, Na'Vi, fortunately enough, we're able to get at least one. Oh, the grenade not going to go where it needs to. This is the window by just that much, but Spiro will get taken down by Beamy in the end. So Na'Vi will lose 2. They did call in support from the rest of the boys. They were making their way over here. We'll see if they fully commit, but yeah, now the shots are going to come in, and it looks like Na'Vi will just play this one forward as 2.
That's 2 kills for VP. They now break in game 9, 100 points at 101. Wow. Absolute insanity here to keep that 10-point average up, considering what the 2 start of the games was today here. So, and they have a 30-point lead down to second place.
Look at this.
More than 40 points here. Gen G and Vitality, though, what a fight.
Crashing right on top of this magnet compound that we've seen get so much love in the past. Falcons were in here, but they have since moved off to the west.
Did you see that sign?
I did not.
I could not see that sign. That looked funny. Was that Polaris?
It might have been.
Oh, it was Polaris. Look at that. Who is he cheering for?
Yeah, it should be.
He's joining in with the fans here. Look at that. He is. It is. I couldn't recognize him without his jacket and with the sunglasses on. Because all the lighting in here is already red and orange, so I couldn't tell it was him.
I couldn't tell it was him because I didn't see him eating fish raw and wriggling But currently Falcons just kind of third-partying that Vitality. It's interesting, Vitality and Gen G actually kind of sharing this spot intentionally. Like they're laying the smokes down. They've got the throwables, but you know you don't want to just blow all of your utility right here because you know in the late game you're going to need it and you're most likely not going to get crashed again. So I think it's more just waiting for somebody to make a mistake, pick the wrong window, and maybe put a right down their throat.
And also remember, in the group stage, like, it's very shareable. We saw Twisted Minds in the high ground there, the amount of points and kills and damage they got from that. But then inevitably, when they had to push the other side of the compound, they absolutely got roasted. So is it worth it to see if, again, as you said, it's a magnet compound. If we see a circle close to it, it might be worth just sharing, just for the sheer amount of kills and points you're going to be able from placement and from the kills you're able to get. Falcons actually is pretty deep in this circle too, with Kickstart being the front point man. They are fully aware of all the teams and players that's around them. And Kick with an 8x and 3 vest. There's so much information readily available to him.
It's a little aggressive sending Kick out there. I mean, Falcons obviously have the compound just behind, but sending Kick out there to keep an eye on that Vitality Gen G situation. Will retreat now that Vicious has kind of paid attention to them, and now that the circle is going to pop again, it's going to go hard south. So pulling away from water treatment all the way. Magnet compound be damned. We're going back over towards Liquid and Na'Vi. As we'll see if GAM convinced him pushing any closer in. It doesn't. I mean, there's no reason to. They've got this compound to themselves, right?
I mean, this is a comeback game for GAM as than anything, right? That longhouse compound where Hongef is now driving back to is actually so strong. Liquid looking good too. Twisted Minds too. Vicious is driving as Vitality is doing so much to have an impact on that. Shrimpsy actually off the roof. Falcons also has to move, but they got quite the space southwest if they end up going in that direction. 17 Gaming in a greedy split, shooting at everyone, going through this trap that they have set up between Hacienda and the Barns.
It's a super greedy split from 17, keeping 2 inside Hacienda, and I think Falcons are starting to get a read on that because they've got to make their way in. So 17 better hope that Falcons don't figure out what's going on here, because then that would be a full 4-man crash onto one of the two ends of that split here, as Myth will try to make their way past Shadow, but Shadow sticks around, takes a few shots in parting. Myth not going to go all the way out into the blue just yet. And we'll just get out of Shadow's line of sight, and Shadow will just hop in vehicles and start to make their way in.
Yeah, again, for a home turf circle for them, they're really not happy with this southern shift, Poro. And as you said, all these teams trying to rotate, trying to get in here. There's not enough space that's openly available to anyone. You're going to have to play the ridges on the southern side because all the compounds are completely locked down. And now here with Falcons are doing that rotate we were talking about on the southwest side. Quite the space ahead of them here, but they're going to have to drive in between the trap of Team Liquid and Full Sends that's still inside the circle, that have the compound and the high ground. It's going to be difficult. We're going to have to figure out where this next circle goes, and if we do get a southern shift, it's going to enable Full Sense and BP to have that high ground control where Liquid is shooting at everything around that compound.
Falcons doing just getting themselves another vehicle just in case they have to play in the open fields. Maybe getting an idea that that compound, the south side of Hacienda, is open. We'll see if they stick around there. Vitality is doing that long wrap back around on that western side. They could get involved here soon, but Gustav separating himself from the rest of the boys, trying to get a read on what's going on in the south as we check in with Gen G on the north. I know they spotted out Shadow Esports, but they're going to take some blue damage while they wait to make their look. Shadow's not even looking. They're all eyes to the south.
Just straight running at them right now. Canadian hand comes out. Nade comes in. That's going to be a nade straight on to Hansi potentially. That's a great nade. Soul hits him perfectly. Hansi goes down. Easy flush for Soul. The Gen G is destroying the dreams of Shadow Esports. They're hoping for a great game. D finds another one. Setsuna finds Bean though as it's being turned around.
That is absolute timing there for Gen G. But good pickup there for Setsuna to get at least one of the Gen G guys down, and looks like Jexi and Setsuna will hop back in those vehicles, start making their way down the road, but Vicious taking shots at their front. They're going to get shot at.
Dapat lagi aja dia lu.
Is that going to be actually Ian that takes down Setsuna? So now it's down to just Jexi.
Ente banget lah
And
ini
he
mah.
is sailing towards no man's land. I don't think we'll see Shadow in this lobby much longer as AGAL getting peppered by mortars. Where are they even at right now? They have Myth just on the other side though.
SS
Good knock
16 cuy.
down to Baron, so Himas not going down without a fight.
More utility being deployed here from AGL as they have to commit to this defense as Myth is trying to sneak in. Himas finds Kiss. Lolc finds the flush onto Baron, and Myth is completely falling apart.
Yeah, it's been, look, they've been average at best, but considering what we saw out of Myth in the group stages, we were expecting far more than just average. As we see Nixie got eyes on, why not send a few mortars over in that direction? We'll do a little bit of damage. Oh, almost gets Scappy. But fortunately, Scappy sees it. Myth will lose Kiss as Duckmai will get those last bullets into him, and now Myth just happy feet, trying to avoid mortars coming from all directions as T1 has now crept up on their ridge line.
Gustav finds Getrox as Vitality try to rotate in. T1 with a third party onto Myth. Jacob goes down, and now it's down to just Scabby. Can he do something? Damage has been done. Type goes in. Scabby has shotgun though. Duckmai finds Scabby through the smoke. And that is
aja Type.
Place.
The shotgun through the smoke. We'll see if they can get Type back on his feet. Yeah, don't hang around there. Immediately picks him up and repositions as last players from Gen G are pulling into the north side of that T1 split. See if they can hold the line there. AGAL, Himas, and Solozzi a little bit separated, while Virtus Pro now turning their attention over towards Full Sense.
Falcons continue to find damage on both on 17 and Vitality. Soul finds Type, and T1 is under an immense amount of pressure as Gen G has pulled up in the compound that they left to try to get points out in the open. Heather now, that's some damage done, but he's behind the little side here. Blew up on the stairs, so Heather's going to be able to heal off. Raining finds Himas, and that's AGL losing a big name here as Raining gets the flush on him too.
Seeing what Heather's been able to do in solo situations. We'll keep an eye on that. As Virtus Pro going to send the grenades over the wall here towards Full Sense. Get it in return as well, but the damage just not coming through for Full Sense as Belmoth will be taken down, and Tigger is alive just by the smokes. Thanadol and Flash have to retreat back to cover, but more grenades are in the hands of Virtus Pro as they fight their way down.
5 kills now. They keep the average stacking up. And now they realize, okay, next circle pop, we might have a play here. We can either third party or pull up on something. There's 2 members left on Full Sense. Are they going to go for the kill for a drive-by? Lukarux finds Flash. That's an easy pull-up for them. Tannel turns around, but Beamy gets him. That's Full Sense out by the grace of Virtus Pro. They're up to 7 kills.
And they're getting peppered from range now by Falcons. Actually going to finish off Lukarux through the smokes. Falcons just outside of zone right now. They know they have to deal with T1. AGAL does get eliminated in the end as Virtus Pro continue to reset. We see that helicopter coming through. That was an E pickup popped by Geeke, but ain't no way they're taking that, right? They still have to find a way inside the zone, however, from the north, as Falcons will get a little bit closer now to Team Liquid's compound. You see Cowboy on the mortar.
Cowboy, it's going to go for a defense here, 170 meters here. That could be a little bit too far, in my opinion, here. As they're only about 120, 130 meters away. He's going to go in lower. Okay, now he's going down 130. Could be around where they are for the further shot.
Akankah ya?
Falcons ready for this impact, yeah.
Falcons keeping eyes on the skies, but they're getting shot at from range by 17 as well, so they have to keep the happy feet on. Mortar's going to fly just a little bit too far. So no danger from those for the time being. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro going to send it right into Navi. Navi is ready. Ferris gets 2 with a well-placed grenade. Well-timed grenade. Beamy now the last player left alive for VP as he is down to half HP. Another couple of rounds coming in his way, and he will go down, but job done for Virtus Pro as they have now 7 kills sitting on 106 points. Here comes the push from Falcons.
Yeah, utilities being deployed now from Falcons here. Blue zones. Luke has to heal, and now Nate's coming in to follow up here. That went out. It hit the other side. So unfortunate. Now defensive utilities being deployed here as well. The circle is still on top of the compound here, so they have plenty of time to fight here. You have to have the really well-placed utility to try to get those knocks.
Damage coming through on the Liquid, but no knocks for Falcons. But they at least opened the door. They're able to get in closer. Flashbang from Alo. He's going to go and try to turn the corner, but Shrimzy's waiting for it. He gets the knock. He gets the flush immediately following. So Alo maybe a little bit ambitious on that flashbang peak. The rest of Falcons will reset, have to remove themselves here off of that blue zone, but the grenade will take down Purdy Curdy. Now Team Liquid falling apart.
Great utility here, though, from Team Liquid. Now Twisted Minds is sneaking ever closer.
Yeah, they're getting here.
There are 4 kills now for them, and they get close to placement points too. T1 being out, that's 1 placement point for the top 8 given to everyone left alive. And now utilities being deployed from Twisted Minds. They know that Falcons is that next team to try to chase, as they are in 3rd place. Just 16 points behind currently. It is doable. Example finds Gustav. He drops a nade. That could be it's an immediate flush on him and does some damage to Kickstart too. The point man with the gross and 3 gear.
Super unfortunate timing there for Falcons.
Luke
12 will go down, drop shot and flush. Cowboy will try to return the favor, gets Shrimzy, but Kickstart is going to push with that Groza and will finish off Team Liquid as Tian will take down 2 members of GK. The Mortars coming alive once again.
And with the chase being now in play, the equal amount of kills for both VP and Falcons this game brought 1 more placement point. And this is the game where they can try to catch up. Now Na'Vi try to defend from the push from Twisted Minds, but Tulin goes down. And those teams are also always fighting. 15 points difference from 4th place to 3rd between Na'Vi and Twisted. Dr. Juice find equally here.
Love that. Falcons trying to keep pace with Virtus Pro, but also create separation for themselves from the teams in the chase. Right on their backs, we see more mortars being sent over towards GK. They were able to reset off of that first double knock, but EJ now down once again. Looks like they should be able to get him back on his feet, and they will. But they are still on that northern side of the zone. Absolutely no cover, just hiding in the fields for now, as 17 has found their way in. Vicious in a great position. Gam still in good position, but they are going to have to move here eventually.
Example still alive. I don't think Falcons is aware of his off angle. So unexpected nade being used here. That could get close to Shrimzy. Bounces right, does a little bit of damage. 25. Wenborg finds him though. 17 Gaming gets Twisted Minds out in 7th place. We have 6 teams left now, and placement points start stacking up. Whoa, what a great headshot from Shrimzy.
Shrimzy just shredding him from range. And now they'll continue to make their way. They're actually going to make their way over towards the Gam side. So Tingleton will get at least a foothold while Shrimzy is just making that mini do work right now. Almost 600 damage for himself so far. They'll hop back into the Bronco and go rejoin his teammates. While Gam, you see what they're dealing with. They send Tanvu on the other side of the road, and that might be actually what keeps them in this. That's going to keep Falcons pressured here.
And you know why this is smart? Because they don't want to go to Na'Vi to potentially give them points. Gam is not a team that they're directly competing against on that leaderboard. So I get the idea that they don't want to try and pull up onto Na'Vi. They have the information that but Gam has been here the entire time. They have all the utility they need to put pressure onto Falcons. Shrimzy goes down, and now blue zones, and more grenades are being absolutely sent in the direction of Falcons.
Shrimzy gets knocked by the first one, but then rest of the barrage not able to take him down. You see that blue zone grenade ticking. Clories getting a little bit more aggressive, keeping eyes over them as the mortars continue to fall on GK. They've somehow been able to survive in this wide open field whilst getting mortared. Another grenade will provide the next point of call for them to go to. Shrimzy back on his feet. Gam, the utility not going to be enough to take down the Falcons.
They have now survived the barrage, and now there is so much cover to be able to be played. 17 now. They turn their direction towards Vicious, and Tiger finds a nade and a knock with the famous.
Just beautifully executed by Vicious, but the grenades in return will take down takes down Tycon very low as well. Lil Ghost now the last player left alive for 17. Shrimzy and the rest of the Falcons boys turn their attention over towards GK. Gam has retreated to their compound. Falcons get to stay inside this little ridgeline that they've created for themselves, but Gam have to leave.
Masih dong dapat zona depannya ya. Oh, satunya Gamnya enak di situ.
Compound here. Clara is considering, do we go deeper now? Do we try to take the ridge on the other side where Tanwu is already set up. 17 Gaming's out in 6th place here. One more placement point
Lagi
for the
famous mana
remaining
anjir.
teams left
NT
alive.
17.
Cam still on 0 kills.
Unbelievable.
Udah ini. GK jadi makanan ini.
This long. GK even more unbelievable as
Jadi makanan dia. Fix aja kiri kanan depan belakang. Belakang. Dari depannya segala arah ada aja.
back up to 3 strong. They are
Buset.
staring over in that direction. The FAMAS will sing out, take down a con. They'll
Oh,
secure
kira ini
their
kenal
10th
dari FAMAS nih.
kill as they continue to climb up the
Simone
leaderboard.
tapi gila juga itu. Anjir narik FAMAS sih.
Tigan is back. Simon T though he does get the final shots. Glorious finds Sungjang as both Gam, Vicious and GK is having so
Simon.
many fights across each other. And the benefactors are Navi and Falcons. They managed to survive for one more point. Top 4. 4 teams left alive. Gam is 1 man down and now Utility is being deployed towards Falcons. Next circle about to pop here, Poro.
Look at Vicious just rocketing up the leaderboard. Now up into 8th after finishing off GK.
13 kills.
13 kills and still 3 alive. They now have to leave their garage though, and that is just nothing but wide open field. A little bit of roadside and a very small portion of Navi's compound still in. So Boostic and Ferris can keep looking in that direction as Long F will try to take out Falcon's vehicle. That might actually provide them a little cover more than anything here.
That was definitely the play that Falcons went for, to deploy a little bit of playable space, but yeah, it's going to be difficult. Both teams have to leave everyone. I think the last team though of GAM, or the last players, is Tanwu. They're in a pretty decent spot where Glorious is to shoot at Falcons. The question is, do they go for a deny here once Kickstart has been knocked with a Molotov? Is it even worth to try to send it in, because it could be teams that you're directly competing against later on here, as Navi could also maybe get some of the kills where Falcons is trying to deny the chase. 83
Gak
points,
dapet sama
22
sekali
points
anjir.
ahead
Gam
of
belum
Twisted
dapet
Minds.
kill. Gila visi 13
Keeping
tuh.
themselves separated from the rest of the pack right now while also doing their best to try to do the impossible and catch up to Virtus Pro. Tiggleton, the last player left alive. He's got some hard cover. He's got the deployable shield, but Gam is 4 strong. They've managed to get the revive onto their knock player, but you see the damage coming through here for Tig. He's causing problems. Only problem for him is that he's not inside the zone right now, so we'll spray through the smoke, does some damage, not going to get the knock.
They're aggressively pushing this one. Tanwu fighting on multiple sides. Wangif finding Kickstart flush here. That's important. Ferris finds Simon T. Navi gets involved too, and they do have 2 members left alive. Clarice gets Vicious down to just 1 man standing as Tiggleton gets some shots towards Dark Juice, but he does go
Gak
down
dapet
to the
juga
blue
kill.
here.
Cuma 1 ya dia.
Towards Navi and
Dapet
Gam.
nih. Udah dapet 3 deh. Oh iya kan. Ini Navi ya. Ini Navi. Falcon.
And a little bit of cover. And a Famus. That's dangerous stuff here. But Navi, look at that. Boostic and Ferris up until the very end. Tycon will get the knock and not get the flush on the Tanwu just yet, as he's down to about half HP. We'll see if Navi can make the run, separate themselves a little bit more from Twisted Minds, from GK and Vitality, as they have had a good game to start off here. Tycon will go down in the end, but Tanwu not going to be rezzed. Gam now in a 3v2 versus Navi.
And Navi has been out and aggressive on towards this one here. Docus disengage here with the fight. Shots come in and Ferris
ngeri banget.
an insane headshot. This is now the possibility for Navi to potentially win the game. It's effectively a 2v2. Shot come in and connects. 3 Vestas. Get him a little bit low here, 44 HP. And they're under a lot of pressure.
Fix momentum deh nih.
Grenade from Boostic.
Beautiful grenade from Boostic, and Clory's now the last player left alive for Gam, as Navi stepping up in the end game here. They've got 3 kills, looking to make it 4 and a victory. Clory's looking to do the impossible. It's not going to happen. Navi get the victory.
Ngeri Boostic. Boostic Ferrisnya yang gila.
They lost 2 of their star players to Virtus Pro in that compound, and they're able to win this one here. They denied the VP pull-up. They ended up fighting each other later in the game. What a way for them to defend, to hold strong with just 2 members remaining. Navi is able to push through and try to chase down Falcons and hold on to that 3rd place they're able to get in this one.
Saw a little crack in the calmness there from Navi, as at the end there they definitely exhaled.
Ayo, aduh. Kacau nih. Kayaknya harus sedikit lebih cepat lagi nih. 30 detik lebih cepat rotasi nih. SA. Kayak kemarin gitu, kemarin udah enak tuh. Cuman rotasinya aja karena jauh. Nah hari ini udah enak, cuman rotasinya ini apa namanya sedikit lebih lama menurut gua dibanding kemarin. Udah cepet ya. Soalnya rata-rata tim-tim lain kebanyakan kayak nutup zona, tetap pokoknya ke tengah aja, cari komponen tengah gas. Jadi kayak karena pede kali apa gimana ya, emang strateginya atau gimana. Walaupun dia zona nutup, walaupun dia masih zona tapi di pinggir nggak mau, tetap mau ke kompon tengah gitu. Kalau ada rumah di tengah nih, tetap maunya ke sana gitu. Jadi mah habis nutup stay gitu, nutup zona jauh masuk gitu, kayaknya langsung harus kayak gitu lah dibanding nunggu-nunggu. Cuman tinggal ininya aja sih, apa, nunggu musuh aja di belakang ngeliat ada atau enggaknya gitu, nahan belakangnya satu orang deh I think.
Absolutely. I mean, it's AGL versus Aurora Gaming at the moment. AGL sitting quite high up that leaderboard. They did just get overtaken, though, however, by Team Vision, who managed to get all the way to the grand final. So they've overtaken them by 100 points. They're trying to get their own back at the moment, but facing some fairly heavy competition, to be fair, from Aurora Gaming.
This is going to be big for the CC standings because AGAL are one of those teams who need a win in order to be eligible to claim the trophy.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough one for them, to be honest with you. They've kind of been back and forward, fighting out. They've had a tough run through the groups, tough run through the playoffs, so they're persevering at the moment.
Which means you're all going to need to stick around if you want to see how all this plays out, because it's going to be an important one. We'll check back in later.
Hey, Lutti here. I'm with Halo from Team Liquid, and I have some question now. We are halfway through to the finals. So first question is like, it looks like your teams, you have some points with the kills. Your micro look good, but every time you're dying a little bit early to the zone. Do you think there is a little bit of macro problem here, or do you think that you just don't have any good cycle for now?
I'd say we are getting pretty unlucky on zones, and we're also not playing too well, but we are still putting up kill points, and well, eventually we'll have our game where we are getting the shifts, and we'll be able to catch up, hopefully.
So basically, this is like half through. Of course, there is points everywhere. Everybody's like thinking about what VP did yesterday and stuff, but how you feel, and what about the energy of the teams? Because you have to, to getting back to it, it's just halfway through. How do you feel?
It's pretty demotivating having a bad day one, of course, but the only thing we can do is focus on climbing the leaderboard. We can only look up. So we take one game at a time, and we're hoping for the best each game, basically like that, Trying to be positive and friendly, not being negative.
Is that any pressure representing America, because there is not a lot of team representing NA right now, or you're not thinking about it?
I'm not thinking about that. It's more pressure for wanting to do well for my friends, my family, people who support us and stuff like that, but yeah.
I mean, good luck. You can still make it, actually. There's a lot of game going through, so yeah, thank you for the interview, and good luck for the next games.
If Team Liquid wants to catch up, they're going to have to start doing a lot more, because right now they're 72 points away from first place. As if we do end up playing the 6 matches tomorrow, this is the halfway point of the finals, but we don't know if that's going to be the case, because we do have Smash Rule at play. This last match, honestly, I want to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is none other than BP just doing what they need to do to continue on this gap. At the beginning of the day, they had a 28-point lead to Falcons. Right now, after 3 matches, the lead is at 23 points. Yes, Falcons has been able to close that lead, but after 3 games, not that much, to be completely honest.
The problem is, again, we said it in the last week, VP just continues to find points where realistically they shouldn't, right, Steve? And that's what's making them so strong. But yes, Falcons have narrowed it down by 3 points.
Yeah, okay, 5 technically.
Sorry, 5.
Right? But if you let's say you did that on every 3 games, you narrowed it by 5. They continued their gain of something in the ballpark of I think 3 per game. It would actually at some point sort of cross that middle line. The problem is VP can choose at any point to just go, all right, well, we're going to start hunting Falcons, right? And if they do that, Falcons become endangered. So the saving grace for Falcons, if they want to make this pursuit happen, is not just closing the gap on VP, it's also having Na'Vi and Twisted Minds continuing to grab points, because there needs to be at least 3 threats going into tomorrow if they want to control VP's ability to manage the Smash rule set. And I think that's super important. Now, I want to touch on something that happened in that game, because the entire lobby trusted the world champions, Full Sense Gaming, to hold VP out. They were outside the circle. They were on a low ground. Full Sense had the spot inside the circle, and they got forged, straight up wiped by Virtus Pro. Rolled over. And the entire lobby sighed in one voice because they needed that moment.
And they ended up giving VP even more points. Full Sense there with the big old donut. And I mean, to be honest, it wasn't just this match. If we ended up looking at the overall, that squad is currently all the way towards the bottom. Now, also the reason why I wanted to bring up Falcons, wanting to close that gap, because at this point, especially this match, I feel like it's a perfect example. Falcons had a great game, but then after the match, if they go and see what VP was able to do, VP still had a great game as well. So Godspeed. When you're a player in this situation, what is the mentality like? Are you now starting to get a little bit diminished?
I mean, you just have to focus on yourself, right? That's really the only thing that you can do when you're in a situation like that and you're doing really well, but your opponent who's ahead of you is also doing well. It's hard to just target another team, right? Especially VP, who's pretty much wherever they want to be right now. So you just have to just focus on your own game and hope that it's enough.
To me, the thing that makes a pro is how they handle the cons. Those bad moments, the tough situations, the bad mental, bouncing back and keeping the grind going forward. And that's what Falcons have. They've got Gunner in the back room, and he's telling them, guys, yeah, it's 5 points, but that's 5 that we didn't have yesterday. That's 5 we're going to get in the next 3, and we're going to keep on chasing.
And I can tell you, the mental of the Falcons, even though they joke around, they meme around a bit, those guys have ironclad mentals. They've been here before. They've been in these positions. They've been playing competitively at the highest level for years now. And so, they're going to figure it out. But I will say a team that also has been really impressing me with the mental is Vicious Esports, and they are just going at it. Them also, I will say, GK. The confidence. Hey, we'll hot drop anybody. You want to come for us? Come on down, boys. We got more than enough for you.
Yeah, I think GK is out to put some regional dominance on the board and say, hey, you got to respect us when we go back in a few weeks to start up those new series again. Falcons has looked good, but Vicious has moved 7 positions today. And that is something we talked about at the start of the day. It is so compact because of the amount of mopping that we saw VP do yesterday, that middle pack is fighting for club points, as we saw, but also a massive change in their prize pool. And that's what you want. You want to make sure that you are getting as much as you possibly can. And at EWC, the biggest club event in the world in history, to be honest, you want to take every moment to represent your brand well. And that's why we saw that interview with Alo, or as Ludi says, Alo is beautiful.
Alo, very
but
beautiful.
He was still positive. They're keeping the mindset ground, because if you're wearing that brand, if you're wearing the team that says we believe in you as a club, you've got to represent, you got to work as hard as you can for them the whole time.
I will say that one stat that also is incredibly telling, and not the best way, we saw that I believe Soul has 24 knocks, 19 kills. He is on the leaderboard, and Genji currently only has 37 points. I was speaking about this with James in the back. That means that he literally accounts for half of their points.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this overall right now, you have GK now. I mean, with the performance that we've been seeing out of them, those hot drops, winning them, and then also putting up great matches as they were able to win the second match of the day today. They've been able to jump up all the way up to 5th place. By the way, you were talking about that money, 5th place, 100K.
Yeah,
they're going to be quite happy about that.
You're right. So that's also, we're going to start to see that as we get towards the back end of this. Teams that are starting to shore up and say, I got to make top 5, right? Like, maybe my race isn't going to be a top 3 or a top 2, but I'm going to lock in that $100,000. You want to make sure you're in that race for 3 so you don't have to worry about it.
I mean, that's why EWC is my personal favorite event of the year, because not only do you have the implications of just you're not placing first, you can still get 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th still paying out, but you also have the clubs to worry about, right? Who you're representing, who's here in the other games around EWC, and that is what makes this event so sick, because you not only have them competing for their game, but other games as well.
Now, I want to talk about AJL for a second, because we saw Glitter sort of talking at the start of this about that Club Cup, and they need some points, they need to get a win. What really has what's happened is they're in 13th, and they need to push up to 8th as soon as they possibly can. The good news for them, though, is it's still so compact in that group up to 5. They only need to pick up 15 to 20 points to move themselves into that top 8 position, which, again, that's sort of a success scenario for a lot of these clubs. So AGAL does still have a shot at doing what their club needs them to do, but not doing what we expected them to do.
And a lot of these teams, you guys just mentioned it too, it's so compact there towards the middle. There's a lot of money at stake. People that were talking about money last time, it was none other than Barney and Luti.
Hey Barney, I have to tell you something.
What's happened?
Yeah, do you remember what I told about the zoo idea I have?
Ah, yes, the pigeons.
Yeah, I figured out it's really hard to catch, actually.
Yeah, Luti, they can fly.
Yeah, that's why. So I have a new idea now. It's a better one.
Oh, God. Okay, what is it?
I got it from Virtus Pro yesterday. They gave me the idea.
Okay, this is going to be good.
Yes, it is. Chicken this time. Chickens.
What?
Yeah, but everybody's speaking about chicken dinner, so I figured out I need to get one. And I get one now.
Oh my, okay. Speaking of chicken dinners, so far today, Twisted Minds have got one. GK Esports have one as well. And of course, Na'Vi with the most recent one. Okay. So, we've got 3 more maps to go, and it's still going to get spicy, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. But I mean, I love the chicken.
Yeah, I know. Zut alors. Casters, c'est à vous.
Do you think I can eat it? Oh, you speak French, buddy. You speak French now. You're Français. He's French.
All right, so much going into these last 3 games. Most notably, it's about setting the pace on looking into moving into Smash Rules tomorrow. But as you heard in that last game, it was an explosive crowd at the end whenever Na'Vi managed to complete that round. The reason why is up at the top. When we look at the club championships, because that's also something we have to keep an eye on all of this, Na'Vi is in first, Vitality is in second. In third, it's AGAL, who's having a terrible time. Other squads not going to be competing in this, so we move down to 6th place for us. Who's that? Virtus Pro.
Oh, man.
10th place is presently Falcons. To give you an idea on overall points, we have Na'Vi at 1750. That's where they're sitting up at the top of this. There's 1,000 points on the table for first in PUBG, 750 for second. So when we look at that, VP presently in 6th place with 950. 1,000 points would put them in first place if you exclude the points that Na'Vi could get. So if Na'Vi can hold on to a 3rd place, 4th place, somewhere in that category, Vitality still staying in that same conversation. That's why there's so many people now starting to show up, showing off all the Na'Vi and the Vitality stuff, because if we see Virtus Pro and Falcons stay 1-2, that is going to have massive ramifications for what we're looking at in the Club Championship.
It's pretty awesome that we're getting such a great battle here, not only in the game, but in all of EWC for these Club Championships. And here in PUBG, it's 3 of the best we have. I mean, it's like so many implications for how this shakes out.
And imagine the hate right now that GK is getting for what they're doing to AGAL. But that said, I love seeing it, man. Like, throw a little bit of banter out, have some fun, and GK riding it strong right now as we are looking centered up on test track for our circle. It's going to be Twisted Mind, Na'Vi, great positioning, but eyes back over to Stadium. It's Team Liquid and T1.
Oh, this is curious here. A fight that I wasn't expecting to see just yet.
I don't think Liquid was expecting it either.
No, T1 is kind of throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here. I mean, T1 needs to get something going. They've been sliding in the standings.
While these shots are going on, VC, I think, can hear this. They're putting Simon into a pretty decent spot. 17 is also over here with a little bit of bad blood against Team Liquid from what we've been hearing. But, it's going to be Heather. Spots out Purdy Curdy. He's going to go down. Not a lot of utility as high ground definitely favors T1 in their positioning.
Yeah, and you can see they're pretty aware of potential wraps from around the outside of the building, and Heather is just going to be locking that down. I mean, Purdy knows he's there. You can kind of see him, so Heather now doing a little bit of checking. Meanwhile, Raining heading up to the rooftops to try to figure out if there's anybody inside the stadium. I mean, it's really difficult to go through the middle of the stadium proper, so a lot of it is going to be through the halls and passageways of the building to try to find your opportunity. Raining no helmet here though either, so
baru
those
knock doang
guns
guys,
are going to
baru knock
one-tap
guys.
him if like the AK or the barrel gets spotted. And for now,
Sorry guys, habis
trying
rebahan
to
dikit
scooch away
guys.
to safety. Heather not fully tracking it. He's just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be any reinforcement.
When we look at the leaderboard, T1 is in 7th place with 48 points, and it feels like it's massive when we look down at Team Liquid down in 14th. but really it's not. It's 34 points right now for Team Liquid.
Berhasil confirm
Like
kill
just a couple of
hitternya.
decent firefights can really throw this off. So T1 trying to vie for control over a position that could be useful for the remainder of the year. But on top of that, just trying to get the steamroll rolling, man. T1 was very aggro at the earlier sections of the games, and it just has been lost so far whenever we've gone into the finals.
Yeah, they haven't really found their confidence in their team fighting since the first match of the finals, basically. Ever since then, they've been kind of struggling. I am seeing VC now chasing 17 off screen.
Sure.
It's like one of those moments where we've seen this already in this tournament where so many teams are keen to try to get a surround on an early hot drop to try to, you know, scoop up some of the extra points that are left over, and instead they end up bumping into each other.
Bro, we are presently just watching Tycon get his groove back, and I'm loving it. Jumps up into the face. Little Ghost at least managed to get the knock on Simon, who's having great finals of his own. But here comes the rest of VC. These guys are completely vicious. Pal's gonna spot out Little Ghost, get the knock on him. They're gonna continue to push along, and yeah, 17's trying to regroup, get back over here, but the timing is just so bad.
Yeah, Tian lands a pretty decent grenade, but he's gonna take decent damage in response, so pretty even exchange there. But that follow-up from Duckby is right on point, and that's gonna be another knock here. The flush confirmed as well.
Who's the roaming bandits that we've been seeing through the early game? It's Geekay. Geekay, here's this firefight. They're just on the outside of this. It looks like they were trying to rotate through this field, and suddenly they could find themselves with a perfect third-party opportunity as Gen G is setting up around Stadium. I think they've heard what's going on with Team Liquid and all that other noise.
Yeah, I think here as Geekay, it'd be better to get ahead of both of these teams in the next circle and kind of set up your camp from that direction and try to lock them out. Wenbo has Duckby for free, but the spray is awkward with the QBZ.
That was, you needed to hit that one in that situation. That's a massive problem now as he is revealed. DK has gone continuing passing by this point. So now 17 position revealed, getting punished and vicious. They came into this hot and heavy. They know that they have the man advantage. I don't expect this to stop.
Yeah, and for Geekay, you know, you're hearing these shots, but
that's how you do it.
Simon T2 getting in there, and Wenbo is down, and piece by piece, 17 is being sent to the lobby.
Just can't seem to find anything out of this one. Xiao Wu going with the hero stand. He's going to go down. It's Simon that manages to find it. And Vicious just on a come up right now. I love it. Rotate still continuing for DK, and that puts him right on top of Shadow.
Yeah, and this is more of what I want to see from some of these teams is this early aggression, looking for those moments where you can get some clean points. EJ going to take Kamal's out of the seat. No hope there. Oh, Hansi actually wins that. Akan is going to get him in response. So Park Pro did go down, but DK looking for that res.
Setsuna's just going to send it. He's got confidence in his aim, but he's going to put himself in a crossfire. That's punished, and now just one up for Shadow. Do Geekay want it? Are they going to chase it down? Looks like they know, and yep, they're going to go ahead and finish that out. Geekay early is just vicious, man.
Love it. I mean, this is what you need. Like, everybody that's in the middle of this leaderboard should be looking at the top and saying, look, even if we may not have a hope of winning necessarily yet, we still can get ourselves a lot more money and a lot more points for our clubs if we pop off here in these next couple of games.
Eyes back over to Stadium. As you can see, it is going to be T1 and Team Liquid all on top of each other, with Gen G still roaming around the outside. Soul's playing over to the northwest, while the other three are kind of moving more into a gatekeeping position, try to catch out whatever's going over here. The economy's gotten a bit better for Team Liquid. I'm not certain how T1's is sitting. We saw earlier not necessarily having helmets, everything like that. T1 has moved out of Stadium proper with everybody except for Heather, and I think that's just to kind of secure some more loot, get a bit better off. But remember, there's only 2 up for T1 as Team Liquid is kind of starting to turn this around.
Yeah, Luke 12 able to find 2 kills when we were watching some of the skirmishes off screen. So this fight can kind of continue for a little while longer. Now it's Gen G's turn to try to set up a bit of a barricade around this. Alo doing a little bit of peeking outside to see if there's anything going on, anything amiss that he needs to be watching out for, but not any players that are going to be visible to him just yet. Meanwhile, there you can see Bean up on the hill. I think End is safe from his vision for now. Seems like he's just tucked in, and maybe Gen G is going to tuck away.
This is phase 1, so technically Team Liquid can hold out here for a little while longer. That tends to be their strategy whenever they get caught in these situations. Eat some blue zone, kind of weighed out everybody else. I don't know how much of a commitment we'll see coming out from T1 or Jin G. Jin G could use a couple more points. Vicious making their rotate right now is going to be close to that GK positioning that we were talking about beforehand. Everything seems to be pulling a bit more test track as far as play goes, so Twisted not having to move much. Na'Vi that we saw playing over in Neox Factory. Down to the south, VP, our leaders right now, are going to be next to Full Sense yet again, as AGL is just happy that they're not having to deal with GK early, but they are getting pretty close to him yet again.
If there's a fight between Full Sense and VP, I want to see Full Sense get a little redemption there on what was a...
I want VP dominance. I'm not gonna lie. Give me the Polar Bears right now.
All right,
Beautiful
yeah, that's fair.
Sense,
The Polar Bears, right?
I thought you were gonna say because they're like around. Okay.
They're in the pole position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one. That
That's
one's
right.
all right. That one's all right.
Padahal kalau menang tadi dapat tuh zona enak tuh GK-nya.
Going to be regrouping with the circle the way it's popped. Guess what? More test track. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody's seen it. We're losing a lot of the high-sided hills. They're still kind of in play, but that's why Vicious is going to be coming down. Falcons in no rush. They're over next to Lin. They are going to find the southwest pretty open in that path and a couple of hills to play around, but that is going to put them next to VP.
I hope this just goes straight into either the test track or the Neox Factory, or goes north. We see a lot of circles we're used to that went south of the Neox Factory, so it'd be a lot more fun if we got something a little bit different. There's not going to be a fight there just yet, but Beamy already into a foxhole. Baron very, very close. I mean, this is a big, important fight right now. Myth pretty spread out. VP kind of as well, but they're going to be well aware of Myth's positioning. It just seems like right now nobody wants to commit any util. Here we go, Beamy.
Look at the trigger discipline. They wait. He's letting Nixie get into another point around the side, using the car, trying to force him back over next to their vehicle, which Beamy already saw. Tries to go for the double knock on it, not going to get it, but it's always executed over here. Is now Bith. They're trying to get closer to Neox. They're getting punished. That opens up the other section of what VP already had set up and waiting.
Oh man, this is so nasty right now. Still are two players close to Beamy, but their grenades are coming up well short of where they need to. They're going to throw some stuns, finally getting the distance a little bit more dialed in, but that's a lot of utility wasted for Myth in this fight.
Ada yang lewat di belakang ada.
VP some more confidence to try to start claiming some extra angles that are putting these two players in this hill in a crossfire.
VP just doesn't die getting 0 points. They're always going to find something, even if they go out early. So watch how they play this. It's just always so efficient. They have eyes on the prize every single time they go for it. While we do see Myth regroup, I want to point out that Team Liquid does have Luke that's gotten out of Stadium. Heather's still kind of back over there, but I think it's just going to be a little bit more of a standoff, as that's just going to stay pretty Cold War for the time being.
Yeah, it's pretty insane how much space VP just bought themselves off of a couple good grenades and some good shooting to back the other two players, Jacob and Scappy, off a little bit of their angle, so they try to create that extra one, force the two players off. So really smart stuff. As per usual, you're up in the sky. It's the Falcons. You're going to be looking, but you have a ton of space yourself. I mean, the next thing that Kickstart would see if he kept going in that direction was Virtus Pro. Otherwise, there's no one else in the vicinity, basically, until you get to test track. Gustav is figuring that out right now.
It feels like they might be trying to scout out for maybe some mortar positioning as well, as that always pays off big for them. Yeah, Gustav getting in right next to test track. As you can see, it is VP Falcons with a ton of territory under control.
Neox pasti.
Gam's just kind of playing around Neox Factory, using that lower side as very interesting shift.
Ya, strike lah dua itu tuh.
Hardship comes up to say the least.
Kayaknya udah pasti nih, ntar turun lagi dah. Nge-test strike aja dah, dua itu tuh. Pasti zona ini.
I don't know if anybody's going to want to really play around that, so that puts Jin in this valley
Dia bisa
position that they
Neox
get a lot of
sebenarnya.
control over.
Exactly. They
Gua rasa
should be able to
Neox
split up
sih.
here and have a lot of high ground to work with potentially. It's just how much are Bean and Clory is going to contest for that area as they're being sent out. Yeah.
How many people are going to run straight into test track and Neox Factory because there's nowhere else to go?
Oh, test track bisa juga, tapi ada agak terbuka dikit, tapi nanti ke kiri atas kayaknya kalau test track agak ke kiri atas.
So it's just kind of like
Kalau
it's
Neox,
already pretty packed. So if anybody
full
tries to, you're going to be
Neoxnya
in
full
trouble, I
dapet
feel
tuh.
like.
Myth looks like they're going to try to bulldoze their way right
Menurut
into Gam.
pembacaan
Gam's
gua ya.
kind of letting this one go, but VP is tail ending right back behind Myth. So if the path presents itself, VP can just stop third party, or they can just try to use Myth as a distraction in front of them. Geeke just trying to get closer to the circle, but Scappy's going to be the point guy, and Gam has just got so much control over this corridor over here. Now with Geeke crashing on the other side of Gam, specifically Glorious, could open up a movement for Myth, as Jacob is now starting to get punished by VP.
Yeah, Myth is unsure of what's going to be a like reasonable vector of attack. Meanwhile, VP, because they've been patient behind Myth, could just kind of pick at Myth's backside, look for that moment to third party when they know that Myth is going to have to likely commit to a fight somewhere up on this side, or they might just keep driving north. They might be able to just get around GAM. GAM opts to go for a bit of a 2-2 split here, reinforcing their southern and northern flanks to make sure that wherever Myth goes, they're going to have some kind of damage to be put down.
I don't really like this for Myth. They're going to be stuck right up against the zone wall. Duck Juice is playing around over there, kind of watching the movements that are going to be happening. So if they manage to squeak by, that's just going to put them, Myth, most notably into Ginji's positioning. Team Liquid has managed to touch the circle right now. It's going to be the other side of the hill, high ground for Luke 12. It's pretty close to Ginji. Is Kickstart just taking a couple of pot shots at everything that's going on in test track because it's popping off over there.
Yeah, those are
Cosplay
a lot
dia.
of players that are up inside of the control tower for VC, and they've got a lot of kills on the Twisted Minds. It's just Perfectix on a bush is all you're going to be finding yourself with for the team that's been on the up and up today. They're up to 61 points. They've been having a really solid day, and especially given a test track circle, you feel like this is their bread and butter. But there's so many teams that clustered into this area early. It just got too congested for Twisted Minds to make any kind of move, it feels like, and they just got smothered out.
Looks like we have maybe a recall coming in, and I think it's the T1 players. Yes, it is. They're going to make a commitment drop right on top of Neox Factory. We're at least raining an E-end. Heather is still over in Stadium, just having completed the res call. So I believe that Team Liquid kind of managed to get what they wanted out of it. But the question really comes down to, can T1 even make landfall over here? If they can, it's going to feel good. But they've got to loot so fast as we moved away from Test Track to Neox Factory. We're in that middle
kalau
valley
Neox,
position just
berarti
to the
Neoxnya
northeast
dapat
of it.
full.
And that's going to be a
Kalau
dirty
Test
place to
Track,
have to fight.
Yeah,
dia pasti yang ke
It's
atas.
going to be a lot of rolling hills inside of
Open
this circle
bener.
with a little bit of
Baca
high
gua
ground from the
Fix
test
anjir.
track facilities that are still in play. So actually pretty tricky.
Udah nih visinya
for a
kalau
lot of
naik
these
atas
teams,
aja.
but Falcons,
Gua
because of
main
that high
ranked
ground,
beberapa kali udah
the high ground
pernah
being
nih ketemu zona kayak gini.
eyes high in the sky. Let's go with
Hakatori.
that. They are able to find some value. VP losing players. Hakatori catching some damage. Beamy already removed from existence right now. Lukaruk trying to drive down the road.
This is big. They're managing to get in front of everybody in Test Track who's going to have to try to get out of it. The only downside is it's them and Falcons jockeying for position around that center point hill. While we still have 49 people alive, this is a perfect mortar area. You can already, I think, start to hear them going off in the distance. If you get to this point, yeah, it's pretty all right, but you have to assume that there's going to be maybe 5, 6 mortars coming after you in just a few seconds?
Yeah, it could be. Right now, it doesn't seem like any. There it is. There's Park Pro.
Kurang kiri dikit.
Should be targeting VP, I would think. Let's see if he's got the.
Oh!
What?
What'd you hit? Did you
Park Pro, kamu kenapa, he?
Like something in front of him?
Did he hit his own hand? I don't know.
I'm not even sure.
I don't know if Park Pro knows.
Kenapa anjir? Kok bisa sih?
Physics do physics things sometimes. Is now Full Sense is going to have to make a wrap over on one side of it. Falcons and Team Liquid going to be taking up while it's going to be Vicious having a great spot in that northern compound of Test Track. So where do you go? Ginji trying to get out of the high ground. Tigger's running right up into the face of Luke 12. This is Full Sense, I think, coming into this blind with no idea where to go.
Yeah, Full Sense is just sending it off the backside of everything, trying to find some level of safety. Likely they're going to be maybe duking it out with Falcons there. Meanwhile, VP has to cluster up. They've run out of decent options as they're being forced out of every position. So they got to use these grenades to create some extra foxholes for themselves. Was there another?
Did he double load?
Is that possible?
I don't know.
I didn't even know
I've
that
never
was
tried
possible.
it. That's the only thing I can think of. I have no idea what happened there, but all right, here's the explosions and VP.
My bad,
No points so far for VP, so this is all Nixie just trying to stay alive. Falcons know who's there. They want him down and out, and they got the BRDM, and they are on the hunt. Vitality actually crashes the other side of it as well. All the squads in the hunt trying to find something for the championship, have eyes on the VP, and Finally, VP don't find points.
Yeah, I mean, it took a long time. And now, as the Falcons, you got to be licking your lips thinking, we've got an opportunity. They're doing damage here and there. They're getting knocks onto Team Liquid, onto Full Sense. So a bunch of teams starting to crumble underneath this firing squad that they've created for themselves.
Gali
Yes,
terus,
Gustav
gali
wants
terus.
to try to dig out some territory. They have a
Wah,
BRDM
Vitality
too.
enak
This is
sini.
looking really solid for
Tapi
Falcons to
kalau
get deep into this game
digempur,
and gain some ground on
udah
VP.
visi kalau naik di atas enak sih. Naik di tracknya. Ada kan yang naik di tracknya? Kalau ada yang naik di tracknya enak banget itu. Visionnya dapat.
Over in the east, though, we've got GK that's going to be fighting for a position on top of Na'Vi, Gam, and Myth. Jinji's got to come down from the hillside. They've been playing north, and Full Sense, who did manage to survive on their rotate, now also has to come down.
Itu kayaknya baru turun nih, nggak ada itu dia.
And Falcon's position
Mati dong Gloris dan.
and BC that's just got a great compound itself.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Na'Vi to clean up Cloris. So Gam again continues to struggle. Only 2 kills into this game, only 34
Nabrak mana nih?
points
Apakah nabrak
total.
MTH
Full Sense
di third
looking
party?
to try to put some pressure from the high ground
Ini
onto
FS juga mau
Falcons. But
kemana?
again, with that BRDM, with some of that extra little cover they have from the emergency cover and other things that they're going to be able to create for themselves, should be A-OK. GK trying to find some safety of their own. Myth has been beat up behind them, and they're getting tagged from the side by Na'Vi, who's on that eastern side. AGAL, VC, going to be able to continue to lock down the test track.
Here we go. Full Sense, not too many options to go. Looks like they're going to send it down into that VC positioning that you're talking about. Does manage to squeak out one position on the side, but the east is just... It's a game of
Wah,
chicken
enak
right now.
banget,
Nobody
banyak
wants to
itu
make a
banget.
move into the circle, and it's getting scarier. Why Vitality is getting more and more cover. Sure, just keep trying to blow them up. They're doing a great job on just juking out all the explosions and finding themselves somewhere comfortable to play from. Falcons does spot out Belmoth. He's going to go down, and then Soul also managed to spot out Myth. So I think that Gen G's just got to crash right on top of Myth. They've got to stop this, get the contain angle in, and that's going to allow Na'Vi to get in the circle over in the east.
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Matt. That is what Gen G wants to accomplish. So they got Soul and Salute on opposite sides, and Soul has been incredible with the grenades, one of the best in the lobby with the explosives. He gets it done with the mortar, he gets it done with the frag grenades, and he's doing some damage up there on the outside. Meanwhile, Vitality has set up shop, pretty decent little defensive position that Hollow MyBad has created for himself. Very slow aggression, looking to pick up some of these points, but it's going to be Gen G, Salute, Bean, and Soul claiming Myth for this one.
Gen G trying to get a bit of a come up of their own. Keep eyes on Falcons and Na'Vi, opposite sides of the circle right now. But these are squads that are fighting to try to catch up to VP. Big potential coming up for Falcons, and they know it. They've got territory control. And really it's Full Sense, the closest squad next to them. Vitality, as far as club championship points go, they're in a great fine position. We can see that they're presently sitting in that 7th place, but it just takes a couple of kills. Vitality just decided to stop a lot of what was going on over there. Bit of peace coming up from BC as well, as Vitality is starting to get a lot of shots in the direction. I think they pissed off too many people.
Yeah, it is kind of tough when you're in those early center positions to lock them down, and that's why you got to give Falcons some credit. They did a really nice job with that. Salute should be dead here. Yeah, there's no hope of getting to that rock. Now, the good news is that Bean is going to be able to find the res. It looks like there's still just enough time, I think, to get that done. Hakatori setting out some pre-smokes, knows he has to make a move
Kayaknya belum di-expect lah, apa udah tahu.
Underneath their hill. So yeah,
Coba kasih lihat dulu tuh, ketahuan gak tuh Ikenya.
To go for that first aid, but he's helmetless right now.
Full Sense is causing a problem for Falcons over in the west.
Wah, Katori udah ngeliat tuh.
Territory control that's open more over into the east for Vitality. So with these shots coming out from Gen G, they need to get a knock on somebody from Na'Vi or GK, one of the two of them, but it looks like most of this focus is on Na'Vi. That could be a problem because the way that these rocks are kind of set, you can see that there is a directed line right into GK, but really Gen G can't see it too well from this point. So if they wrap directly into the circle, they're going to get punished heavy. If they go to the west, it's either going to be Vitality or Falcons that gets a piece of it. Uh-oh, yeah, and this is what I was worried about. Gen G is moving more to that other rock. That's going to put him very close to GK.
So Na'Vi has to make some decisions right now. You know, are they just going to continue to harass these teams that are on the edge to clear that out to try to take a more fair fight? But
very jangan
in return to have that Pico bus, and man, Salute. I thought he was going to keep dialing in on that angle, but smokes are down, making it a little bit tougher for him. Is hitting headshots, doing a lot of damage here to Na'Vi, so that armor going to be continued to be weakened up, and they're kind of thwarted from this attempt to clear out their northern edge.
Lagi kayak nggak ada yang expect kan, nggak ada yang ngeliat.
Circle, but it's going to be supervised by VC. They're probably going to be in some trouble in a second. A lot of shots coming out. You can hear in the distance going to be at them that popped in a car just trying to rotate past all this. Really, it's about can Na'Vi fight their way into the circle because we're looking at the top of the leaderboard right now. Gen G just might have to surrender these over into the blue zone, even though it's phase number 6, because there's just no path in. I mean, I don't even know if DK can get in, and they're still pretty close to the circle.
No, I agree. I mean, I think it's pretty much difficult for all these teams on this east side to cleanly get through. That's why Na'Vi has to turn their attention north. They have to try to create the points where they can. They know the position they're in the leaderboard. They know Falcons is still in the lobby, so they have to fight tooth and nail for every inch that they're going to be going further forward.
He's got it prepped. The way that Na'Vi are playing this slow, it is punishable. Not going to go for the first part of it, assuming somebody's coming after him. Park Pro's gone down. Looks like he's just trying to go for flushes. Do they know where Zongjong is? Nades starting to come up. Get Drox actually gets the knock on Na'Vi. Follow-up nades coming up. Everybody's just getting demolished over here into the east. GG survived for long enough to walk into the Falcons sight line.
Yep, and this is why Na'Vi had to go north. Why they had to take these fights, because everything else is just dire.
AGL perasaan di bawah dah.
Unbelievably difficult. And you can see why. Great nades though from Vitality, who's making a climb up the leaderboard up to 7th right now. Full set sending it right underneath. But Pau might have an angle. No, not quite. Looking to try to get up there to find one. Tycon having to use smokes to give himself some leverage to get over to the top of this position.
Uh-oh. Circles popped, and it is abandoned that road that we were looking at just a second ago. VC in a lot of trouble now. Tycon, I think, is in the lower section. He's got to keep control with now this more aggressive Full Sense that you're talking about. Full Sense just couldn't find an angle onto Falcons. And that is a massive problem as finally Jinji goes down. But those guys were staying alive in such a desperate situation. It is just Vitality, and I guess they're, what, 5,000 dips that they've managed to have through explosions, holding down the circle in the north. To the south, VC trying to get some control, but this is very open over here.
Yeah, it's quite the trench network that Vitality's been able to create over here. I'm sure some orders earlier might have helped with that.
VC mau masih selamat, dijual di sana lah.
But right now, Falcons have a tough decision to make. The great news for them, again, that BRDM's still there, so they can make the most of bad situations. You know, try to let some of these other teams fight. Try to thwart Full Sense from coming on this north side. Make them fight VC. Open up another opportunity to get into the circle.
They're all waiting right now for Vitality. They know where Vitality is. For Vitality to start having to take shots maybe at Full Sense or VC like you're talking about. If the Falcons' timing is great, they can use the BRDM to fight into the position that Vitality's been playing from, or they can go more of this Full Sense side, maybe take the fight with VC. Oh, but the positioning there just isn't good. Oh my bad, gets knocked onto Shrimsy. That's going to throw off all the timing. Denadol's also over here. He's going to try to get a piece, but nah, Levante says that's mine.
That was beautifully orchestrated by Vitality. Those grenades were right on the money. They took Shrimsy down quick before he could do anything about it. Singleton was just waiting in the back, and again, Falcons just not able to find the opportunity that they'd like to make a move in this circle. Finally, Full Sense going to be sending it in towards that western edge. Pau, Duckmai as well getting in there. Tycon keeping his eyes on towards the Full Sense members to keep them corralled.
Big blow-up opportunity for Full Sense if they can survive, but VC's just been on a climb and 13 kills and more counting. Doesn't quite connect. Levante trying to get the shots on to Gustav. He does manage to pick him up, and now Falcons nowhere to go. They just have to run right in between Full Sense and Vitality both. That is big for VC, who's got control of the south. Nades and everything just being thrown right at a Full Sense to keep some control on the angle, but Vitality now trying to leave their cubbies and on the hunt for Falcons.
Oh man, this is on a knife's edge for the Falcons. That BRDM is going to explode, so they're not going to have the safety of it to use anymore. Smokes are down to at least hopefully buy them a little bit more time. Tickleton has the P90, so a pretty powerful gun to potentially fight your way out of this, but it's going to be tough to get it into play. It feels like Full Sense still clinging to life over on that western edge, but Levante doesn't want them to be there.
Here's the thing, everything's coming up for VC in the best way possible right now. They've got control of the south, they've got a hillside to play from, everybody's focused on the Falcons, and VC is just finding all of these kills. They're right back tied with Vitality right now, who are playing the northern section of the circle. We're in phase number 8. Circle control definitely favors Pau in his positioning for the time being, and the longer that Falcons stay alive over here, it's stalled out anything that Vitality can get going.
It's been a really nice hold here from VC. They've been able to crouch or encroach on some of the territory of Vitality, but again, that tucked in position of Vitality really annoying for all these teams to deal with. It's on top of a hill, which gives you so much ability to keep track of what's going on around you, put damage down, force these other teams to have to make moves out in the open or expend utility to try to create some space. You know, if they want to create some dips, you got to throw some frag grenades or something like that as well. And as a P90 for Tigger, and he gets tagged up just trying to go anywhere
towards those bushes, towards some kind of safety.
Okay, Full Sense doesn't have any options to the north. Vitality's doing a good job on control over there. They know Falcons are still alive. So Full Sense keeps trying to wrap down into the southern area, but two players are already set up for BC, waiting to pounce. It's Tycon, Duckmy doubled up, waiting for an opportunity to just absolutely demolish anybody that walks through that corridor. Falcons, they're just trapped. They can't go to the south. They can't run to the circle. They're just having to weather this and hold the best that they can. Tig's trying to creep out and find more, but you can see it's instantly punished. Now Molotov galore just being dropped on top of him. That is just one good Falcon with Tig having nowhere to go. Tig starting to come trouble. Trying to say maybe he can get more out of it. At least finds one more point, putting it in touching distance of VP.
That was a hell of a grenade from Tig. He did a ton of damage with it. Fortunately, able to get the point for Falcons. Desperately need everything they can get here. So now Kick is trying to stay alive for Levante. Not going to allow it. Has been an absolute menace. 816 damage in this one from Levante. 8 kills for Vitality.
Sandwich going on right now. Vitality to the north. VC pretty much in the center to the south. Full Sense right up against the blue zone. Exact same position that we saw Falcons trying to fight their way out of. They're going to go down. Now the real battle begins. Vitality, VC, so close on the leaderboard. 4th and 5th respectively. Just 2 points between. Vitality with the high ground. But again, circle control. Feels like it's VC on this side of the hill. Now Utility coming out. And you got to play this one safe because it also feels like Vicious has been playing with a lot more control of territory. They probably have a lot more utility. But the shots trying to find something. Tycon goes down.
Yeah, this is a really nice push from Vitality. It kept players pinned. They're doing a nice job, but it's going to be a response here. Duckmy down, one player spotted. This should be the end. This should be Team Vitality taking the win, and they do.
Massive for the club championship. Massive for Vitality. And you can see massive for Levante and the crew. They are just hyped off of that one. This has been a come-up story for Vitality. EWC has just been great for them.
Yeah, we know that this team can pop off, and they
Levante.
really
Lurus banget Levante anjir kalau tiganya.
position for themselves in the middle of that game to lock down that hill and make it so difficult for the teams around them. You can see some frustration from the other players in there, feeling like maybe if one little thing had gone their way, but Vitality, the French org, has to be feeling
12 kill ya, 12 kill ya Vitality ya. Itu 9 tambah 3 kill. Kayak lo santai bos, Levante. Rusak nanti woi.
EWC. Whenever you see all these external factors coming up, it puts these extra little movements that we've got to see squads step in and find some really big moments for themselves, and you love to see it for a squad like Vitality. This is a squad that everybody loves. I don't know anybody that hates this squad.
No, and look at that. Levante giving some love to the fans there as well. This is a great little read here from Levante. Knows that Full Sense has to be pinned back there, and he's watching this bush. Nobody's moving, and he's like, they're probably just behind it.
Apaan itu anjir kali tiganya?
Looking for those little pixels out of place. Couldn't quite identify it. Didn't need to. Had the read.
Oh, and yeah, let's talk about, they got some circle up. No, they made a run to a position that was desperate, had to fight a squad that was already holding it, got control over it, then took control over all the territory around them. Falcons couldn't move. We saw Gen G having troubles. Everything that was going on the east, everything that was happening to the north and west was all due to Vitality. And so they controlled the circles, controlled the game, and just put themselves in a great point. Even whenever they were having to walk out of their controlled area that they had down into DC, the firing lines were just so good, and they were waiting. They knew where the enemy was.
Yeah, for sure. But it's a really nice job by Falcons holding on in that game.
But we also had a big game coming up from Vicious, finding a ton of kills inside this one. I think Barney's got us Vicious down on the stage.
Oh, here we go. We've got Tycon here joining us from the Vicious Esports. And to tell you what, that's how you turn a frown upside down coming into today, because Tycon, you were in 15th place with 19 points, you and your teammates, and now top 5 and you're fragging out. Why has it taken this long, from your perspective, why has it taken this long to find your rhythm?
Hiện tại bây giờ đi đến ngày hôm nay á, đội tuyển mình bắt đầu ở hạng thứ 15 với 19 điểm. Thì hiện tại giờ trong những ván vừa rồi thì mình đã nhảy lên hẳn lên là top 5 luôn. Thì điều gì đã khiến cho cái việc là mình tìm ra được cái nhịp độ của mình lâu như vậy?
Đến với giải đấu lần này thì mục tiêu tụi em là top 24, nên là tụi em cứ bắn thoải mái nhất có thể, nhưng mà tụi em lỡ chưa được vòng chung kết rồi, nên là tụi em vừa bắn vừa cười, nhưng hơn sao mà tụi em top 5.
So our goal coming to the event was just to chill out, at least that we can make top 24. But since we are here in the final already, so we're just chilling. And then somehow when you're smiling and you're shooting, you made the top 5.
Okay, that's a fair response. I like that. Now, you joined this team in April, so it's barely been 4 months since you guys have formulated this team. How is it gelling together? What is it like playing alongside your teammates? What's the dynamic like?
Mình mới vừa gia nhập đội của mình mới từ tháng 4 thôi, thì mới được 4 tháng thôi. Thì hiện tại bây giờ là mình đã bắt đầu bắn với lại đội của mình như thế nào, cái mọi người giao tiếp với nhau như thế nào?
Giao tiếp thì tụi em vẫn giao tiếp như những đội khác thôi. Chỉ có khác cái là tụi em thi đấu như những người anh em, những người đồng đội. Không có một cái lối suy nghĩ cá nhân nào, nên là đó là lý do tại sao mà tụi em làm tốt đến như vậy.
So we just communicate like usual, but our mentality is that we are soldier. We're here together. So that's why we make such a great team.
Keep that imagination high and keep on smiling, because you guys seem to be smashing it. Well done. Thank you so much, Tycon. You guys are Vicious Esports, absolutely flying up the leaderboard in the past few games. Really impressive to see. We're going to have so much more PUBG action coming back right after this.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, we're here at the EWC Parkour Challenge. Now it's time for the incline slab. Polaris up to bat. Let's see what he's got in store for us on this one. All right, he's making his run. He's got up there. Oh, the arthritis fakie. He lands it. He's done it. He makes it. That is a huge win for Polaris. Paper Thin here, bringing you another event from the EWC Parkour Challenge. Polaris going to attempt to go for the gamer gear lift. Let's see what he's got going for us. He's coming in. Oh, the interesting. Oh, it's so heavy. It's too much for him. Can he pull it through? He's trying. Oh, okay. Just goes in. All right, we're back here, EWC Parkour Championship. One more event to go. Polaris, can he pull off the old man army crawl? We're gonna have to wait and see. He's going under. Pretty good, pretty good. He's rolling. Good technique, good form. Slides through. He's up. He's through. He's done it. He's got it. The EWC Parkour Championship. Done really well here, Polaris. Polaris, I want to get your thoughts. I know you're winded. That was a tough one. How did it go?
Oh, I needed to get some big points on this one, but I think I did enough. And I just want to say thank you, Mama.
What do you got to say to your fans out there?
Everyone who believed in me. This is for you, man. This is for you.
He's done it. Emotional stuff here from Polaris at EWC. What a performance. What a performance.
I believe in you, my Ginger Hulk, just like I believe these teams will be able to start catching up to VP, and it's happening, baby! Sorry, VP fans, but VP, with that donut, a lot of teams were able to step up Vitality, but we gotta talk about the new Sony story of the day, which is none other than the Vicious, being able to jump up all the way from 15th to, I believe they're currently in 6th place, or actually 4th place if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so you asked me earlier, how is it that you get into the mindset? How do you keep that mental strong? Just do whatever the hell Vicious did today. Honestly, coming in from 15th place with absolutely almost no points, and now making it all the way to the top 5 is inside the top 5 is truly a monumental day of play for those boys.
The siren's call of $100,000 can do an awful lot, Godspeed, as they've managed to get themselves up there as they ground into 5th, looking good. Double-digit kills in backs-to-backsies is pretty impressive, because that means you're not just catching circles and getting lucky. It means you're putting the fire to the road. Now, I will also say a big one for me, as I said at the start of the day, it's not always about how well everyone else does. It's really about how badly VP does. You know what I mean? Like, they're the ones who could drop this ball. And I'm not saying it, yeah, it is kind of a bad day. 106, it's only 9
15 points on the day.
Is it 15?
Yep, 15 points on the day, sir.
Oh my gosh. So 15, I mean,
it's okay.
I thought they had 97, I'll be honest. So 15 points is better than I thought it was, but it's still less than 5 per game. It's not what you want because they wanted to have that big lead going into tomorrow.
And I think another team, honestly, that we have to talk about on their rise is GK, man. They came swinging in those early hot drops when they initially had to fight AGAL. That probably built a hell of a lot of confidence. We saw that interview, and now they're continuing to build the success. It is honestly impressive what them and Vicious have done.
The thing for me is we often, and I think you're a proponent of this, is don't hot drop. It's almost never a good idea. GK came in and proved to us that if you can find the person who allows you to just take points off,
you're going to win every time.
Exactly.
Sure, go for it.
You know what? So that hubris, and it does this other benefit. I've noticed in PUBG that if you have a good fight early and you can kind of keep parlaying that as you move through the map, you tend to do better in the late game because you're hot, you're warm, you feel good about yourself. Building confidence. So I do think the fact that they tested themselves early and then made the push has actually been a huge help for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to go back to the Vicious. For them to continue on this form, now we're starting to see a little baby VP from day one in the Vicious. If I'm being completely honest with everybody watching, with the Vicious, I'm hoping that this consistency continues on as we head into the last 2 matches. But we are expecting something out of VP here. 15 points is just not going to be cutting it for that squad, considering that they ended up getting 91 points yesterday.
Right, and you know, and it's one of those things, if it was any other team, I'd think to myself, I'd be like, that's why you can't pull the strikers, that's why you can't play defensively. But I don't think they are. I think they're just getting caught, and I think more importantly, everyone else knows how far ahead they are, and they're not letting them get away with it.
Yeah, and I mean, even teams like Vitality, right, who won our last game, coming in and able to control that Engen circle and make sure that they were the last ones. I mean, their zone control from the north was very impressive, and Vitality is still going to do very well as long as they continue to quietly amass points. They haven't been necessarily very loud in their point gathering on the day, but they're still making that climb.
On the head-to-head that we had there, we actually ended up seeing the amount of kills that Vicious has. They have 36 VP. The only points they've been able to get, those 15 points, have been through kills. They need to start finding themselves a way to get into the later matches as well. But yeah, for the Vicious, 36, 47 points total today, and we still got 2 matches to go.
Can either of you tell me what happened to Myth?
Well, I mean, sometimes a myth is proved false. And so far, it seems like it's going that way today. I don't know. I do think there's maybe some headspace if they had a rough day yesterday, and we don't know what their bounce back potential is. We haven't seen them not out in front. This is our first time really getting to see that outside of what PGC. Again, we didn't have Jacob at that time, but they weren't able to pull it out. They underperformed, and so maybe that's it. Maybe when the pressure's on and they don't get a good foot forward, they have a hard time catching back up.
I mean, but they need to. They still have games. They still have tomorrow, regardless of how these last couple games go. Again, Smash may be the saving grace for a lot of these teams that are currently struggling. We still have yet to see, but so far the teams that have really kind of come up on the day have been GK and Vicious, I mean, hands down.
Yeah, and if we're talking about Myth, we have to mention T1. This team has been non-existent. This is actually the first time that we're mentioning throughout the day because the team has not been able to do anything. And I hope that we get a chance to see the overall just to showcase where the Vicious currently is, because they have just not been performing. We were talking about Heather. We were talking about superstars. Remember, when we were talking about superstars, they're currently nowhere to be found.
I mean, just how they started yesterday, we thought, oh, this is it. They're going to go big time, right? And they aren't. They've slid off that first page. And you can see when we look at this right now that it is Virtus Pro on the top. But now Vicious has cracked up into that top 5 and is continuing to climb.
Yeah, and I think for T1, their biggest issues are starting to happen around the rotations. They're having issues settling into a spot where they can play, whereas we saw them successfully in the group stage, even the first day of the finals, even in that first game that they won, it was early positioning, early macro that got them there, and they're just having trouble finding their footing completely.
And we're looking at the overall now. Team Falcons has closed that gap. to 13 points. It's happening, Falcon fans. For everybody that's putting Falcons there in the pick'ems is currently working. Make sure you do the pick'ems as well at home. But I mean, Na'Vi has been able to perform well. They're starting to catch up in the Vicious main storyline. The Vicious actually has more kills than Vitality and Na'Vi that are ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Vicious is in a position where, I mean, if they can do what we saw VP do yesterday and get even close to it, then they are back in the race. It's feasible. It could happen. It's crazy that it might, but I've never seen anybody play this hard for 2 games.
Yeah, and then another team as well to mention, there's Twisted.
Yep.
You know, they're generally a team that should be starting to get their stride now. The slow start thing, that we gave them enough games, they're still struggling to find their footing as well. And that's, again, this mid-game for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these rotations, now that a lot of teams are adapting, they're trying to go earlier in their macro, it's actually causing a bigger jam, which is why we're seeing teams like Twisted, why we're seeing teams like T1 start to struggle in that midfield game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think if you're other teams, you almost want to not mess with Falcons too much on that mid to late game pushes, because you want to sort of keep them chasing VP so the VP can't lock it out tomorrow when that smash rule goes into effect, because if they get that smash rule effect, you said they'll just start targeting number 2. If they're ahead by 20 or 30, they're going to control the entire map, and the option to win just isn't there. So I do think if Falcons get close, it may shift that entire paradigm.
And that's what I was going to ask you, actually, because we were talking about this at the beginning of the day, too, when it came down to what VP was going to be doing. If they did end up the day with the huge lead, there was rumors that they were just going to maybe end up gatekeeping that second place. But right now, with the way that the leaderboard's looking into this next 2 matches, they need to make sure they widen out that gap even more. They cannot allow themselves to have more donuts. If not, we're going to have a different first place going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's hard to say that,
why VP is like, I don't feel like they're necessarily getting targeted specifically, right? These are things that are just happening in rotation, happening naturally as the other teams are starting to adapt. And we talked about it. That's what happens when a lot of teams have now focused their attention to you. Not consciously as like, hey, we're going to go after them, but hey, we should be aware that VP might rotate by us. Hey, VP likes to come here. Hey, VP did this yesterday, right? Those things make it very difficult for a team once you're on, once you're in the lead to keep that lead. We always say it, it's very easy to take the lead. It's almost not impossible, but it's very difficult to keep that lead over the course of 18 or as many games as we have.
It's just the way PUBG works, man. If you think about it, full sense of being able to hold VP on the line 2 games ago, that difference would be like 8 points right now. So it is one of those things, you never know what's going to happen, and that's why you got to do what the Falcons did. Come out, play hard, put your best foot forward, and never say never. And that's what I love about PUBG, because we came in today thinking, oh my gosh, 7, this might be really boring, it might be over, but it's not, because that's the way the cookie crumbles, that's the way the parachute opens.
You told me PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 is going to deliver, and honestly, day 2 finals so far is definitely delivering. And talking about money as well for the viewers, when the Vicious started the day, if for some reason, let's say they ended up the tournament in 15th place, they would have gotten $21,000. Now they have pushed themselves up to 4th place, $134,000.
But that's the thing, and that's also why this event is so amazing, because yes, 1st place is awesome, but every single placement is a significant bump in the prize pool.
Well, let's see who else is going to be moving up. I was expecting 17 Gaming to deliver. That's a squad that is currently just not delivering. And as we're getting ready here to the 5th game, not the final game just yet, we still got 2 more before we end up finding out what the threshold is going to be for the Smash Zone tomorrow. And for the Smash Roll, I believe we have an interview.
10 games down here at the Esports World Cup, and we have got ourselves with Lash K from T1. So my first question, or my only question, is how do they think the 10 games have gone so far, as well as the team's performance as a whole?
이제 10경기 정도 남으셨는데 지금까지 T1의 지금 퍼포먼스와 그리고 앞으로 이제 T1의 좀 개선점은 어떨지 궁금합니다.
일단 조금씩 저희 팀이 준비한 거를 좀 실수들이 많이 나오고 있어서 좀 제대로 해내지 못하고 있는데, 이제 조금 아직 남은 라운드가 좀 많기 때문에 이것만 저희가 실수 보완하고 원래 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 다시 공격적이고 잘 해가지고 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we showed a lot of initial mistakes in the process, so we didn't show what we have prepared. So that being said, we'll have to fix our mistakes during the later games, and then we'll show our games and we have what we have prepared for.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kansamnida. As you can take off now, as we bring on the Tab to talk about Twisted Minds, even I should say, to get things going. So, Tab, obviously, for Twisted Minds at the moment, kind of doing all right here today, I think it's fair to say. But overall, across these 10 games, what's it been like for Twisted Minds and your thoughts on it?
So yesterday was pretty shaky. Like we saw that there is a lot of situations with individual mistakes, and also for today it's like more positive. But overall, we had the good zones and strange situations, and you know, Battlegrounds will always decide like who a winner, who will like not win. So yeah, but we are confident on today. Like there is gonna be 2 more games, so we'll see what's gonna be, and yeah, we are ready to win.
Thank you very much, Tab. You can take off now as we bring on our last member here, as we're going to talk to Alrain from Na'Vi, who has put up a pretty damn good performance at the moment. I think maybe you're in 4th place after that Vitality victory, but after 10 games now, how are the Na'Vi boys feeling? How are you feeling about these games?
We are pretty lucky with the circles, to be honest, and we're trying to make the most out of it. And so far, it's around 70 to 80% of the performance we could have had. So we keep working, and I hope the circles will be on our favorite furthermore.
Thank you very much, Alrain. Good luck in the next games.
Game 5, game 5. Game habis Polaris. Ayo. Please ayo step up yuk. Nanjak lagi ke top 8 yuk. Langsung rejeksi. Masa dari hashtag 7 ke 15 kan bukan kita banget gitu. Bukan kita banget sih Esports.
Yeah, it's been a moving day for a lot of these teams.
Itu
And one of the
tim
teams that I
jago.
really like to highlight is the Vicious Esports.
Harus step up, oke?
47 points already
Skor
today.
bisa ini.
I mean, they
Dua
are
game
having
ini.
a really good day. Like, if they keep that up here, get themselves into kind of competition for one of those top 3 spots, potentially even, anything is possible with the way that they have been playing. And it's time to Tego, Matt. We are ready for map 5 on the day.
I mean, you nailed it. I was wondering where my boy Tycon was at, and finally he's coming back alive over there. So playing paths over next to Oyang, gonna end up around Sa, so it should be pretty okay. Everything gonna be on the table.
There's a chicken on screen. I had to make chicken noise.
No, don't you start doing that looty thing. Don't you do it.
Oh, sorry. He's gotten into my brain. It's his fault.
It's all Ludi's
gotta blame
fault.
him. Yeah. Sorry, Barney.
I blame Barney.
Yeah.
It's always easier to blame Barney. Like, blaming Ludi just makes you feel bad because he'll look at you with sad eyes.
I know. And then Barney is just like, well.
Barney just lets it roll up
shoulders.
Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like, okay, dude. All right. Pretty fair plane path, kind of down to the southwest side. It's going to make it a little bit of a stretch to get up to like Yongchun. So that does cut out a little bit of where T1 would normally probably like to drop. So Hapo going to be over towards the west, and everybody else kind of in fair play for most of the map. You know, Falcon's going to have to drive for a bit to get to the airport. But everything else right around where they normally would want to go. So it's going to be school area for Shadow. And that's about where the circle ends up. It's sending itself south again.
Big for Na'Vi. Look at that. Prime position, whatever they want to play from. Already got a
Manfaatkan yuk, bismillah
they
yuk.
want to go around that. Remember the squad that's just continuing to try to catch up to Falcons. Falcons going to have to much later rotate going for that airport and then have to work their way back in. Yes, the east is going to be easy for Falcons to kind of navigate, but there are a couple of hillsides whenever we look into like the northwest of Oyang, where Myth is presently playing and Sa is, that kind of create some problems in rotating into a circle like this specifically.
No, you're right. It can be really kind of tricky in some of those paths that teams are going to want to take. Gustav showing off a little bit for us.
Yeah.
Love it. Get some air, my friend. Give us some of those bike moves, if you will.
Can we talk for a second? Because Falcons has an IGL changeup, right?
Yeah.
With Gustav, and Gustav now having to play catch-up and make calls and everything else like that against VP, who played so dominant yesterday. There's a lot of mental effort that goes into it. I know Gustav's a great player. I know he's been around for a long time. But that's a big burden to suddenly throw on somebody's shoulders, and it feels like it's working right now because he is managing to work with Gunnar and the rest of the crew and close that gap.
Nggak mungkin keculik sih.
And I mean, I think, you know,
Rotasi pun masih aman ya.
gave a candid interview, you know,
most
the other
mature
day.
interview I've ever seen in
yeah, he's
esports.
just like,
Kalau ada yang
I don't
cepat
take feedback
rotasi
well,
dah.
so it's just not really working out in this current iteration. So makes more sense to have Gustav, who likes to play that aggressive edge game. You've got the talent on this Falcons team for it. If you could create those edge scenarios for yourself too, it also tees up stuff like Tig's mortars, things like that all kind of coalesce into these big games.
And re-unlocks Kickstart and his firing capabilities. Like we saw a clutch capability coming up from big yesterday. keeping themselves inside of all of this. So I know that everybody wants to know
Buset.
what's going on.
Baru P1.
Oh my god.
Terbalik.
Oh
Terbalik.
Ya,
Xiao, kamu lemparnya kemana? Nembaknya kemana kamu, Xiao?
So you have to be careful with these. This is let it know.
Marah dia.
This is take it out. Yeah, take out your anger on it. But this is why you actually have to be really careful with these care packages, is because
Buang-buang doang. Lagi
call them in like with a little bit of
tuh
difference, because they
seluas
don't just
itu
come
anjir,
right
kenapa dia
underneath where the
nembaknya ke
flare
situ
goes.
anjir?
It has a radius of about 20
Aneh.
to 30 meters, I want to say,
Seluas
that it's
itu
going to
loh.
land in. So you have
Aduh.
to be really careful with where you shoot it up at,
Setsuna,
because
please.
things like that happen.
I think that's more unlucky than if it had landed on the roof. Maybe if you
Please,
landed
Setsuna.
on the roof, you can figure out some
Tolong ya.
weird thing to do.
Yeah, you can get up there. Like you can get another vehicle and like get your way up there if there's a
Duh, bahaya nih keculik satu dah, pusing nih.
There's ways to get on a roof. Like there's always a way. Even a motorcycle, vault or something like that. But this for Huang
Nice,
F,
nggak jadi, nggak jadi.
shot. Oh, he's not going to look at it in the right direction. I was really hoping that he was going to.
Duh, kamu ambil yang di pertigaan dulu aja sih.
I mean, Gam's got a
Masih agak lumayan tengah kok.
west of Songam, looking into position on Navi
Oh, culik satu.
Good start. I mean, squad with Shadow. I was super excited when they qualified.
Baru gue bilang kalau keculik satu pusing beneran
This is
pusing.
definitely more of a learning experience. They did get their victory yesterday. Yeah. So there is still some more on the table, and it's not like they're entirely out of it. They're still in that pack that 10-ish points could work for them and put them back in the middle of a lot of this, but yeah, I just love, you can tell the hands come off the keyboard the moment he kind of sees it for like, what?
We've all been there, right? Where just something happens where you just can't help but
Pusing
stare.
beneran ini.
Delwyn getting punished.
Balas.
A little bit of a tap spray. He takes himself out in the end, but now there's another fight going on here right now. Heather getting the work done. He's getting tagged up though by Himas at range. Is going to be able to get back to the safety of that US, but the feet are sticking out.
Ay, kena kakinya.
Driving by, takes down Heather with a little help from Himas.
Just on the hunt right now, T1 rolling right through AGAL, kind of saving Shadow, who was in a really desperate situation.
No way.
He's still kind of in a bad spot, as he also has Himas right on top of him. T1
Balas dia ayo. Jexi. Jexi please menang. Alhamdulillah menang.
Just gonna try to cut it across. Jexi's just gonna thank everybody for the work. AGAL is eliminated, and Shadow's just thanking their lucky stars on that one.
Yeah, and the reason that T1 is so keen on committing to this
Kamu ya Hanji, kamu
ambil.
Kamu lah akhirnya yang terkena ya, Susun. Langsung cabut aja.
Other members of AGAL were fighting Shadow. Meanwhile, Geeke, we see that they are no strangers to fighting today. EJ tags a little bit of damage into Cloris here just to send him away.
So as we're talking about the club championships with you guys, one of the things that you need to know is that means that there is more money on the table for the organization to kind of feed the entirety of the ecosystem for their team and their organization itself. That means that some squads that are in the hunt might play a bit more aggressive.
Vitality ketemu sama Gam. Waduh, jadi baik lagi dong.
Kind of rolled into position, forcing Gam to play away from this angle that they've been kind of holding. I mean, Gam already kind of planned to surrender at this point, but whenever we talk about squads such as Navi, Vitality, that are really just trying to find some more out of this to see if they can catch up, VP on their climb, of course, Falcons as well, that means that they have to be a little bit more, I guess, on edge and really just trying to fight for that extra little bit in all these firefights, especially whenever you've got Vitality.
Bisa nggak nih Hanzi-nya di rest lagi nih?
Exactly, and there's still a lot of games to be played. Frankly, I know we only have 2 more here today, and then at the end of the day, we add 10 to whoever the top scorer is for points. Whether that be VP or whoever, and then that's the threshold for tomorrow. Now there's a grenade right towards Setsuna. Doesn't take much from that. Only 6 damage going to clock into him.
Here, let's go ahead and break it down for you guys using just fake-ish math. Let's say that this was the last game and it was done. VP's at 106. That means that tomorrow, in order to win in the Smash Cup, you'd have to break 116 points and then get a win. Yep. It cannot happen in the same game. So let's say VP gets 12 kills inside, like 12 kills or something else like that in game number 1. They are now eligible to win. But if they got, let's say, 2 kills and a victory with 10 points in the first game, VP still has to play another game because you have to get the chicken dinner after breaking the threshold on points in the previous game.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. Eligible to win, I think, is a good way to describe that. And that's kind of what tomorrow is going to be all about. And then, of course, if we play 6 games tomorrow, and it just then comes down to whoever's at the top of the leaderboard if nobody can hit that winning threshold.
And that's why we keep talking about the win threshold capabilities, is because if Falcons are just 13 points behind, they're technically 23 points now behind the threshold to be able to get that chicken dinner. So the more Falcons can close the gap, the more everybody else can kind of sneak in. And that's why VP is getting, I like how the desk said, not necessarily focus, but just a lot of people that did their research and know where there's an opportunity to kind of stall out VP.
Yeah, and speaking of VP, they have a tough circle ahead of them here, Matt. Yeah. There's not a lot of great options initially, but they've been so good at finding, you know, opportunities where it doesn't necessarily look like there are some. Now they're going to be under fire from 17 as they make their transition over to the west side, but they do have teams like Liquid, Gen G. They're going to be cutting ahead of them. You got a lot of teams rotating in from the south, including Falcons, who are just now trying to cut their way down to find some space. But look at this, BC getting really close to the Falcons.
T1 did get their players back. Gen G has spotted them, I think, in the skies. Could be chasing them down. Now it's all about setups. VP ready and raring to go. There is a red zone that is in the center of the circle, and that could be impactful. It's just kind of creating a couple more dips before all the mortar fire lands down in there to give you something to, I guess, initially start building from.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you can see VP doesn't like that initial angle, so they're going to try a different direction. That's a Panzer, and that's a dead player. Sungjo down with a con there to trade.
Okay, play it, reset the timings on it. Oh my God, Khan has to dodge the car of his own teammate, just rolling right through next to Vitality. Gedrox sees it all, but it's another Panzer Faust nade right on top of him. He's gonna go down.
That was his own grenade.
Oh, no. Is he gonna take himself down there? Is he getting away? Barely manages to creep away from it.
That was his own grenade. It just bounced funny off of that pole or something. That is brutal for Vitality. Now, Hello My Bad has come in here and done some damage, but took down another teammate with it. This fight very chaotic.
He's put himself in the crossfire. He runs right into this point. They're trying to figure out where that last one is, but BC's already moving into a backstab position onto this, realizing how everything's set up on the leaderboard. So Vitality down to 2, and when we watch what's happening in this with DK, they're in trouble just down to 1, and VC just sees points in front of them and wants so much more.
Oh, they were just being active on the map here, looking for opportunities, looking for moments where other teams were going to bump into each other, and they have found a beauty. Tycon going to load up with the grenade, but it's going to be well short. Hello My Bad already left that building, gets in a vehicle and says, okay, I think maybe this fight might no longer be valid.
Vitality could get the blue chips and maybe cut over to the west, get to school, go for a res over there. T1's playing around the position. Simon just denies it. Great shot coming out from the Panzer, and that was just
bisa begitu anjir.
So Vitality, this is now a big problem. Where does Hello My Bad go? He's the last one up.
Sit dan arah paut icon ternyata di kiri anjir, nggak lihat tuh.
These guys got goals.
Fearless, dude.
Anjir kalau dari arah paut sama icon sih gila juga anjir.
They are just on one today, and they know it, so they are going to claim even more points, and it must feel great that it's Vitality, one of the teams that is just ahead of you on the leaderboard, only 6 points behind them now.
I'm kind of curious how far away that Simon took that shot from, because it looks like he was pretty separated away from that firefight. That had to be a pretty tight angle to hit on, but I don't know, we'll have to see. Maybe catch something later on. T1 making their wrap in down south, next to GAM. VC is going to have to kind of come along the same corridor.
Sabar dulu sih.
Up against GAM for a while.
Aduh, kayak zona di Hosan sih menurut gue nih, zona abis ini di Hosan.
Falcons doesn't like it over into the east, so they're going to wrap more over to the north. And guess who that puts them up against? Rotating
gila selalu ada loh di top ini.
Yeah, you can see that both of our best
teams
have
Levante juga.
similar ideas in this circle. It's a lot of rotations around the edge, just looking for enough space where they can kind of set up shop. Don't give yourself over. Look at this narrow angle through the door, up on the roof. Not super far, but far enough that it's a little tricky to get it through that door. And Simon
apa namanya? Pas meledaknya
nailed down to a T.
Efeknya.
It's going to be Team Liquid. Ooh, a little bit of damage there, and it's actually VP. They've got an angle down this road. He's got to get out.
I mean, Hosan's about to pop off. Just too many people having angles on everything, and Team Liquid realizes it. 17's going to be more to the east. G, friends from the previous game that they kind of were trying to, I guess, Gen G was trying to hold out Team Liquid in the rotate. VP now gets control over the north. They've got plenty of space that they can play around this one. Curious to see where they go, as it is going to be Team Liquid having control around the res beacon.
And other reses that could be happening, it looks like Shadow's Kamal's did manage to make it over and get a res for his friends.
All right, I'm kind of curious about what Gen G wants to do with this. They are extremely fanned out on that western edge, have quite a bit of control. I'm very impressed that T1 has managed to get into some level of safety given the early game struggles that they had. A little bit of exchange of utility there for Kickstart, and Tig is going to use this glider to go up in the air, get some info, try to figure out where Falcons can go. They have safety in this next circle. It's the circle beyond that they're starting to think about already.
Gas it up a bit. Gam is got vision close range on the Jacob for Myth. They decided to go up the hillside. That's going to be a nice Tanvu hold. Just gets 2. Myth, where are you even going to go from here? There's Gam all around both sides of this. Is just Tanvu, man. This guy is so good.
He's cracked. I mean, for a while, he was the best player in the world. You know, the other year, he was incredible. So definitely know that once he gets his kind of footing underneath him, he is a force to be reckoned with in and of himself. And Clories, Huang F, no slouches either. They're trying to wrap behind Myth. Now, Myth has a player in the blue. Baron doing some good damage.
Yeah, the Baron's now trapped. It's just full-on chase down. Make sure they take it. It's gonna be
pantesan anjir, sakit banget.
Scappy's now trapped out in the blue and near on nowhere to go. I mean, the focus of the circle is we're kind of watching it. Scappy's watching it. Oh, there you go. Baron, make it a little bit painful for him. Slow him down a bit, but that does open up some more maneuverability for Na'Vi to reset. And it does look like Na'Vi's going to regroup to see if they can pounce on this, but just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, it's a good thing Duck didn't need that helmet. His helmet is completely fresh, so he had to take it off of his opponent there. Scappy going to just try to rat things out a bit, get some extra points. Na'Vi hovering around the revival station. There's a lot of area that they can try to work into. Full Sense is sitting in a compound that's probably starting to look a little bit juicy for the side of Na'Vi.
Well, it's not even the compound, it's the hillside where we see the other 3 players from. For me, that is a strong point inside the circle that they're going to be trying to keep control over. And whenever we see so many teams that can't really play over into the east and nobody wanting to make a commitment in that area around Hosan, I mean, this is going to be really hard for Full Sense to try to defend, as the closest threat to them is VC. VC might decide they want that high ground.
I think Full Sense might not be reading that compound is going to be really juicy, and I hope that Tanadol has a good escape plan as we take a look at the just absolute chaos going on here, as I'm pretty sure this grenade just bounces off something inside of that awning. Yeah, he hits the very top of it there, right onto himself. Unfortunate for Gedrox.
But VP and 17 are fighting right now.
Yeah, they're down in the bottom.
Tian down, but it looks like VP in some trouble. 2 players already down and flushed for the VP side of it. Blue Zone Nate's going to be on top of him. This is a nice hold coming up for 17 and right on the edge of the zone. Team Liquid really can't get a piece of this just due to how Hosan is set. And VP finally gets actually a little bit of a counter knot going on over here, as it looks like Corexi's trying to creep their way forward, but where do you go, man? It's just full defended, and he just got so little information. Now Falcons wrapping back behind all of this. If they realize it is going to be VP, they might opt into crashing this.
Yeah, well, they've got a mortar lined up there as well. Lil Ghost takes down his teammate with the grenade. Corexi, though, has a Panzer. If Lil Ghost pushes this corner, he's going to be in a world of hurt potentially. We'll have to see if he can bounce that grenade. It does do some damage. He gets the Panzer baited out. Now Corexi thinking about a frag of his own, cooks it pretty well. Lil Ghost going to shimmy over to the side, but out in the open, he's down and dusted.
Lil Ghost malah megang ini ya, apa namanya?
1v1, finding Jiawu on the other side, though. That's a much harder 1v1, and Jiawu is going to take it. Corexi just pulled in too many different directions. VP down, just 2 kills. Falcons finds another opportunity, but they can't find the circle.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to try to claim some of these 17 players' lives, or just maybe use a little bit of these hills and defilades that are created by the fields over on this southeast corner of Hosan? Yeah, that's what I was looking at, that crash. And Tanadol did have an escape valve, so that's A-okay. Meanwhile, Tanvu did scoop up a Lynx. That's exciting, but this here by Falcons, a very important move to try to barricade out 17 as they pick up their pieces and try to hold out the other teams potentially. We'll see.
Team Liquid is pretty much spattered all across what we look at Hosan. They're down up over in the north with Luke 12, but that's opened up Vitality, have a path, get right in between all of them. New circle pops and it goes off of Hosan.
Makin maju ya.
And VC has control over, so VC, who's been on an absolute rampage, now has a great position to play in the circle, and everybody has to come to them.
Yeah, Vitality's gone. That's unfortunate. After the last game, feels bad, man.
I mean,
bad, man.
It's Navi's in a little bit of a weakened position back behind them, but VC just finding more and more, just 7 points to try to catch up to Vitality. Remember, we look at this, that it's mostly going to be Vitality and Navi vying for that top position on Champions, so if anybody can kind of intersect and steal a couple of positions right in between them, it'll even make it dicier as we look at the overall championship.
Yeah, and everybody's probably pretty happy right now that VP, once again, low kill counts, low points. Falcons not able to find much just yet. They can't get anything off of 17, who now tries to make their way into the circle. Xiaowu just barely with 20 HP going to get there. Falcons trying to circumnavigate Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds really spread out, and Gustav goes down. That's actually Hakatori from range.
There's nowhere to go. It's Twisted on defense on this one side of it. Navi's got that compound for control. Gam's also encroaching back behind all of this. Falcons is just trapped in the most open section of this circle. And they've realized, okay, fine, just cut through. They've just got to run right by. Navi's taking shots one side of them. This hillside could provide some safety, but you can see Full Sense has got vision on top of it. Trimsy's going pretty deep into it, and that's going to put him right next to VC.
Let's go,
JC. Back around. They will not like him being that close range. Can he get any knocks? No, it is going to be actually Lou that gets the shot onto him.
Let's see who's going to get the point. It's going to be Tycon from VC, up to 5 kills now in this game. They are continuing their path of destruction, their reign of terror on day 2 of EWC PUBG Battlegrounds. Kickstart, you got anything left here for us, my friend?
If anything, they just need to find somewhere to hide and hunker down, because this is looking like this could be a decent game for Navi and VC both. Navi's got control over the east,
satu lagi yuk, Sejuna, nice.
Just on top of each other. Down to the south, we also do have Shadow and T1 with Gam also involved in that. To the north, we still have Team Liquid that's pushing pretty close to Twisted's positioning.
Nice.
So VC is just comfy in the center of the circle, and everybody else is just scrapping on top of each other.
Yeah, this is pretty quiet in the center. Oh man. The mortar is coming really close to kick there. Also opened up some of that terrain in front of him, so it makes it even
Let's go.
They're still coming up short though, but he's taking damage from
5 kill,
behind.
alhamdulillah.
It's going to be Tigger from Full Sense. He's going to get him down.
Just had to get out of the divots because he was afraid of it, and that's the real thing.
Aduh, Sejunanya. Aduh, Kamal.
Just opened it up for somebody else. Myth now also going to finally get eliminated. Twisted Minds just raining mortars over the hillside on anything that moves over there. Navi's going to be kind of moving up the hillside on their own down into the southeast, kind of backfilling where we saw Gam playing from a moment ago. Is Jin G also kind of coming over here to hang out?
Now I'm wondering if we're starting to create a little bit of a trench network potentially. His kick already dead in that spot. Meanwhile, Gam dusting up with Shadow. Shadow's been able to get a little bit of value here, but not a ton. 5 kills still puts them at the bottom of the leaderboard. Mortar's raining in towards Clory's direction, but has the safety of a shack, so he will not be in danger to those necessarily.
Sendiri lagi di situ, Jaxi. Bisa gue percaya Jaxi sih.
He's found this open space. He's been hearing this fight go on.
I'm scared. I see Bean on a mortar. Looks like he might be kind of dialed into the area where Jaxi is going to be at. I don't know, maybe also keeps kind of glancing over to where Navi's going to be playing from. Full Sense has been pretty quiet on the top of this hillside. They haven't had to get too involved. It feels like every peak that they go for gets punished. I think that they're trying to play this as quiet as possible because they don't want to deal with any mortars. This is a very mortarable position, and they know.
They're just looking for an opportunity.
Kenapa kena Salute?
Bean hit Salute. Salute moved into the circle.
And that hit him.
And it hit him. So, there had to be a miscommunication happening there, as that seemed like that was very well planned in advance.
Yeah, that's very odd. There just maybe a wrong dial in, and now things getting worse.
Okay.
There is a grenade in hand for Soul there. Almost goes down to it. Half into the knocked state for him. Hakatori is bound to knock on the other side. Bean, you got to load your gun there, my friend.
Hey, Bean?
What is
belum
going on
reload
right
dia,
now?
guys.
This is a cacophony of errors that is just, I don't know.
Not sure.
Not my Jin G. That's all I'll say is Bean is still keeping some defense at distance. It looks like they're resetting and getting Salute back up. Soul might be resable as well, as it's going to be Gam going for a res. Pretty close to that position. Jaxi doesn't want to get involved in anything, but Navi, with very little places to go, are getting closer and closer to that position. And this is not where Gen G wanted to play. They're now stuck back on the edge yet again instead of getting that more centered position.
I mean, they might be able to get all their reses through, though. Gen G gonna have to hold off Gam. Gam finding an opportunity, but they're getting struck from behind. They're gonna keep tunneling in towards Gen G. Want to make sure that Soul is flushed. We've seen him down for quite a while. They're pushing through, and Salute's not ready for it. Clory's then gonna run through the vehicle, just expecting more players from Gen G to be there, but they are not. Tanvu up to 5 kills as well.
They've got a friend very close in Gen G on top of all this. Navi's going to use the opportunity to see if they can try to get up next to full sense yet again. But no, it's going to be a nice hold coming from Velma. Gets down a quick flush on to Hakatori. Navi doesn't have too many more options, though. They've just got to try to push for something over here, and that's going to be right into the waiting arms of full sense. Very defended. B is just going to falter as well as everybody at the top of the leaderboard starting to find problems except for BC. And all the guys at the bottom on the hunt getting down dirty and finding points.
Aduh, tinggal lawan Gam aja nih, bahaya nih. Sulit.
They can get some more points. They can get deep into it, which they certainly are in a prime position to do so. Jexy able to sidestep those blue zones rather easily. Gam, and they're having a nice little game for themselves. They've shot up 10 kills in this one. But then Jexy, what a timing there, gets Tanvu down. One more to go, but it's Belma from behind.
Just doing a perfect peak timing on to Tanvu of all people. Is just
Jexy nih bos, Jexy nih bos. Hati lu, jangan ngopi-ngopi Jexy anjir.
High ground control. Team Liquid going to be the squad trying to assault NBC's positioning. They've been holding down for so long. Simon manages to cook it perfectly, drop it right on top of Purdy Curdy. Team Liquid's got to be careful because the other side is still Twisted Minds. And I mean, Liquid is just stuck here, man. There is nowhere to go. They can't move an inch into this circle.
No, I mean, I think as Liquid, you might just have to try to find a different fight because VC is in the zone right now. Like, they are untouchable with the way that they're playing, the way that they are in the flow state. So maybe it's a chance to try to punish Twisted Minds around the edge of this hill.
Ente. Betulin mengerikan.
Rolls it right down into the face of Team Liquid.
Dia confirm kill lagi Tanfunya.
Twisted's got the high ground. They're going to wrap back behind this. Luke at least gets a counter knock on Petulins. He's got to deal with Lou low ground back behind him. Lou's just trying to wait out the smokes. Example runs up the hillside. Too many different ways to make it. Twisted manages to get it, but now they've got to walk into the circle. VC already counter moving to wait it out. Wait for them to crest the hillside and take the firefight.
But as soon as they went out there, they actually spotted Bean and kind of turned around and started shooting at him. Full Sense trying to capitalize on the chaos in this situation by moving a little bit further forward into the center of the circle, but also keeping Gam under pressure, making sure that they can't do anything further, and they will successfully do so with a little bit of help from Bean.
Full Sense high ground, BC low ground in the dips, Twisted to the north, now having to figure out how they're going to get in. And I don't know, even if you get into the circle, kind of, you have to deal with close range VC, and Full Sense is going to have so much vision. You can see Lou's just trying to see if he can get a knock.
VC kalau tiba-tiba, waduh, dipus sama Twisted Minds sih, habis ini dia. Depan belakang susah VC. Kemungkinan FS nih. FS nantikan sih menurut gua.
I think there's enough on the edge of this circle that Twisted Minds can stay safe unless VC wants to make that move. Yeah, there's enough of this hill left that they're fine for now. Please tell me that is a C4 on it. It does not. I can ticking. I wish it did because it would have been so perfect. That almost ran him over. That would have been incredible.
That was the real plan.
Right?
It wasn't the fact that there was a little bit more hill there than anybody was expecting. It was all to go after Simon, make him think it was a C4 so they'd all jump out of position and can shoot.
Oh, if only that had been a C4. It would have been so good. But it's still pretty funny. Simon has the safety of that dip. As Example should know, considering what we saw earlier in this event, that it's kind of hard to run people over inside of those things.
Full
Sense, a pretty solid game here. Again, teams making moves all over the place today. I mean, look at this. From 9th to 16th, Matt, it's 9 points.
This is just neck and neck here at the bottom of it. And whenever we see VP and Falcons going out a little bit early, not finding a lot. Twisted trying to really rally their games back together. Example is going to go down. But I mean, Twisted, there was so few options, nowhere to really go. Full Sense is taking control over every section of the circle that BC does not. And there is just nothing that Twisted can do. They tried to fight their way in, but what are you going to do? It was 8v3.
Get Tigger here, making a crazy aggressive move. They know that they've got BC on the road. They are losing players left and right. There's only one still standing. Leave it as Duckmai over there, trying to just see if he can find some way to get something done. Will get the first. If he can get another, then I'm a
Siapa sangka dia di situ ya anjir.
Already revealed in position. They're running right up into his face. Got to be careful. High side of this one's going to be Flash. Duckmai just trying to use a little bit of the divot. Is it enough? Doesn't have enough time after the reload. He's going to go down. And Full Sense are going to find themselves a match victory and push themselves further up the leaderboard.
Satu match lagi bisa ya, ayo. Bisa ya, poin penuh yuk, lastnya yuk. Hari ini lastnya poin penuh yuk.
a great job just letting all the other teams fight
Udah
around
bagus
them, trying to
banget
find
GG
their
loh.
kills here and there where they could. Had a great maneuver when they were ready for Na'Vi to crash into the compound that they had to abandon in the mid game. That's a really solid effort from our defending PGC champions.
Still for me though, Vicious finding more yet again. Late stages, these guys are just unrelenting right now. We still got one more game to go, and it feels like Vicious is just going to be in the middle of that end game over and over again.
Oh, I love it, dude. It's just so great to have some of the teams from APAC really starting to step up as we get into the second half of our finals. They're doing a really nice job finding their moments, getting into the wins, getting that confidence. That's the biggest thing.
So eyes on pretty much. Does VP have a big game?
That's
Can
the
they finally
biggest
get the
thing.
distance that they're so desperately hoping for? Can Falcons also find something to catch up with VP? They've been slowly inching their way up there, but they just can't
Nggak
get the
sadar
big
anjir
explosive
Falcon.
game.
Tapi sebenarnya gampang sih Falcon buat ngejar VP. Cuman beda 20 poinan doang. Falcon 2 game aja udah killnya di atas 5 mulu, dapat placement. Lobby sabar, segame lagi ini. Yang 10 baru kita lobby ya. Like lu jangan lupa. One game again.
And you mentioned it's just so neck and neck there. Just
Kita dukung SE dulu bos, Indo Pride.
couple of placement points can really
Kalau ada
dictate
yang
tons of money right now.
mewakili Indo kita harus support, gila. Maksudnya tinggal satu-satunya ini. Satu-satunya tim Indo masuk ke final. R8 walaupun benderanya welcome Miki kawan LAMY, let's go God Miking, let's go God Miking, the best sih Jojo lo Mik, gua akuin lo, gua gendong lo, serius gua gendong lo. Di sini end stream, langsung stream lagi, kita login, langsung stream lagi, oke?
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Everybody, Porsource here, and I am here to talk to a couple of members from Virtus Pro to figure out what the best
Welcome
strategies
back
to survive
to
if
kawan
you found
LAMY.
yourself in a PUBG type situation. Well, we had some fans that gave answers, and we're going to rank those answers based on how well these guys think they would work. So, let's start off with this. Tactical pack plus tons of first aid kits, EMT, hide and do fast heals in the blue until zone endgame. Blue zone until endgame.
Let me read it again.
Go ahead.
This would not work.
Not anymore.
Because it doesn't work outside the zone.
Exactly. EMT
So not effective whatsoever. You'll put that all the way at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like this one. Find some adrenaline and pills and then hope for a glider.
Ooh.
Just
Glider
Is the pilot low-key?
If he's a good pilot, it could be better.
Wait a second.
I mean, you
Maybe a
survived
B
for a
tier?
while.
Yeah.
I think B tier is okay.
Yeah.
We like it.
I just hope you don't find Tiggletons. He's gonna down.
All right. I'd be prone and not moving unless the blue zone was tickling my feet.
That's a good strat.
I feel like
If it's all about surviving, I think it's a.
I've seen a certain somebody be very successful using that strat in the past.
Low-key A, no?
Yeah, I would say.
Better than glider.
Yeah.
We put that above glide. I like
Yeah.
I'm just hiding until the very end, lol. I'm playing foe the win.
Tap dulu kali Mik, udah member
Okay, now
mah.
we need to be strategic
Biar
now.
kelihatan.
Now you're running out of
Because
slots.
like,
Yeah.
can we move around?
No. You're stuck.
I mean, we have to put C now.
Put a C and then we figure out what next is.
Yeah. Not a bad tech.
It's not the worst though.
Yeah, it's not the
They're
worst.
not as good as glider. Golden pickaxe equipped. Left click, left click, left click, left click.
That's
left
for
click,
sure.
left
That's it.
Yeah.
Get digging.
Yeah.
Get digging.
Just get digging.
Yeah.
And hide the leg in.
Put in the middle.
Dig your own bunga.
That's actually the first time we've seen that at S tier. Okay. Last one. Dropping school and dying within 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
This might be the best tier list made to humanity.
Honestly, I feel pretty good about this.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be one of our better ones. Well, there you go. Guys, if you find yourself in a PUBG type situation, follow this tier list provided by the gentlemen of Virtus Pro, and you will be sure to come out ahead.
That S tier, the golden pickaxe. I don't think, Toffees, we have seen one yet. Yeah, I can't remember.
We've seen many fine pickaxes, but none that are made of gold. I will say, you talked about how Nixie likes to grind, and he gives it away in that one segment because everyone else, when they gave that EMT pack, and we're like, just hide in the blue and heal, he's like, that won't work. It got nerfed. It's not in the game anymore. Like, he knows. He's updated on the patches. He's playing the casual circuit, and that, I think, is important. But the way that this game is playing, so rapidly changing constantly, the players who have gone back to the old days and are putting reps in outside of scrims are the players that I think are going to be rising above this year.
I mean, it goes to any of the changes, right? Well, Nixie is just keeping that very strong mindset. You know what? If a lot of players don't like the changes, whether it's destructible terrain, whether it was a switch in perspective, doesn't matter what it is. He's going to take that as, you know what? I love these changes. I'm going to make sure that if anyone doesn't like him, I'm going to be the first one to come out and be strong. And that's exactly what he's doing. The amount of time Nixie and his team put into this game is absolutely disgusting, and it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it has definitely showcased. By the way, Full Sense being able to get that chicken dinner in the last one. But the main storyline, boys, the Vicious Esports, this is their third game in a row.
6 kill tambah 1 placement ya. Aduh, 7 poin doang.
I mean, 10 or more kills.
It's okay, SK yuk. Game terakhir ini WWCD, kill 12. Oke. Ntar guys, gua ini dulu. Bentar ya, bentar ya.
It's gone down each time, but still getting 10 on that one is insane. The fact that they've gone from so little to so much, the fact that we keep comparing them to VP in these head-to-heads over and over again, tells me this is a team who woke up. They said it's time to turn on, to get Tycon and going.
And that's the thing. I'm glad you mentioned it as we look at this beautiful, it sucks that it was on Liquid, but they're just having a day, I guess.
It ruined your whole thought.
Kind of ruined my whole vibe. Thanks a lot, Twisted. No, but the thing that's really impressive, as you mentioned, Tycon, it's not just Tycon. The fact that we also have YMKood, Pow, and Sir T in the mix, killing, they're all contributing to this team, and they're playing so damn lights out that a lot of the teams around them, I mean, the only reason Full Sense really was able to take them out in this game is because they had already dealt with 2 other teams.
Yeah. And Vicious didn't really have to do much of the rotation in this game, but they were still finding a way to make sure that they ended up getting those kills, which is pleasant to see when a team is able to just take full advantage of that and then just continuing with the kills. It's insane what we're currently seeing out of the Vicious. It's insane what we saw out of GAM in that last game as well, because this squad was able to, with that 14-point performance, jump up from that last place. As we were talking earlier, there is a lot of money still at stake where you end up being in the leaderboard. And for GAM, that's good. We saw some fans here earlier too.
Yeah. You know, we got a couple of shouts for GAM. They got some fans here. They get to make some big pushes. But I think really what benefited both GAM and Vicious, but particularly Vicious here, is that the expectations fell off when they showed up today. They were far enough behind that everyone just stopped looking at them. They across the board, you're like, okay, whatever we do today can't get worse. So you go out there and you just push. And Vicious is going to go from now on. They're going to say, okay, it worked. Even if I have one bad game, I'm not going to readjust after this one. I'm going to say aggression is my only option. And they're going to do this until either Smash Rule finishes or we hit the 18. I bet they go full force.
Yeah, and look at the leaderboards. They're currently in 3rd place. And again, you know, to talk about the roster, my favorite of that team, and one of the better support players for them, I call him YMKood, but it's really Duckmai, but it's an old meme. But I feel like Duckmai has been so instrumental, and he's always watching the rear, right? He's always making sure that their anchor is safe, and then they have Tycon, who's able to just go forward, do whatever he wants. And the other 2 also supporting him, and they're just all fragging, which again is wonderful to see. And I think a big part of that is the expectations were gone and the confidence started to build.
And they're making a concerted effort to get out in front as quickly as possible.
Very proactive.
Now, Falcons, in that last game, I thought we had the shot. VP got caught up a little bit. Falcons was kind of slow playing it in town. In fact, it felt like they were even moving over to where that VP engagement started with 17 to see if they could play mop-up. I think the problem for them is they got there a little late. There was only one 17 player left. Then they got stuck down into how do we fight urban warfare to get out of this position. And that's not something you ever want to deal. When every window's a threat, you know you're going to lose people. They got kicked to the middle. He did his best to lay down. But again, that's just hopes for the best. Not every game is going to be a banger, but they are still gaining little by little.
Yeah, and Falcons was just looking to find some blessing from the zone, because even earlier on, they were trying to do some wide rotations. They were trying to go northwest, and then the zone just kept pulling and pulling away from them. But now we're going to talk about some of the other squads that we really haven't been able to fully talk about. Twisted, I mean, we talked about Twisted earlier, but this squad is just, we want to see a little bit more. Same with Navi and same with everybody else, because look what Vicious has been able to do now back-to-back games.
Yeah, and the thing is with Navi and Vitality, they're still, I mean, they're up there, 78, 77 points, right? They're still making those kind of quiet, concerted efforts to get these points. But with Twisted, this was kind of their last good game that we've seen after some unfortunate fumbles, as well as the top. Like when we look at teams like Falcons and we look at teams like VP dropping 0 points, 2 points only in those games, that is a massive open door for these teams to come up and start catching up on the points they desperately need.
And I don't know what's going on with VP, because again, they only got 2 points in that last one, and this is one of those things where I don't think they're playing defensively. I feel like they're still doing what they do. It's just not clicking the same way. It's not. And I don't even know if it's not working. It just isn't getting the points. And so that is the story here. The fact that they have let this become a race here going into the final game is shocking to me, because if Falcons can close, if Vicious has another 10-plus kill game, they're literally right back into that hunt where they're only about 8 points back going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and the Vicious is just going to be looking to keep that momentum going until tomorrow too. Are they going to be getting another 10-plus kills game for the Vicious, or is VP finally going to respond as we head into the final game of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26, Day 2?
Time to set pole position. VP's been in the lead after a massive day 1, but day 2's been a little bit more quiet. VC been eating all the points, where Falcons wanting to try to catch up. How are we going to move into tomorrow? Because remember, it's all about whoever is in first place plus 10 points, and then we go smash all the way.
Exactly, Matt. I can't wait to see how this one's going to end up, because now it feels like this has become a lot more of a wide open affair at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, VP still has a pretty comfortable lead, but it has been getting less and less so. They have been feeling that pressure all day, and they haven't been able to rake in a ton of points.
They had a comfy lead at the start of the day. Now they have like, you know, whenever your sock feels like it has like that wrinkle on the inside of it and you keep stepping on it?
Yeah.
Hey, you're still happy that you have your shoes on, but it's still kind of annoying.
And at least the sock isn't wet. Yeah,
That's true. That's true. That's the worst. Everybody knows that is. Now, plane path going to be very southern. This is could lead to some, I guess, weird starts as we look at this. Team Liquid's going to go away from Georgia Pole. They're going to go for a drop pretty close to AGAL. Gen G is going to be down here, as well as GAM. VC is going to have Novo to work around. So now eyes just kind of turn, I think, most notably to VP and Falcons. How much can they get out of a circle like this? If this goes up onto the main island, Falcon's going to love it, specifically if it pulls that mill to power side of it. VP also going to have control over the western side, but no. It is going to all come back down to a focus point on Radio Tower right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see how VC wants to approach this first circle, if they're going to be one of those teams that wants to get up to that radio tower and be that kind of damage-dealing, harassing team, or if they're going to look for like some of the positions that are a little more west, kind of anticipating, you know, future potential movements of the circle, I should say, is a very big question on how, you know, different teams like to approach that area. I think about some of the America's teams. I think they're more keen to go up to the very tippy top of that and just lock that down and try to play for some kills and things like that.
You say we play a little bit more wild? Is that what I hear you saying?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay?
Not going to argue. Well, Falcons not so much right now.
No.
Team Liquid's playing very, I guess, aggro, but in a different style. Early game aggro, which I don't have a problem with.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, Liquid came in with a game plan, and they're sticking to it. You know, for the most part, it hasn't gone 100% to plan.
I think it's going to be APAC that goes for the top of the radio tower. They want to shoot all the things. I wouldn't be surprised if it's probably VC or maybe... I mean, AGAL has shown a lot of strength out of playing that position. They don't do it a lot, but when they do, it's scary.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just curious what, you know, what Vicious's ideas are. That's where I'm leaning right now, especially given where they're at in the leaderboard and the day they've had.
Vicious is, they are, yes, vicious. We're not arguing that, but it feels like it's not just bloodthirsty. You don't want to say it's like barbarian rage, charging at whatever you can get. There is a methodology to the madness, and it is just a quiet strength that they bring out. Is popping a little bit of a, do you call it whenever like a boat pops a wheelie? It can't be a wheelie because it doesn't have wheels.
I was just wondering the same thing in the back of my head. I'm like, what do you even call this?
A boatie?
When a boatie? There you go. Sure.
Boatie
we'll go with that for
McGoface?
now. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. But Myth going to make a quick rotation across the bridge. Wants to get ahead of any potential campers. You know, who knows if VC had gotten really spicy.
It's time guys, game terakhir ya, last game di hari ini.
Myth has the option.
Taigonya 2 kali baru ngeh gue kayaknya dah. Taigonya 2 kali berarti ya. Yuk, bismillah guys, ayo bisa ini mah ke naik sampai ke 8 mah. Aman ini. 12 kill WWCD 22 plus 22 udah. Tuh. Jadi 64 tuh.
What the plan is, or if they're just maybe thinking something very different, because they are moving away from the center of the circle.
Look at this coming up from Vicious. They have just a full commitment onto Radio Tower. They don't want anything else. They don't want the crossroads. They don't want the control compounds around it. They are just committed up here. And yeah, it can be good if you have this position for long enough and the circle stays over here. But if it leaves, boy, does it suck to get out of that point. I have to assume that they've got an emergency pickup or something to kind of like leapfrog over all of this, because trying to get out of that spot sucks.
Yeah, it can be very treacherous. There is no doubt about that. HAL went into Novo proper, so kind of curious if they're sort of hedging their bets. Maybe, I don't know if they're looking to gatekeep or looking for a boat, or if they've got a team in mind that they wanted to try to you know, cut off in rotation in that direction potentially.
We do have those 2 emergency pickups, most notably with 17, but also Falcons has called one, and that makes me scared if they go all the way to the opposite side of it. Team Liquid's already got control over that southern coast, so Falcons going to be coming into this blind. Is it a full 4-man, or maybe is it just a bit of a scout? It looks like most people are converging, and Falcons going to put their pole position placement, trying to catch up to VP on an emergency pickup, blind send into military base.
I think I saw P90 in the mix there for them on the back of Kickstart's bag, so I think that should be pretty nice stuff for Falcons to work with if they do get in a fight when they come
Biasanya di kiri atas ya, di atas gear pol atas tuh. Apa beda lagi?
For players of this caliber, you're absolutely right, man.
Are VC watching it? Oh, they're starting to beat in and look that direction. Are they going to take any shots just yet? I don't see anything coming out. They might let this one go, but there was a big opportunity to get something out of that. All right, Falcons, you made it past that section. You can see VC watching it. Longer range, actually, I think it was Cam was maybe taking some shots. I'm just afraid for wherever Falcons falls.
Yeah, Simon T did just scoop up a crate there as well for himself. Drove down off the top of the mountain. Nobody's watching the back side of it, really. 17's all the way tunneled in on the compound over on that other side. Now, there is a red zone here, and that can be a little bit scary for sure. Will help create some cover for the teams on the mountain if the circle ends up.
Hero juga turunnya di situ ya. Oh, aman banget sih tapi. Cuman kalau ada yang dari atas sini nih. Nah, tuh dia tuh agak pusing tuh. Dilemparin granat, dilemparin util sih. Berpikirlah gimana caranya ya. Zona kayaknya di EWC ini sering banget deh zonanya di Milbase deh. Pada Irengel beberapa kali, seingat gue di Milbase dah. Sering banget di Milbase anjir zona ini.
Navigating that Badlands hillside, coming out of Radio Tower and hoping the circle gives them some favors, because if it cuts far west up to the north, ooh, that's going to be a really hard trek on foot.
There is one boat, but it is a little bit dangerous, as we can see. Virtus Pro has settled in to one of those bridge camp positions where they're trying to hide that they're here. Lou's been driving around for a little while. The rest of Twisted just past Pachinki right now, so they're a bit far away. So if there's a trap that is sprung on top of him, he might be in trouble. Let's see if they want to mess with him as he goes to grab for this boat.
Grab the boat, but then the lighthouse could be a problem. I think it's Correxy that's playing up there right now. The rest of Twisted are making the rotate. They might be just going for the cove that's just to the north of where we see VP playing from. You know, the kind of one that leads into all the other houses. If VP just goes for a ascended off the side,
berhasil dapat dong. Si BAMY-nya bengong atau gimana sih? Oh, sengaja kayaknya dah. Oke. Ya, karena setup dia. Kenapa bener gila. Setupnya sih bener-bener sabarnya.
Turned out there was a punishment waiting, but Virtus Pro was even more patient. Who knew that polar bears could stalk their prey like that? They do a phenomenal job there. Get themselves two guaranteed points.
Vitality, where are you going to stop? As the circle does kind of move more center of everything. So
SE udah di sono.
Well, since looks like they've got inside track to a great point to play from. Team Liquid's just going to continue to hold down the south. VC's got the radio tower, do those shots back over at DK. Anyone's Legend, Shadow also have to move in from the east. T1's going to cross that eastern bridge. They should be fine. Really, it's just about now what does Twisted do? Lose on the island, but he's all by himself. His Vitality's going to be landing on top of GAM, but this building doesn't have the best sight lines onto everything that's going on above it. Tandu's actually rotating away while Vitality just snoops in and takes the spot.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning for GAM. Now they kind of have to hold on in this 2-2 split. Chloris and Tandu starting to hoof it back over, maybe even have a vehicle.
Siapa sangka Vitality, siapa sangka ada di situ. Kabur Levante, kabur. Aduh.
Their own right now, so Vitality instead goes for the safer play. They surrender the building and just retreat to the oil derricks, and that's not very safe. There is no hard angles around that, so you always feel like you're vulnerable because there is no specific safe angle from everything.
Yeah, it is not fun to play out there, as anybody who has tried has found out. So Vitality going to be in a really precarious position, to say the least. GK just outside of the
GAM was expecting them to push, man.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. GAM has to. I mean, you have to be ready because
mana nih VP nih?
you don't have great options, and so one of the options might
Jauh amat muter balik, nyari kah? Nyari Perfectix kah atau apa ini? Kan tadi bertiga deh. Oh, Nixie doang dah.
Maybe fill up the trunk a little bit more with some of the basic loot and go for a blue chip because there is the res beacon that's just kind of the northeast of that. Lou doesn't have any vision on it, so he wouldn't know. Perfectix might just have to play this one safe, and yeah, he's actually going to move over into the west and doesn't know that VP's left.
Kena kah ini N? Mau baret?
A lot of teams have gotten clustered in the center of the military base, center of the circle as best they can. So that entire west side's open. Baron, that's a nice shot with the ace. Takes down End. Trying to scoot away, but cannot.
Navi di belakang. Aduh.
Right on top of him. Heather, 2 HP, trying to find some safety to heal.
You got to kill that man. You can't leave him on 2 HP. He will murder your.
Oh, Navinya jauh deh.
Navi wanted a piece of what we saw
just
a second ago. Try to get themselves back in the point hunt. But type
satu tukar satu.
He's just got to keep a control angle on what's going on with Hakatori and the rest of the crew. So this is going to be abandoned by the circle, and we move directly on to military base proper and the air.
Aduh, SE jauh banget.
Already a good point. Left that coastline. Going to be kind of setting up around that, but VC. Okay, now you've got to move down from the radio tower, and Falcons are already kind of prepped for it, expecting it to go this direction. Is going to be moving into, guess what, maybe the bunkers position? That's about the best you can find there.
Yeah, it gets a little sparse on the southern side of the military base. Some of the buildings in the center give you some level of comfort and safety for sure. And some of those like missile silo things are not too bad at times once the circle starts to kind of work in that direction. Exactly.
Perang tuh kayaknya sama T1 nih.
Dude, T1 is just, they've lost the script.
SE-nya nih.
I think they're going for the revive.
Maybe?
I'm pretty sure. No?
Shadow doesn't even take shots.
So they're just making a wide wrap? Are they going to go up to the tower?
Might be trying to just go around the radio tower itself, because sure,
Buset, Navi.
up there, but no, he's taking the shots. Navi doesn't really like playing into the north, so they might just go ahead and jump back.
Gila, tadi mau kemana anjir? Coba kita lihat ya, kira-kira kalau kayak gini dia turun di mana? Ada full sense, ada Genji. Coba mau gimana? Kena Spyro-nya, kena lagi Hakatori. Musti, oke masih bisa dapetin Belmont nih. Serem. Ais.
agree, full sense. More control over the center would be good. Getting rid of Na'Vi would be magnificent. Na'Vi still holding on to 4th place, but just by 1 point. Vitality has to be loving watching this happen. The kill feed is now Ferris, the last one up. He's just going to be hiding in crates. There's nothing else that he can really do over here. Maybe he can sneak over and get these reses, but you can see everybody's just trying to chain crawl to him. Heck, Tori should be resable. I don't know about the other side of it, as Gen G is going to lose a player on the other side of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gen G really loves
Wah,
these
di
widespread
skill.
formations. They just don't work in a lobby like this. There's just
Muter lagi, udah ke kanan, ke kiri lagi nih.
from the positions that the other players had taken to bail out anybody who gets under pressure.
Buset, rame ini 3 orang.
Players left and right. Duckmai. Ooh, he's got a knock there on the handsy, I believe. So,
yep,
it's going a little bit awkward for. Yep, there you go. It's awkward for Shadow, is what I should say.
Yeah, Shadow followed T1, and Vicious was just watching that the whole time. So this does cost Vicious placement in the circle, but there is some open areas down in the
Dapat, nice. Jixinya.
You can see just kind of trapped out here right now with Duckmai now down. Jexy does get that knock. Tycon, though, is not going to let that go quietly. I think he wants some vengeance back. Blue Zone going to be putting in some work, and it just takes a couple of taps to get Jexy down.
Yeah, but you're kind of seeing the results of what you were talking about earlier, Matt, where coming down off this mountain sucks. Like, and like to VC's credit, they're trying to wait this out long enough that they don't have to deal with teams when they're coming down those slopes. But because Shadow took so long over and Nova the fight with AGAL, I think early on that it's kind of getting a little bit tricky for them. Seeing some mortars come into play, Scappy doing some damage. Na'Vi
Mati dong, Pau.
losing their lives, and they
Mati
are
lu.
done for the day.
Oh, belum
Currently
deh.
in 4th, feels safe-ish, but then
2 kill lumayan dah.
VK still there. Vitality still has 2 players up.
Okay, where do you go? VP looks like they're going to get control over to the southwest. What they're stretching out for. T1's barely touched the circle. Shadow doing the same, but they ran right into the Falcons. Remember, Falcons just kind of running down on foot. Shadow doesn't, at least has a vehicle. Get a little bit further into this, but I think that Falcons just might want those vehicles and might start chasing after Shadow.
Oh, no doubt. And
Di
also,
push lagi sama Gustaf nih, sialan.
being knocked up front there, you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable to even scoop up a point potentially here and claim a lot of control over this eastern edge at the very least temporarily. You'll have the safety of these shelters. Gustav knows that there's a player in there, so thinking about the grenade, but Cessna dug in the back.
Gustav better be careful on the peak. They also don't want to do too much damage to the car, so wouldn't be surprised if they try to avoid going for the tires. Actually, they don't care. Just throw the nade right back behind it. Setsuna in some trouble. He has to run forward, runs right out, does get the knock. Full play.
Dapat lah, lumayan deh.
Before he goes down, and it's on the Shrimsy of all people.
Yeah, he
Nice, okay.
Almost converted with more than just one, but opted to just stick for the point. Try to keep themselves out of that bottom position. In fact, it's a 3-way tie at the very bottom of the leaderboard. AL and 17, so keeping things a little bit interesting down there. Of course, every placement matters. You want to get a little bit more money. There is Tycon, one of the 2 survivors for Vicious, just taking a peek, seeing what's going on with Falcons, seeing if maybe there's a free point available, but none will be offered up to him, and he is going to have to find his way in. Now, there's options for him for sure. He has either like the side of the hill if Falcons abandon it, but because they're on the top of it, he's not going to have that available to him right now. There's some stuff to the west that he could drive to that has a little bit of cover, so there's things here that Tycon can work with, at least in the next circle, it looks like.
Pal's playing over the east as
gila.
well. Looks like they're just trying to find something. Luke 12 is going to go down on the rotate from Team Liquid. I think that they had managed to call back in one of their players, and it instantly gets punished. Cowboy, yep. He just tried to go for something.
Gimana sih itu? Saling lewat-lewat. Tim Liquid gimana anjir? Satu ke sana anjir.
Just been kind of what's going on for Team Liquid. They're finding the kills, but they just can't find a way into some of these circles.
Itu sendiri visi ya.
Mean, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and there's this little oil drum that
Enggak berdua deh.
Tycon has found for safety. Sees Curdy driving around the outside. Yep. Kurt just looking for any kind of safety. Him and
Ya elah, dikios steal sama tian-tian anjir, bete. Udah buang-buang peluru P90 ya.
Chinese casters over to my left here. They just flip it out. It's like, 17.
Mati dong Elo.
Now tied up with Team Liquid, get that distance away from Shadow and AGL. If they can find it, Team Liquid now going to get eliminated. 17's got control over the south in that, I guess, more open territory, but VP is going to move to the crates to the west of them that they're taking shots. Is now Pal. I mean, what do you do, man? You've got Vitality. Remember, we saw them go to those oil derricks earlier. They're going to be gatekeeping you one side, and you still have to get where we've seen the compound that everybody keeps trying to just emergency pick up to, that GAM's got control over, the most eastern section of the circle.
Gila, Vitality masih selamat loh. Tapi masuk zonanya bingung dia. GK kah digas? Nggak mungkin bisa sih, ketahuan ini mah ngegas GK. Nah, udah diliatin gitu dah. Udah, kalau kena timing aja. Anjir, dapat timing sih gila sih.
But now Tycon feeds the information over to Pau. So Pau's going to try to sneak over here. It looks like he was maybe trying to backstab onto the Falcons. Remember, Falcons trying to see if they can catch up the VP. VP's in a pretty decent spot in the circle, while Falcons just got to chase. Gustav not going to
1 HP lu. Gila, bener-bener literally 1 HP anjir. Kebantu boosting. Oh, one gun udah dicek pasti. Kemana anjir ini? Vitality udah bingung dah. Anjir, tawan. Gila. Bomnya ngejar.
Falcons, you're about to just have to fight your way against Gam or GK, who's been hearing this firefighting and is now sitting up around the oil waiting to catch. Remember, we talked. There's no safe angles around these things. GK is going to have one side of it, Gam on the other. Falcons are walking into a death trap and they don't know it.
WH 3 ton anjir. Gila, nge-spraynya lurus pas gitu loh. Gustav, kamu mati sih lewat situ. Asli deh. Yakin kah kamu masih mau lewat situ?
Going to be of this. Gustav might catch.
Can't blame the wall.
Akan is kind of watching it there, but there's some smokes over here. Some noise being made though, and now it's danger close. GK on guard.
Sama-sama deh. Satu ke satu.
Gustav at least takes down Akan. Now Falcons, where do you go? Crossfire now being set up. Gam taking shots at kickstart. He's just trying to cover any movement for the rest of Falcons to see if they get next to Gustav. But great shot comes out from Songjon.
Kelo.
And now Falcons in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the
Lobby Falcon. Sudah 3 ton ya.
Trying to heal through this blue and get into that 8th place spot if possible. He gets the knock on to Songjon. They lose track.
Nggak mungkin dapat sih. Bye bye. Tam.
They aren't able to get any placement points.
BP jumping on the other side of what's going on with 17 and Jin G. Now just fighting to see how much distance that they can get away from Falcons. VC down behind them. Navi down. Vitality down. Twisted down. So Falcons going to hold down that second place position. It's just about how much more can VP get. 4 kills right now. And it's going to be moving into a guess.
Makannya jago banget sih di EWC ini. Gerakannya bagus banget loh. Defense bagus, attack-nya bagus. Wih, anjir.
Sense is going to be alerted to it, but they don't have the angles on anything going. AGAL is getting picked apart on the other side of this as they're trying to make their push next to Gam. Gam's still just holding down the compound that they've held for so long, but it's not really inside the circle anymore. Jin G is going to be regrouping just in front of them. It's really just about how much more VP can get, and they've got center control in phase number 6 based off of this move. Uh-oh. That's all I can say for this lobby.
I'm very there we go. I'm very curious
Wah, ada itu mah bisa dilobangin, anjir.
Because we saw that they were able to really destroy Navi with those in that moment when they dropped in there. So right now it doesn't seem like they're going to commit those just yet. Maybe trying to get a better idea of where Virtus Pro players are, or maybe just ran out.
Kalau kita lihat di sini kemungkinan ada 2 tim yang kemungkinan WWCD. Genji atau MITH.
Big thing for me is AGAL, Gam. They've got to get in the circle.
Oke, FS atau MITH. FS atau MITH ini kemungkinan. Tapi nggak bisa sih. VP juga tadi gempur. Ini Gam. Oh, Genji-nya bisa dapat AGAM. Ah, mati dong ini. Mati dong di. Ya Allah, habis cok. Imas.
Loh. Di kamu nggak ngomong kalau di situ ada musuh? Cel? Nafsu. Mau kill aja kayak ini masih ente banget anjir. Dar Tanfu mati kah? Tuh harus pantulin lu bos tuh kan. FS nih. Tapi MTH nge-push FS bisa. Kayak logikanya. Udah habis ini digas sama Genjinya digas sama siapa namanya GK. Udah ngapain lagi nih?
Gonna use the folding shield to offer himself a little bit of cover. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, given the time, given the space, they are going to start creating those foxholes, start creating their defensive network.
Getting scarier and scarier for the lobby by the second. GK's got to move. Gen G's position in the silo to the north, not going to be too good. Destroy still alive for AGL to the south of it. Nothing good happening in the middle of it, as hey, in the middle of all of VP is going to be some mortars coming out. Kiss and the rest of the crew from Myth got control of the north, but
ada lubang tuh jadinya kan. Ngerinya. Nyaris anjir kena atasnya. Wah hoki banget koreksi sumpah. Gila. Ketahuan gak tuh palanya ya? Kelihatan dong Desro palanya. Nah.
Close is not good enough in a game like this where you need to be doing damage to VP to keep them from continuing to extend that lead that they have right now up to 114.
Masih bisa long heal loh.
For the res and then probably going to try to take this fight.
Can't really go for too much of a peek because
depan web itu digas. Dapat masih loh.
Maybe be able to solve the second one here in just a second. Is no Myth still getting involved. Songjong gonna get knocked again, and it's go time. GK's got to jump down right into the waiting arms of Jin. Can they get the last shots on Park Pro? No, trying to step up and around it, but the silo's providing some level of safety. Myth actually
kebakar deh. Gila semua dilemparin dah.
Beautiful coordination there from Soul and Bean. Just a perfect timing on the double molly. That was a thing of beauty. That looked like synchronized swimming for a second. Absolutely stunning work from them to keep GK out of their real threat range and problems. As now you have Corexi down. The problems starting to mount a bit for VP. However, Beamy able to respond, take Bean down from Gen G. More explosions rain in.
If VP can just outweight what's going on with Gen G, they'll have so much more control and safety to play from. Full Sense making in the later stages yet again, trying to see if they can touch that 70s pack that everybody's been hanging out at, but you can see that VP has to be cautious. Myth still getting more maneuverability over into the northeast, trying to get that space away from Full Sense. It's going to be
zona sini pasti Genji nih. Oh kalau dia ngasih. Wah VP bisa juga nih. Jago nahannya dia loh.
Genji is left up a creek without a paddle, man. There is not a lot without a ton of smokes that they're going to be able to do in this scenario or something.
Ini gimana MTH bisa masuk ke dalam sih? Ngegas FS. Tiger aja dapat Tiger. Wah, udah tuh. MTH. Kan mau ngomong harus maju tuh. Kena lagi ya, sekarang Seoul kena sama Bemi. Tuh Bemi kali lah.
That makes it even scarier for everybody else. It's going to be a squad down, 6 kills now, sitting at trying to touch that 120-point line. Myth so few options. Kiss
Keculik dong.
Tigger that comes alive on the other side of it. This Full Sense finding a great flank onto this. Tigger's playing a great play, but he goes down. That means that the whole push coming out from Full Sense on the side has collapsed, and the
udah nih, Tigernya udah dapet soalnya dah.
And now it feels like this may just be a Virtus Pro win by nature of the fact
udah bisa nih MTH nih.
done so much damage to each other. Scappy going to take a moment to try to regroup or look at Corexi. He doesn't want to give them the opportunity if possible. There's still a lot of those emergency covers on the ground between Corexi and Myth. So he's having a tough time maybe finding the angle, but Lucarux immediately finds there's the finish. It's Flash with
Absolute cinema sih. Absolute cinema itu. Flash. Gokil. VP ternyata guys, ini mah. Kalau kayak gini. VP udah luka rusnya enak banget tuh. Luka rusnya enak banget tuh. Punya Panzer lagi.
For full sense because he has a Lynx. That can be an instant difference maker for them. Meanwhile, BAME has a Panzer. So two of the big key weapons that could be involved in this fight that could turn the tide one way or another.
Ini gimana lu harusnya ngelihat sih Solik 1.
Focus potentially. So BAME Belmoth, are you going to be able to do anything?
Here's my question, how superstitious are you? VP, if they manage to take the last round right before moving into the Smash rules, means the fact that they're pretty much going to have to double it up to follow out of everything. So VP though, they want points, they want distance, they want everybody to be chasing after them, and they want to be in charge to start punishing everybody else that could try to take the position.
Nixie-nya untung dah. Dah nih. Dua, aduh 10 doang. Kelo VP. Ngeri. Nggak disangka anjir. Nggak ada yang nge-push VP-nya sih, padahal kalau di-push masih bisa itu. Kelo. Gila. Makin jauh aja VP ini susah nih. Ente GG buat seri Esports ya. Besok nih last day ya. Bismillah deh, minimal masuk top 5 yuk, bisa deh. Kalau buat juara kayaknya susah sih. Setidaknya top 5 deh. Masuk top 5. Setidaknya masuk top 5 lah biar ya duit juaranya oke lah. Ya enggak? Setidaknya loh.
Those first 5 games. It breaks the mental of everybody back behind them because now Falcons have to know that VP are going to be trying to hold them back. They can play 6 games.
Kalah ini mulu, drive by-nya kalah mulu dah. Gila anjir, tim Korea drive by-nya geli juga ya. 2 game terakhir kenanya sama T1 anjir. Tuh timing banget tuh. Pas banget ngepop flashnya tam. Anjir. Kelo. Gelo. Nice.
If anybody wants to hit that smash where they win via chicken dinner, Falcons needs almost 40 points. Just hit the threshold, and that's before you
guys.
then get
Ternyata belum di ini nih. Oke guys. Thank you buat kawan-kawan semua yang sudah mampir. Thank you yang sudah bantu like kita sudah lulus streaming kali ini. Terima kasih banyak buat Miki juga karena sudah membership kawan LAMY. Terima kasih banyak ya Miki. Kita langsung aja login di sini ya. Gua 5 menit lah, 10 menit. Prepare, restart PC. Kita lanjut push rank lagi, oke? Terima kasih sekali lagi buat yang sudah mampir, thank you yang sudah bantu like. Kita ketemu lagi besok di last day dan finalnya, oke? Semoga besok SS step up minimal ya top 6 deh, top 5 top 6 minimal ya. Gila, oke? Sampai bertemu lagi di streaming berikutnya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.